Hello everybody and welcome to the Nordschleife, a race venue where we've seen so many iconic moments in motorsport and sim racing alike. It's time to make a few more this afternoon as 24/8 Series eSports competition makes its way to its penultimate round of the season. Still 18 hours to go with a blockbuster 12-hour race to end out the season in just 1 month's time. This is the one though that a lot of people will have been looking forward to. 6 hours around the Green Hill. Welcome along to RaceSpotTV, everybody. Here's a look at where we've been so far this season. Just the one trip outside of Europe back in the end of 2023, of course. It's all about the European rounds towards the end, though. This is the Nürburgring. In 4 weeks' time, we'll be at the 12 Hours of Barcelona in May. Welcome along, as I say, to RaceSpotTV here today. Myself, Ewan Leary, Zach Sweeney will be taking you through the first few hours of the race. This is how we'll be lining up at the start in terms of standings. Drago Racing leading by 12 points after some successes in the previous round. 3 wins out of 4 for them so far this season. Simify, Falcon Sim Racing, Sebo Esports and Williams Esports and BS Competition all covered by 5 points. It's very, very close indeed in the chasing pack. In the 992 standings, we've got Altus Esports leading the way, 6 points ahead of Valkyrie XP. It is Share Esports, Williams Esports, then Visceral Esports to round out the top 5. Anyone further down than that needs to make up some points today to still be in the conversation come Barcelona in 4 weeks' time. In GT4, it's SimRC who are leading after starting the season with 2 wins. Zenith Esports 8 points just behind. 07 Racing and Movano Corsa are tied on 50 points. Then we've got Impulse and Grid and Go Esports then once again starting to get a little bit too far back to challenge for the title with just 2 rounds to go. And then finally it's turning into a 2-horse race in TCR. Team Huysingveld and Impulse Racing separated by just 6 points at the start of the penultimate round of this championship. Entropic just 22 points behind, and so on. Qualifying has already been completed. It's a different format this time around for our qualifying sessions. It means that everybody goes out one by one. Normally, the classes go out one by one in a timed session, allowing them to get as many laps in as they can manage. But around here, that doesn't really apply. So it's worth remembering that it's just one shot at qualifying. Welcome in, Zach. Good to have you with us on commentary for the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for, I believe, the first time. It's the Nordschleife, which makes things a little bit different and a little bit difficult as well, as we'll go racing for 6 hours at the Green Hill.
Yeah, everything really is right, and particularly on this race. I mean, it's the big turning point, the penultimate round before we head to the longest race of the season in just a few weeks' time. So not a lot of time to prep between today and the season finale, but today very, very important, very, very difficult. It's dubbed the Green Hell for a reason. There is a lot riding on this race.
And a lot on the qualifying session early on, you could say as well. Let's see how everybody got on with this starting grid. It's Daniel Sommer who took pole by just 73 thousandths of a second ahead of an impressive lap from Roberto Ferrari. Tristan Iglesias got Simify Esports ahead of BS Competition. They're on row 2. Spaniti Racing green, and then the championship leaders Drago Racing in 6th place. Williams Esports reigning champions 7th out of Team 75 in 8th. It's Obsidian and Valkyrie on row 5 ahead of Mag Performance and WSR Esports Bookkicker. We've got Team Huysingveld 13th ahead of Falcon Sim Racing, who found themselves quite a long way back. Nicholas Labish may well be disappointed with that. Luca Vunks is with Door Esports these days. He's 15th alongside Movano Corsa. WSR Esports Bookkickers other car is 17th for the number 17. Then it's Impulse Racing to round out those that finished ahead of the 992s. Then you get those who were a little bit slower. ATRS and Leipert. Leipert not setting a time indeed. Share Esport were pole in 992. That's over half a second ahead of Pascal Costa and Impulse Racing. Williams Esports Academy in their new livery in 3rd ahead of Altus Esports. Olympus and Valkyrie share row 3. 7th place goes to Vince Peters and Visceral Esports, who got on with the wrong number today, so they'll get a big penalty to start off this race. Geodesic, Maniti and Harvu round out the top 10 with Simify and W2E Pro GP Cup. That's a mouthful. On the 6th row, they didn't set times in 992 during that session. In GT4, the 444 took pole ahead of SimRC. This is over a second back, by the way. Geeks Energy and 07, a couple of those teams who were over a second off of Steam Ledger at the front. Movano Corsa and X-Racer round out row 3 with the other car in 7th. Then we've got Door Esports, WSR Esports and Sebo Esports on the next row. Sven Groot gets Impulse Racing into 11th, and Zenith Esports 3.4 seconds back. Then it's Wave Italy, Raw Esports and Racer Esports team of those who set times, all of which in GT4 actually set times in that session. And finally in TCR, Entropic take pole by just 23 thousandths of a second in the closest session yet. We've got Fabian Siegmann just half a tenth off pole from 3rd. It's Carlar Esports 4th, just under a second off of pole, with RD Simsport and W2E Pro GP TCR in 6th position. Then we've got those who were very much at the back. MA70, the last of those to set a time. Obsidian were well, not barred from taking a time, but they were going to always be last because of a penalty. And then Race for Cat Motorsport also didn't set a time. They will start from 9th. So that is your grid here. 56 cars here, Zach, and on a normal circuit, that is busy. Around this circuit, a little bit less lap traffic to deal with.
Yeah, and of course it's going to take longer for them to actually lap each of the classes. Of course, the GT3s start a minute ahead of the 992s, and then from there on it's a 10-second gap between last place and the leader of the next class. And well, it's obviously in excess of an 8-minute lap, so it is going to take a while, but yeah, not impossible. But the problem with lap traffic is once it does start to happen, it's a very tight and twisty circuit, particularly obviously on the main loop of the Nordschleife, so they've got to have their wits about them.
Yeah, they do. Out onto the Duttinger Hill they go for the first time then. Wonder what we're going to see from the start here. It's a big run down towards turn 1. It's a very deep braking zone as well, of course, and it's where incidents can happen. Will these drivers realise that this race is 6 hours long and take it cautiously, or will we see incidents at the very first turn?
Well, we'll find out, I think. I mean, these guys are some of the best in sim racing. They definitely know how to do a race start, particularly here at the Nürburgring, particularly for an endurance race, but you never know what can go on. It's a very, very busy set of grids, particularly in the GT3s, and a very, very tight pinch point on that first apex going into turn number 1. So just because they try to be cautious doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get away scot-free.
Exactly, and I wonder how the one-shot qualifying has affected the field here too. It means that some of the cars that will have been quicker in qualifying in a regular session maybe didn't get the chance to be throughout the one-shot qualifying that we saw. Maybe we're going to see some of those at the back of the field rising through the ranks very early on here.
We've also got a number of penalties to go through as well, sort of in the first 100 minutes of the race. That's the allotted time they get to serve them. Most notably, obviously, in GT3, Drago Racing, the championship leaders, slapped with a 20-second penalty right before the race has even started due to infringements in qualifying. So, yeah, shaken up grid and some penalties to contend with. It's going to be chaotic.
We will get through those penalties a little bit later on when we get to the first pit stops, which is when these guys will likely serve them. But it's an important factor to remember throughout this race. This will be important too. It's the start of the 6 hours of the Nürburgring, the penultimate round in 24/8 Series esports competition in 2023 and 24. We wait for the green light. Daniel Sommer in control of the field. He gets us racing for 6 hours at the Green Hell. Immediately, it's Drago Racing on the outside, and Aaron Vasquez trying to make the moves in the black Ferrari on the outside. Not braking particularly late. It's relative caution from everybody into the first corner on this occasion. Do the GT3s make it through nicely? They do indeed, and Daniel Sommer retains the lead.
Yeah, nicely done. Perfect start for Team 75. Heading into, of course, turn number 3, steady lead. Couple of moments side by side. Drago Racing just trying to settle themselves into the mix side by side with, you can see the green and black Porsche and a bit of carnage, I believe, in the background.
It was George Karakoulis in the ATRS Mercedes who's gone around, I'm afraid. That was down at the Mercedes Arena. Ironically, still side by side for the championship leaders. Maniti down on their inside now into this right-hander. Not ideal at all for Aaron Vasquez, as on the right-hand side of your screen, we get the 992 field underway. In control of them all, it will be Luca Alpert, part of the Scherer Esport outfit, who were so good in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series over the course of the winter just gone. They were beating teams like Redline and Apex. They get off to a good start after taking pole here at the Nürburgring as well. It's an easy defence for them actually down towards turn 1. A little bit late on the brakes maybe, but they hold the lead nicely. Big slide from Maniti, who go for a big spin around. That's Kino Bushman, who has sent his team to the back of the field.
Yeah, definitely not a great way to start. 3 wide as they run their way into the next braking zone between the 992s. Very nicely done. I believe that's Altus Esports just trying to funnel their way through. That's the battle for second. Just in behind that, you've got a couple of people running side by side. Very chaotic, and the GT4s.
It was contact right at the front actually, and it was 07 Racing. Alessio Bernardini was trying to make up places early on in their title charge, and it's turned out badly for him. We'll have a look at some stuff that has gone on that one, by the way, in a few moments' time when we get everyone up to speed, but the TCRs now will finally do the same through the Mercedes arena for the first time for them. A little bit calmer, but there is less of them, of course. Just 9 entered in the TCR class here today. But back to the left-hand side of your screen and to the race leaders. Daniel Sommer has gotten off to a good start ahead of Simify, driven by Tristan Iglesias. It's Rainer Talvar in the 89 car, who's third, ahead of Vasilis Pelletsiotis in the reigning champions Williams Esports car, and then Sabo Esports to round out the top 5. Single file onto the Nordschleife for the first time, as you might expect.
Yeah, everyone's just going to try and take it nice and easy, I'd expect, for the first run through. You can see the TCRs getting off to a nice start, fairly tame. Couple of issues, I think, towards the back end of the field. But yeah, the GT3 settling into this race quite nicely, particularly at the front. And, well, I don't think anyone's going to be too eager to take many risks. The GT3s were, well, one of pretty much the only class, really, for the most part, to keep it nice and clean for the first half of the first lap.
How often do we say that? It's a remarkable start from them, up over the top of the hill through the impossibly dangerous, in some ways, Schwedenkreuz and down into Arenberg as well. It is one of those regions, though, where you can see overtakes. We certainly have done over the course of the winter. I mentioned the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. That, of course, all 5 rounds of that took place over this circuit. None of them as long as this race, actually, but it's worth noting that teams that participated in that series may well have an advantage here in 24/8 Series esports competition. Change for the lead in GT4, by the way, as SimRC have overtaken the pole sitters. That's the first pole sitter to lose the lead, actually, in any of the 4 classes. SimRC's car currently being driven by Adam Isaacson, who transferred to the team nearly 2 years ago now. Steen Ledger's pole position been wiped out almost immediately as Grid and Go are shoved down to 2nd place.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, not really taking too many risks. If there was an overtake on, then of course SimRC would go in to take it. But at the end of the day, for Grid and Go, yes, they got pole position. Yes, they would have liked to keep that track position, but it's not worth the risk so early on. I mean, they've barely entered the Nordschleife and now going through Flugplatz for the first time. So not really worth much risk to keep the lead of the race. Better to settle in, get behind, maybe save some fuel, which is fairly easy here at the Nürburgring compared to, say, other tracks like we saw at Monza or Spa. So just settle into the rhythm, keep the tyres in check, keep the fuel consumption down, and, well, get into a nice rhythm. That is the most important thing here at the Nordschleife.
Not easy to save a lap, of course, but saving any amount of fuel will help you shorten your pit stop throughout the day. Meanwhile, little hint of side-by-side on the way towards Schwedenkreuz in the back of the pack. Not so much in GT4. In TCR, we've had drama, I'm afraid, for the championship leaders already. Team Heusingwälder down to 8th place. Michael Schuttler is starting their car here today, and there he is. He qualified 3rd for them. To lose 5 places on the Grand Prix tracker early on is not good news for a team trying to hold on to a 6-point championship lead heading into the final race.
Yeah, of course, they haven't finished a race outside of the top 2. P2, P1, P2, P1 over the 4 rounds that we've had so far. Of course, it's early doors in the 6 hours of the Nürburgring, but definitely not ideal way to kickstart this race, particularly when Impulse are up there in P2. Back to the start of the race and what's happened here in GT3.
It's the ATRS spin we saw in the background. I assumed actually at the time there would have been contact, but no, didn't look like it from that angle, I'm afraid, for George Karakoulis in the number 13 car. He'll be disappointed with that, but we'll have a quick look at some of that stuff that's been going on lap 1 and try and unpick everything that happened. There was contact in GT4, of course, and pretty big bit of contact as well. It looks like we might have had some in 992 out on the Nordschleife as well, because Luan Hott in the 987 Porsche Cup car, the W2 car, has been into the pit lane already. That's our first driver and team to head back down to the lane. Won't be the last time, unfortunately, but you would assume that they've come unstuck somewhere along the Nordschleife, and you can very rarely get away with any sort of mistake or any sort of contact when you're out here through this dangerous track. Let's have a look at what happened at the 992 start. We saw Maniti go around. Was there contact involved? Was it Bushman on his own? Well, there was contact eventually, but it didn't look like that was the reason for his spin.
No, just too much speed going in, I think. The Porsche particularly, very sort of front end orientated, very easy to get the rear end loose. So particularly with the undulation going into turn one, that dip at the apex and then the uphill acceleration, yeah, it's easy to imbalance the car. Round it went, too much speed, cold tyres, bit of nerves for the start of the race as well. Thankfully, probably just got away with it, able to continue on with probably a bruised ego at worst.
We've got just 7 minutes gone already, and we're still not to the end of the first lap. 7 cars have broken away at the front of the GT3 field. Aaron Vasquez of Drago Racing is the last of them to have latched on. It's Jonathan Poulet who has sort of opened this up, if you like, for Valkyrie XP competition. You can just see them coming around the corner in the background as they went towards the Stefan Beloff S for the first time. He is in 8th position with Obsidian Racing behind, as well as Team 75's other car, the number 75, their teammates, the number 24, leading the way. This is the second group, and this is the problem at the Nordschleife. For sometimes it's difficult to overtake, and if the driver in front of you is not speedy enough to catch the next group and stay with the front group, then you can find yourself in a group behind, and as is the case here with Marvin Stroll we're riding on board with, and find yourself 5.5 seconds off the lead through almost no fault of your own.
Well, yeah, I mean, not necessarily no fault of your own. I mean, qualify better, I suppose. You should be all right. This is what happened to Lewin Hott in the W2 ePro GP machine. That was, of course, the first driver that we saw into pit lane. And here we go, a change, fight for P4. Sabler Esports moving their way past Williams.
And look at that, the BS competition car giving the slipstream to Sebo, not wanting Williams behind them at all, and they're forced to tuck in. Roberto Ferraris goes down the outside into the Tiergarten, and he's through on Vasilis Peliziotis in that new look Williams Esports Mercedes, and the flash of the lights I'm not sure is really directed at Ferrari, but maybe instead at BS competition. End of the opening lap then in the 6 hours of Nürburgring for the 24H Series Esports in 2023 and 24. It is Daniel Sommer still leading the way. Tristan Iglesias doesn't want to make an overtake by the looks of things, or take any risks in making an overtake either. And so they'll be single file onto the Grand Prix tracker with 2.5 seconds ahead of that second group. Although it's worth noting that Obsidian Racing are now leading that line, and the Valkyrie car has disappeared entirely. They have gone back to 16th place after I would guess some sort of incident. There's another kind of incident. That's Liper Esports being spun around into Hoheneichen.
Yeah, that also got very, very close to the Mercedes as they tried to rejoin. Thankfully, no major dramas. That's what happened to Poulet, getting too close to the rear end of the car ahead and then spinning the car around. There might have been a bit of contact to the rear right as well, but very, very close. This is the fight for P2 in the 992 category. Of course, you can see the 943 just ahead of the Williams Esports Academy car. Of course, both of these teams want to move their way forward nicely in the championship, but staying very, very close and, well, trying to catch the leader, actually, Luca Alpart, 2.7 seconds clear on the first lap.
Amazing driving from Share Esport, who are so impressive in the DNLS over the winter. They are putting that to good use right now. None of their championship rivals really here today. As I mentioned, it was Redline and Apex who challenged them most in the series. Meanwhile, Santeri Martikainen trying to get his way into second place. Maria Marcheno is in second currently, fresh off the back of the end of the PESC season last night. Autos Esports getting a win, of course, in the first race with Jordan Caruso. I wonder whether he will be making an appearance later on. It is probably about midnight, though. I'm not sure this race is particularly at favourable times for him, local time. Out onto the front straight again for the GT4s as well. And this is the biggest group, actually, we've got in the field as far as leaders are concerned. 11 cars at the front of this group here, which is what we saw a lot over the winter as well in the DNLS, which is the most comparable, I guess, race to this one on pretty much the same layout. It's a very, very big GT4 group. It won't stay like this for the entirety of the race, but it's worth noting because it does say a lot about the way it's being raced. That was a late move down the inside, an aggressive one as well from the X-Racer 413 car on Milano Corsa. Simone Passoni won't have been expecting that.
No, absolutely not. Very late, very aggressive. Flash the headlights just in behind as well. Whether that's out of displeasure or just to say, I'm not going to attack, get after that train in front to get back in contention, because again, that's the thing, we speak about trains breaking up over the course of the race, and small overtakes here and there can have a knock-on effect with that. One small hamper to your momentum and very quickly you've lost, 5-6 tenths of a second to the car ahead. I don't quite think it's been as damaging. I mean, they're just about a second off the Geeks Energy Fidelity forward car of Loic Rabia, just ahead of them in class, so they could just about be still within slipstream range, but that's how easy it is. One small overtake and very quickly you've gone from one long train to two slightly smaller ones.
Here is a longish train in the front of the GT3s. 7 cars still involved here, and it was very close for the lead actually on the way towards Adenauer Forst there. It's Daniel Sommer leading the way ahead of Tristan Iglesias, but it was very nearly the opposite way round there on the run up the hill. Looking at some of these onboard shots of just how close it is, and in some ways it looks sort of easy to stay with the pace. You're not having to make any overtakes, you're not embroiled in battling per se, but the speed at the front of the field is quite something to contend with. So many different manufacturers involved, so many different teams up here at the front of the field. It's an encouraging first quarter of an hour in the race as far as we're concerned. There's no real race favourite as things stand really. Any of these 7 are seemingly pacey enough to win here.
Yeah, we will just have to wait and see, of course, what the dynamic is as the race goes on. When it comes to GT3s, there's not a lot that you can do strategy-wise. Of course, when they do come into the pit lane, they're allowed to refuel and change tyres at the same time. So it's not a case of whether we're going to see teams double stinting or taking their tyres a little bit longer, because effectively they get a free tyre change per pit stop. What will be interesting to see is, as the race develops, who has saved more fuel. Because as you said, difficult to save a whole lap, but little bits here and there cut down your overall pit time, and well, even tenths of a second will be valuable in a grid as competitive as this.
It will. So, speaking of tenths of a second, Drago Racing are going to be losing a lot more than that. Let's go through some of the penalties and how that's going to affect each class as well. Starting with GT3 here, Zach. Drago Racing are currently running in 6th place. I guess the more pressing issue for them is the fact they're championship leaders and trying to hang on to that. This 20-second penalty is going to make it even more difficult. They're not the only ones, but they are the only ones in this front 7 who failed to stay to the right starting their lap. As I mentioned earlier on, everyone goes out one by one in qualifying at the Nordschleife in this series. It's becoming a tradition to run it that way. But what it means is there'll be people coming through on the main straight from the Nordschleife for completing their lap, so you can't use all of the left-hand side of the road when everyone's starting their lap from the Grand Prix strecke. You've got to stay to the right. There's a designated line that you can't cross that everyone knows about. As I say, they're not the only ones to infringe it, but they will be out of the front group no matter what really after this first pit stop as a result of a 20-second penalty, as a result of that infringement, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, it's easily done, easily forgotten about, the heat of the moment, trying to maximise your qualifying lap. But yeah, rules are rules, and they got smacked with a 20-second penalty. As we say, they're not the only ones. 3 in GT3, 2 in TCR, 2 in GT4, and then a further 3 in the Porsche 992s. Obviously, not all exactly the same infringement, but yeah, most of them getting hit with 20-second penalties. Of course, Visceral, the 996, had to start with a 60-second penalty for them. So that was a slightly bigger one compared to the rest, but for the most part, yeah, 20 seconds was the slap on the wrist for the majority of them. It's not race ending as such. It's not gonna not necessarily put them out of the running as such. It's more a very big inconvenience.
It is very inconvenient indeed. So just to run through some of the others, although it doesn't really affect the classes quite as much as it does in GT3, where the championship leader has one. A Geodesic's 992 car will have a 20-second penalty. The 488, which is currently running last in GT4, will also have 20 seconds. And a couple of the TCRs as well. The MA70 eSports car and RD SimSport will all have 20-second penalties. And, as you mentioned, 60 seconds for the Visceral 992 car. That is not good news at all. They needed a good day today, really, because they're 20 points off the championship lead. If they're to be involved by Barcelona, They needed to gain some points today, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen if they're going to lose a minute at the first pit stops. Meanwhile, Valkyrie XP are struggling with damage here. Jonathan Poulet looks to have suspension damage. I wouldn't imagine it came from their turn 1 incident, but it may have done. It's certainly come from somewhere, and it's dropped them even further off the back.
It has, and not an ideal start by any stretch of the imagination. Here is the front lot in GT3. We've got a train of 4 and then the train of 3 behind to complete the top 7 side by side for the lead. Simufy going for it.
They are. This is unexpected, I've got to say. Daniel Sommer, maybe those behind feeling like he's slowing up the group right now. Through he goes then. It is Tristan Iglesias who will lead the field around to the end of the second lap in the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Reina Tauvar pushing him to glory, and that's got Tauvar second, Daniel Sommer third, and then Roberto Ferrari. The front group down to 4, by the way, because there was a bit of a mistake through the carousel for Vasilis Beliziotis. That's allowed Aaron Vasquez to go through because Beliziotis' slipstream was very much diminished, and it sort of split the front group of 7 in half as best as you can do, I suppose. And so at the end of a couple of laps, we've got a new leader as well. Maybe with Sommer not at the front, we're going to see a bit of a difference in the race as we go back to GT4. This is all very clumsy at the carousel.
Yeah, easily done. Too much speed. Of course, the very bumpy nature of that inside banking can very much unsettle the car. And, well, once you are pointing down, it's easy with how low those cars ride to just sort of almost get stuck as such. And, yeah, there's not really much that you can do because you can't actually see a lot when you're driving through. So, yeah, unfortunate for the Rory Sports car there to get tangled up in a bit of a crash. Tristan Iglesias for Simufy Esports leading the way. And this is vital for them. Coming into this race, 12 points back on championship leaders of Jarago Racing, who themselves, of course, have got that 20-second penalty to contend with. So, when it comes to a championship, this team yet to win a race so far this season. Their best result came with a P2 at Spa. They're looking, if they can control this race, in a very good position to attack come Barcelona.
Let's talk a little bit about Barcelona, actually, because it's a 12-hour race. It's not double points per se, but there are 2 awardings of the same points, which is effectively means we're going to say double points a lot, even if that's not entirely pedantically accurate. So after 6 hours at the finale, we will see the normal points awarded, so 20 for a win, all the way down to 1 for 15th position, which is how we award points here. You obviously still have to complete 60% of the distance of your class winner and have a minimum of 2 of your drivers participated, satisfy the drive time rules to be classified for those points, so that will be effective for both halfway points and the end of the race, because you'll probably need to do 60% of the race to get your halfway points, to be honest. So that effectively means there are 40 points on the line. Because of the way that the championships are going into this race, it means we're guaranteed finales in all 4 classes in 4 weeks' time, which is fantastic news for us. It could be settled with 6 hours to go in any of the classes still. Somewhat depends on how today goes for all of the different teams. However, it's a great situation to have, and it means that a lot of these teams are going to go into that race at Barcelona in 4 weeks' time thinking they've still got at least a mathematical chance of being champion by the end of the day.
Yeah, and anything can happen. I mean, 12 hours is a long time. It's double the length of any race that we've had so far this season. The big spotlight round to end it. And, well, yeah, should be a lot of fun. Close competition all the way through each of the categories. Multiple race winners in each. Should be very, very strong. We've got a small fight for the lead here in the TCRs. We've got Martin Kadlachik versus Jan Bol. They're going to go side by side and change for the lead. Of course, that's the Impulse car moving their way through ahead of the 121 Entropic machine. So just a swap for the lead. I don't think anything major, probably just trying to settle into a nice rhythm together. They've got the Carla esports car of Dominic Giesler just in behind as well. So maybe just again that fuel saving, not battling too hard, and well, just running in tandem.
And very much so. And the car trying to hang on desperately at the back of them, by the way, is is Dominic Giesler Carla. So they're going to look to make it a trio, if you like. It's worth remembering that anything can happen around here too. Cast your minds back to the GT4 race of 1 year ago. The 6 hours of the Nürburgring was the penultimate round in the 2022-2023 24/8 Series Esports Championship. We saw Urano leading the way in GT4 in the championship by such a distance that they were actually in title-winning position with 1 round to go, and it was double points that year as well. So it's worth remembering that, because they were in such a strong place. Eventually, they had a crash towards the end of the race, and so in the final hour, they lost points, crucially, to those around them in the championship, most notably Movano Corsa, who went on to take the title, because more problems at Barcelona meant that Urano never took the title, despite being in position to win it a round early. If that is not an indication of anything can happen in these final 2 rounds, then I don't know what is, because it's the 24/8 Series Esports Championship, and we've seen big turnarounds in the past. I'm sure we're in for a few frills and spills at the Green Hell this afternoon as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's sort of the mantra of motorsport more than anything. You know, anything can happen. Expect the unexpected, and don't ever feel safe. That false sense of security, that complacency that some teams can fall into, not saying that Urano necessarily did, but it's very easy to. When you're at such a dominant level, you can let things slip through the cracks. You can ignore some minor inconsistencies because you think that you're indestructible, and it's that hubris that can actually be so dangerous, and see you tumble from such a high point and very unexpectedly see another team join the ranks to take the championship, looking very, very strong, of course. And well, only time will tell. That's the thing, is that we have to wait until the checker flag, maybe even sometimes beyond that, to actually see what the results were to end what has been such a fantastic championship up until this point. In the 992s, Thomas Cope coping really, really well in the Olympus Esports Atlas machine, just trying to move his way up into 6th. But again, around such a tight and twisty, particularly this part of the Nordschleife, there's not really much opportunity to do it.
Thumbs down from me on the pun there, by the way. That was poor.
On the Cope.
But it's got to be done, hasn't it?
It has. What, you can't not.
Cope. I know, yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to him a little bit later on. He's quite reliable with coming to have a chat with us, so after he's done driving, maybe we can find out from him firsthand what it's like out there on the Nordschleife today. The car in front of you, by the way, is the 96 car for Visceral Esports. Vince Peters has got a 1-minute penalty. Not sure whether we've been through that already, but just to make absolutely clear, they'll be losing a minute during the first pit stops. That's going to put them way, way, way back in the race. That's for entering with the wrong number at the start of the session. It's muscle memory, I guess, for Visceral to enter with the 96, because they do in almost every series I've ever seen them do, but it's the 996 here. All of the Porsche Cup cars are classified with the 900s at the start of the session, so if you don't do that, then you do get a 1-minute penalty. Quite serious penalties for misadmin here, but make sure that you do it right in future, I think is going to be the message there. Meanwhile, in GT3, top 2 getting away here, Simify and BS Competition at the front of the field by a 1.5 seconds, and I think we're seeing the reason why they got past Daniel Sommer, because maybe the Team 75 driver is just not quite as quick during race pace here. He can't keep up with them very clearly. A 1.5 seconds the gap now.
Yeah, quite a big one. Of course, in the Nordschleife, a very difficult circuit. I mean, that goes without saying, of course, but yeah, it's tough to settle in. It's tough to maintain a high rhythm, because at the level these guys are driving at such a difficult circuit, it demands so much of you as a driver to maintain that high level lap after lap after lap, while still actually feeling safe to drive consistently as such. So maybe that great lap in qualifying, of course, one-shot qualifying, able to deal with the pressure of that, put the lap in when it counts, and now unfortunately heading a train. Still for P3, not a bad result by any stretch of the imagination, but it is allowing Simify Esports and BS Plus Competition to run away with things in the early stage, of course. BS Plus Competition looking to take their 2nd win of the season after success at Sebring. Simify looking to take the championship lead and their 1st win as well, and we might see more trouble, unfortunately, for the Team 75 car.
Now this has got to be done for Roberto Ferrari. They're losing too much time behind Daniel Sommer now, and so he's got to make this move on the Dottinger, and very easily does so. You know, the Porsche has struggled in the past in straight line speed sections, and the Ferrari certainly doesn't. Straight through goes Aaron Vasquez. Does he into the Tiergarten? Yes. He's just about to tuck into line in time, and so Drago Racing make their way up to 4th place. It's been a good start for the championship leaders, especially considering where some of their rivals are. I know that Simify are right behind behind them in the championship, and they're leading, but Drago Racing are trying to get to them. What a run out of the final corners there for Aaron Vasquez. He'll be down the inside on the way down towards turn number 1 as Roberto Ferraris can't even defend here. Down on the brakes they go. They've got Williams jumping in as well, the reigning champions. They're making sure to absolutely tuck into line there. Here's Penalties on the outside into turn 2 as they're all trying to get through on Daniel Sommer now. Here he goes in the new look Williams eSports Mercedes. Late on the brakes at turn 3 again. He's going to squeeze the Porsche as much as possible, but Sommer's got some room to play with on the left there. He gives a lot of space though on the inside of turn 4, and so Penalties goes through, and Nicholas Last can't pass up that opportunity either, and Daniel Sommer goes off the road so much he's given himself a slowdown penalty.
That is the worst first third of the GP loop I think that he was ever going to experience for Daniel Sommer. That is very much unfortunate. A couple of network issues I think there for the Maniti Racing green car, blinking a little bit, but hopefully all good. Great racing though, it must be said. Very important stuff for Aaron Vasquez to move his way up into P3. Still yet to serve that 20-second time penalty, of course, by the time they reach the first pit stops. We are looking about almost halfway through the first stint of GT3, so it won't be too much longer until they have to serve it, but the pace definitely promising. Same too for Sable Esports, William Esports, of course, reigning champions and reigning winners, of course, this time last year. Were able to take the win here at the 6 Hours of Nürburgring as well, so looking very strong up into the top 5. However, Daniel Sommer, well, he's the only one really in that train that had a bit of a poor run.
He was really. Just to go back to the point I was trying to make before everything kicked off again into turn 1, the advantage for Simify is that their championship rivals are not really ahead of them. Apart from Simify, who are leading, not many of them are around them right now. For example, Falcon Sim Racing team are a long way back in GT3, although Nicholas Laubish has been making some good progress. He's now up to 11th. This is 992, where there is battling going on not just at the front of the field, in fact not very much at the front of the field. This is the most that is going on. It's a 3-car battle for 3rd place, and it's Kino Bushman making his way back to the front of this group. Very much required, to be honest. Maniti having to recover from that first corner spin. And it's very impressive to do so as well. You'd imagine that spin didn't do wonders for the rear tyres at the first corner for Bushman, but he's moving through the field well.
Yeah, he is. We've got a couple of changes for position as well in the GT4s. Plenty of Mercedes on that particular field, but a swap here, I believe, in the fight for P5. Not many major changes, I believe. Yeah, you can see very close. I think that's Escalade moving past the Door Esports Academy car. Alessio Bender just in behind, and there we go, side by side. He is going to give it a fight going into Tiergarten, looking to the outside, but not really any major opportunity going into there unless you have a death wish. Brave, bold, stupid, somewhere in that line, and thankfully decides to tuck in and settle for 6th place. Nice little move there to stay ahead, of course, for the XR car.
So you will notice that this is no longer a big group at the front of the field. It is the 11-car group that is split in half, really, and, well, not quite evenly. There's a top 4 that have gotten away, and then they're battling for 5th in this second group. We've also lost one from the back of the field here too, so it's a 4 and a 6 now at the front of GT4. Meanwhile, Impulse Racing leading the way, a day where they need to gain some points over Team Huysingveld. Still not sure what happened to Michael Schuttler actually, but he's caught in a second group, and that's the worst possible thing for Huysingveld. You've got 2 teams working very well together right now in Impulse and Entropic. Look at the bump drafting here down the Dottinger Hill, by the way. This is really benefiting them because they know they've got to get as far away from Huysingveld as possible, and at the moment they're nearly 10 seconds ahead. That's a great advantage in half an hour.
It really is. Of course, both of them, P2, P3 in the championship. And, well, at the moment, yeah, they're rivals, but they're having a mutual agreement to say, well, the bigger threat is Huysingveld, and we both need to catch them. So just for now, let's sort of work together, try and extend the gap as best as possible. They are, of course, dragging the 160 Carla eSports machine of Dominic Giesler just in behind that green and white machine there. You can see the Hyundai Veloster, of course, a Honda Civic leading the way. Nice variety between the Veloster and the Civic, it must be said, in TCRs. Slightly defensive, but bringing it over to the racing line was Jan Bol. But yeah, as a contingent moving forward, because there is a greater objective to be won rather than the short-term game of track position and the lead of the race.
Yeah, we get such great variety in iRacing these days with the cars that we're able to choose. Days gone past, we wouldn't have been able to have 4 classes with such variety, but these days we certainly do. So just over half an hour gone. What's been happening in GT4 to Eric Grove? He has been tipped around by Movano, or sent back in the right direction again at least, but that looked like a very big stop really in towards turn 1. Big concertina effect, and everybody hitting everybody else. Hard to know really where to apportion the blame there. We'll let you know if there is any penalty awarded as a result, but that all just looked very awkward into turn 1.
Yeah, just all got, again, it's easy to pinch at that apex. Of course, different lines you can take, and yeah, it can all go wrong very, very quickly. Breakaway at the front still between Simify and BS Plus. Of course, Tristan Iglesias, Reina Talvar leading the way as they have done for the majority of this race thus far. Still close in the fight for the lead in TCR, although how willing are they to go for the moves is the question. Is it a can't, is it a won't? And are they just playing the long patient game? The TCRs can go for very, very long stints, sort of in excess of 90 minutes or so. Obviously, we'll see what it's like here at the Nürburgring, how long they can take it. But yeah, definitely the longest stints of the 4 classes.
It is, very much so. And will be waiting a very long time for them to make their way down pit lane for the first time today. Only penalty awarded from on-track stuff so far was that incident into Hohenrhein on the opening lap. I know I said something else earlier, I got the corner name wrong. Hohenrhein is the corner that they used to get back onto the Grand Prix tracker again. 5 seconds were awarded to the 17 WSR Esports bookkicker car for actually making the contact with Leipert. I guess it wasn't a serious infringement, but it did need a penalty. But in trying to rejoin, Leipert got themselves a 20-second penalty for pulling across the path of the 13 car. That was George Karakoulis, who was arriving on the scene from the back after his incident earlier. Thomas Cope into the guardrail, going through the right-hander at Klostertal there. That was not ideal at all. I don't really know how that's come about at all, but he's lucky to get away with that.
Well, yeah, that is, well, a very sizable crash. I think maybe just able to hit it at the right angle as to not suffer drastic damage, because that could have ended a lot worse than it did. He's still in contention with Visceral, and the Simify car is just ahead of them, but yeah, suboptimal to say the least. You can see a very striking livery on the Olympus Esports machine, and, well, thankfully not many scratches to it.
He's very lucky to get away with that indeed. Let's have another look at what happened. Trying to understand really how, to be honest. Outside of Simify then. Oh, contact as they tried to sneak their way around the outside. Now, I think Olympus are going to argue their case there and say that, well, we were pushed into the grass there and it's given us damage and so on. Simify will say, well, why on earth were you going down the grass to try and make a move there? You could probably see it from both sides of that argument, actually. And that one may well be sorted in the steward's room as well.
Yeah, I mean, both of them will argue the toss as such. You know, I deserve space. I wasn't expecting you to go for it. We got a fight here. That's the stop for P12. Samuel Michael's just tucking in behind here in GT3, going into Tiergarten, and, well, yeah, just settling in behind. No major dramas. That's versus the Door Esports machine of Luca Wunsch just ahead as they complete another lap. But yeah, you've always got to be so careful, and whether or not you deserve to have the right of way or not, you do have to decide. Do you want to avoid the incident entirely, or be involved in the incident and be the one in the right? I definitely know which one I'd choose.
Well, that is a point as well. Good afternoon to everyone who is tuned in today, by the way. Good to have you all along with us. Saw a question earlier on about the Williams Academy teams and whether they really are that, or whether it's just a different name for the same Williams Esports team. It is definitely a sort of situation where you can graduate, in inverted commas, from it and make your way through the field. The reason I bring it up is because you'll notice some new liveries on their cars here today. I'm pretty sure, although my memory is not great, I'm pretty sure the liveries weren't the sort of updated versions. Last time we went racing a month ago at Monza, they had that predominantly white livery, of course, with the lighter blue around, if you remember, for the most part, but they've gone very different these days. The number 1 car currently sat in 5th place is a sort of darker blue now, and the Academy car in 992 is very interesting, I've got to say, Zach. I'm not sure what you think of it, but I don't mind the new main team livery, if you like, for Williams Esports. I really don't mind the darker blue. just because of the colour of it, basically, not because of the design or anything, but I just think the colours are right. The Academy car for me is a little bit more out there and maybe questionable livery-wise, but it's good to see them shake things up. A new look car for one of the teams that we always see on this grid for us to get used to in the 24H Series Esports Championship.
Yeah, always looking very. I've always, liked the look of all the Williams Esports liveries, and I don't mind their reshake either. I do like the colours, of course. I'm not the person you should talk to about design of colours or anything like that, but the design and the colours that I can see on the car are definitely very, very nice indeed. And yeah, I mean, I like their old one. I wouldn't necessarily, it's an upgrade or a downgrade. I'd say it's more of a sidestep than anything when it comes to livery design. Of course, in their 992s, again, it's with the Academy car, as you say, bit out there, bit bold to sort of, I believe they had like the orange on the front and things like that. Interesting mix. I don't know. I don't love it. I don't hate it. It's a livery.
Fair enough. Very down the middle on that one, which is fine. We'll check in with them
that way.
Yeah. Well, we'll let them get on with it and see and check in with them a little bit later on, because we'll be seeing a lot of them today. They're at the front of the field for Williams. These are the TCRs who are very much running in tandem right now, but notice the gap to that second group has been quartered, if you like. It's 7.7 seconds now between Huizinga and Carlart. It was out to about 10 beforehand, and you'll notice the difference. Team Huizinga are at the front of that train. Michael Schuttler is bringing that gap down on his own, and that's why these guys have been working together, really. They know that fighting is only going to cost them time. It's only going to allow Huizinga back into the fray. They might have to accept that Huizinga are going to catch them anyway.
Well, yeah, there's still a lot of racing to go, and if they're already catching, then it might be inevitable. Side by side here in GT4, there's the Sablet car trying to move their way up another position as well into Tierga, and that's always going to get a little bit close for comfort, but I think they just are able to stay, well, in the clear for the time being, looking very, very good. And yeah, the train behind the Aston Martin machine, the butt kicker car there, and, well, starting another lap, and, well, the Mercedes in hot pursuit.
Are they going to do the same into turn one? Certainly not. A surprising amount of fighting going on down here in the GT4 class, I've got to say. Adam Isaacson still leading the class entirely, but in this fight, it's not really going away. This is for 8th place. Eric Grove leading the way for WSR Esports butt kicker, and it's Alessio Santose and Francesco Antoncelli side by side together. It is Santose in the yellow and grey Sabot car on the inside at turn 4 and shoves the Movano car out wide. Will there be a penalty for that? No, they'll remain side by side into turns 5 and 6. The battle that continues on, it seems. Round the outside this time for Santose. Will give him the inside for the next corner. It will be the inside for the hairpin as well. These two cannot stop running side by side. An impulse have caught them as a result.
Yeah, well, it definitely looks cool. Great respect shown between the pair of them, and after all of that, it's still as they were. Extending the gap is a bit of a look going into the hairpin from the Sabot car, but no major dramas there. Sven Groot definitely closing the gap within half a second now, while Eric Grove in the 416 WSR Esports butt kicker machine able to grow that gap to, well, just under a second. Very, very close in the GT3 lead as well, by the way. Tristan Iglesias versus Reina Talva momentarily got very, very close, but still settled as they are. The Porsche from the BMW, both of them still continuing some very strong pace, 2 seconds clear of the rest of the pack, who themselves are fairly close from behind that. Is then when you get back to Daniel Sommer, a further 2.5 seconds to the sister Team 75 machine, well, the number 75 for 8th place. So you've got a good couple of cars that are grouped up together. There they are, the three from Sable, Draglo and Williams, and then these two running a really good fast stint.
They are very much so. 40 minutes very nearly gone in this race. Now, we usually see in GT3 7-lap stints around the Nordschleife. That is going to mean they'll fall short in terms of making this on the amount of stops we think it is going to be. Normally you'd expect 5 in a GT3 race, however that's not really the case anymore in GT3 racing. The fuel stint's slightly shortened these days from, they used to be able to do comfortably 65 minutes actually, and maybe more, but that's not the case anymore, especially at the Nordschleife, where, as I say, 7 laps is the norm, and that means we will see a lot of waiting in the pit lane today. at least 6 stops, I would have thought. Maybe a splash and dash towards the end as well. Sort of depends how quick this race is, to be honest. At the start of the day, our software predicted 44 laps. That's already gone down to 43. Now, if we can get it down to 42, that means 7 equal length stints with 6 stops in between them. Whether that's going to be the case or not remains to be seen, but it's going to be GT3 especially where we see the danger today in terms of falling up short and needing a splash and dash at the end of the race. None of the other classes are quite as constrained in the same way.
Yeah, GT3 then looking very nip and tuck. I mean, the 992s can go comfortably longer than the GT3s. The GT4s as well, looking probably between 75-ish minutes, and then the TCRs, yeah, they can go long for about an hour and a half. So no sort of worries for them there. Bit of a mistake there, you can see from Aaron Vasquez riding on board with the Williams eSports car, going through the Kleiner carousel, then through this long right-hander that precedes the Dottinger and I think the Drago Racing car has just been able to get away with it, albeit a small mistake, and well, definitely doesn't take a lot more than that for the race to be pretty much over. So you've got to be very careful with the limit that you're driving the car to.
So just up ahead of us here, the championship leaders, Aaron Vasquez in the Drago Racing Ferrari, but finally a change for the lead. Tristan Iglesias has led for a while now, but Reina Tauvar would very much like to take that off him and does. BS Competition to the front of the field then after just over 40 minutes in the 6 hours of the Nürburgring for 2024, part of the 24 Series eSports Championship for this season. It's the penultimate round. They're about to complete the 5th lap of the race, so 2 more to go here, and that's an interesting point as well here, because if they're doing 7 laps, the difference between this and other series is that we're doing the full Grand Prix layout here this season, so that just increases the lap times to almost 8 minutes and a half here. So by the time we've done that in 17 minutes time, they will have almost made the hour anyway, so that makes it a little bit different as well, in that they're a little bit closer to the hour doing 7 laps here than they would have been doing 8 laps at the shorter circuit of the Nordschleife. But anyway, we'll get to that, because Williams have gotten ahead of Aaron Vasquez there, and so the championship leader is now down to 6. Pellizziotis up a position, and it was relatively late. Vasquez, I don't think, was particularly eager to let him have that one, but also didn't want to risk contact in the battle.
Yeah, he was trying to turn into the corner as to tell Pellizziotis to sort of back out, and then obviously the Williams car didn't want to do that, so the Drago car was just quite hesitant to turn into the corner, but in the end decided not to be overly aggressive with that. Very easily could have given him a squeeze, but that would have only ended in tears and not done either car very good. Here's a battle in the GT4s. This is the fight for the lead. SimRC lead from Grid and Go, who of course lost the lead very early on. Of course, pole position by over a second in qualifying, but still settled in really nicely. Still a part of the lead group. So it's not necessarily a pace issue, more so that they maybe just got caught up at the start, but still looking very strong. We've got a good couple of cars here, 4 cars for the GT4 lead. Yeah,
it's fantastic to see. We'll see how long it continues. 2 Aston Martins, 2 Mercedes. This year, it's all been about those 2 manufacturers. The first non-Aston Martin and Mercedes comes in 12th place. That's the McLaren of Zenith Esports down there. It's the 4, 5, 6 car running down there, but that's pretty much it as far as those 2 manufacturers go. A couple of maybe retirements to tell you about. Not sure whether it's actual retirements yet or just those who are down onto pit lane. But we've got WSR Esports Bookkicker and Valkyrie XP from GT3 now at least a lap down. They've been in pit lane for 10 minutes and more. They may both be out of the race, to be honest with you. We'll wait and see on that one. We've also had trouble for, well, we mentioned the 992 W2E Pro GP Cup car earlier on. They are definitely out of the race, I would suggest, having been on pit lane for well over half an hour now. But shame to see a couple of GT3s maybe out of the race so early on after only 45 minutes of racing, but I can't imagine they're going to be the only retirements of the day. We started with 56 cars, we're down 3 already to 53, and as I say, it won't be the last.
No, definitely not. A shame to lose them so early on, but that's the nature of racing. That's the risk that you carry here at the Green Hell, unfortunately. Still this top 3 fight in TCR's Impulse from Entropy and Carla just in behind. Of course, Team Huizenveld have fallen back once again. I'm not entirely sure if they've faced some more issues earlier on. This is what happened to Jonathan Poulet, the Valkyrie Excite competition car. That's 77. More issues for them, and that was a fairly sizable whack.
It was. That was just before Arenberg at Schwedenkreuz there. That's why they've been in pit lane for quite so long. And there's the WSR car, which also is now down on pit lane. It was a little bit afterwards and clearly not involved in the same incident, but interesting to note that both of those GT3s are at least troubled, if not out of the race entirely. Here are the TCRs running around together again. What's the gap back to Huizenveld? Well, it's a lot bigger now because we've got drama here too. Huizenveld and Obsidian are down on pit lane after just 5 laps in this race. And is that damage to the rear left? It looks like that rear left tyre is exceptionally out of whack. And they've been into the wall very possibly, those two cars. Could be drama here for the championship leaders in TCR.
Yeah, that is huge news if so. I mean, they were pushing very hard to get onto the fight for the lead with Team Huizenveld. Not yet finished a race outside the top 2, as we touched on earlier, looking very, very strong. But if it can all come unravel in one race, that's what we were talking about. What's happened here between the Wave Italy racing team and the Sable, that was the fight that we saw a little bit earlier on. Onto the curb, had no turning in, and there was no gap on the inside. Antoncelli is going to be, well, I'd say, quite annoyed about that one, to be honest.
He will, yeah, I would have thought so. That was a bit awkward. Another penalty has come through, by the way, for the 486 car in GT4. That is the Wave Italy car. That just involved, and this is the crash for Huizenveld and Obsidian. Goodness me. Michael Schuttler into the wall at the mud curver after an incident with Obsidian. Oh, and they try and rejoin. Be careful with that, you'll end up with a bigger penalty as well. They've had to go back to pit lane though, had to escape back, and that's a real bit of drama for the championship leaders in TCR. Yeah,
that is going to be, well, not necessarily race ending, but that's going to definitely cast a huge shadow. Big damage to contend with there. Not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. A huge crash so easily can happen, and very nearly got themselves probably another penalty to go with it. And that hands it, of course, the baton to Impulse Racing and Entropy to get some good points back on them. But look at the whack in slow-mo, both of them going in. And at that part of the track, particularly that fast left-hander, the margin for error is so slim, particularly in front-wheel drive cars.
That was remarkable. I don't know about you there, but I think Huizenveld are going to really be angry at Obsidian. Now, whether you think that is the correct attitude to have after the incident or not, I guess is up for debate. However, I think that a team who are contending for a title, who have effectively been dragging that group back on terms again with the leaders, being attacked by Obsidian and going side by side with them over the hill there, they'll be very, very disappointed. This is the attempted redoing from Schottler, and Matthias Penteler had to be on top of his game there.
Yeah, that was fast reaction times, to say the least. Thankfully, I think wasn't carrying too much speed through the corner anyway, so was able to pitch the car tighter to the left, and thank goodness he did, because that could have been a very, very sizable 3-car pile-up had that not been the case. Here we go. There's the fight still. Thomas Cope, the Olympus Esports Atlas car on the back of Visceral. Of course, that's Vince Peters just ahead of him, so these two have been keeping each other company for the best part of the majority of the race. They did have the Simufy Esports car, the 914, in this trio earlier. Of course, that's now become a duo of these two, as the Simufy car was able to pull away quite nicely, but they are settling in quite nicely. Thomas Cope obviously can clearly tell that whack to the barrier a little bit earlier on not damaged his car at all, and I think he did really well just to sort of straighten up the steering and bounce off from the side of the car as to not damage any steering components. Yeah, he got a very lucky miss earlier, to say the least.
Yeah, he's clearly not damaged himself too much. He's able to continue in 7th. Still leading the way, by the way, in 992. It's Luca Alpert for Share Esport, reigning DNLS champions at this venue. So good with the strategy and so on throughout that season, and their speed is very, very good as well. They're heading the field by 4 seconds ahead of Simone Maria Marcheno, a World Championship level driver, of course, for Autos Esports. Then Pascal Costa, who's just holding on to his podium place ahead of the Williams Esports Academy, and Santeri Martikainen in 4th position. As I mentioned, Marcheno was racing in the final Pesk round last night. Wonder whether we'll be seeing his teammate Jordan Caruso helping him along for Altus Esports today. I think they'll be pleased with how this is going so far. They are ahead of most of their championship rivals and only losing 2 points to Shara, who are already 8 behind them going into today. So I think Altus will be absolutely fine with the situation currently. Meanwhile, this is GT4, where there are still lots of battles going on, and one of the first sightings of the McLaren, the Zenith Esports McLaren, just running off the back of this battle for 9th place.
Yep, and well, 4-car battle is going on. Of course, Zenith Esports, we talk about the dominance of the Aston Martin and the Mercedes, but they're up there, only, 8 points off the championship lead. Yet to take a victory, but 2 podiums for them, and, well, a very consistent run. Unfortunately, not looking overly strong in the early stages of this race. Of course, at best looking at 9th place, currently 12th, but still plenty of racing to see them make some progress forward. It's the Impulse car that heads the train from Sable 07, and then, of course, that Zenith car at the back. But yeah, nice to see the McLaren, because personally I think it's one of the better looking GT4 machines, and well, it definitely does catch your eye, and well, thankfully the Zenith car doing it justice in terms of some decent pace and, well, scoring the points so far this season as well.
It's no 12C GT3, I've got to say, but it is...
Do you like that look?
Oh yeah, oh, of course. I know that some people want it axed entirely from GT3 competition, but I love seeing the McLaren out there again sometimes when we don't get it in this series, but thinking of special events and so on, when we sometimes see the McLaren. We don't get to see the fire-breathing McLaren very often anymore, so yeah, it's not quite to that level, but it is decent, and it's getting quite some shelter as well in terms of slipstream from these Mercedes, which is a noticeably sort of bulkier machine, if you like.
Yeah, the McLaren quite low down, quite sleek. I mean, the Mercedes GT4, definitely not as wide and as bulky as the GT3 counterpart, which I suppose you would expect, but sort of relatively anyway. Here is, of course, closing the gap very, very nicely, running very close to each other. Of course, Damascus Torres on the back of the 07 car, but yeah, it's always dangerous running really close to the rear end of another car like that, but you've got to maximise your slipstream, but you do put a lot of trust in that car in front when you're in a train like this, trying to stay nose to tail for the entire lap of the Nords, and you are basically hoping that none of the 3 cars in front of you make a mistake, because if they do, you've got no chance. Yeah,
you certainly don't. So battle for 9th will continue on in GT4. There's Zenith just getting up the slipstream and just getting into the heads maybe of those ahead of them. Still a group of 4 at the front. Adam Isaacson leading the way even still, but we're about to embark on lap 7 for these guys. The GT4s are about to complete the 6th lap, but more pressingly, it's the GT3s now on lap 7. So Renat Alvar leading them around for BS competition. He's beginning to pull out that margin to Simify. 0.3 of a second quicker on that last lap. He was a bit slower than Williams Esports and Vasilis Pelletsiotis on that last lap, but that's the only driver he was slower than. He'll be leading the entire GT3 field onto pit lane, I would imagine, here very shortly. And then we'll see the penalties applied. Only one of them will really affect this front group. Drago Racing will be 20 seconds further back from the lead than they are right now.
Yeah, that's going to be a big deficit to close up in what has been such a close and competitive initial stint amongst the GT3s. The pace differential not much more really than, 1.3. Not even, yeah, 0.3 of a second between BS Plus and Drago Racing on that last lap. So 20 seconds is a huge chunk of time to go and close, particularly when there's not a high volume of laps as well. I mean, at the Red Bull Ring, if you have a 0.3 advantage per lap, then you're going to be happy days. You can churn in so many laps and go and get it. Here at the Nords, of course, 0.3 over 8 minutes isn't actually that great of a return on your investment for pushing hard. So Drago have definitely got an uphill battle to climb in the near future, but nothing is impossible, as we touched on with racing, and expect the unexpected. They can very quickly find themselves in contention. The good news for them is that the gaps between the positions that the points are awarded aren't that big. So a 12-point lead is actually fairly sizable. There are only 2-point deficits in between each position before you get to P6. Then it's only single-point deficit. So even if they are able to bag sort of a top 5, top 6, they should still be fairly safe in terms of their championship lead, albeit a slightly hindered run going into Barcelona.
Yeah, we will expect so, but you just never know what can happen around here in terms of an incident, etc. As things stand, everybody's still mathematically involved in the title fight because of the amount of points awarded at Barcelona. It means that still all to play for, really, in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship for 2023-24. Of course, we'll have all 12 hours of that finale live on RaceSpotTV in 4 weeks' time, so hope that you'll join us for that too. But there's still a lot to play out here. And you would say probably still 4 in contention for the race win as things stand. Penalties Racing and Team 75 have fallen away. Nicholas Last and Daniel Sommer are running together right now, but the Porsches don't quite have the speed unless you are Tristan Iglesias, who's got that car in second position at the minute. But this group is slightly diminished compared to what we saw at the start of the race, as you might expect. It is closing up though, because this second group is working together well. It's just 1 second now between Iglesias and Roberto Ferrari, leading the other two in third place.
Yeah, GT3 continuing to impress then, and yeah, they probably will be making their way down pit lane at the end of this lap. It's funny that you say shortly when they were, heading their way into Schradenkreuz and still had a decent chunk of the lap left to go. But yeah, it won't be too much longer, and we probably will be seeing these guys into pit lane, because if they try and go for another lap, they'll probably get about a quarter of their way around. Yeah, they'll have an empty tank and won't be able to make it. If they do, then fair play, but I highly doubt that one in its entirety. So BS Plus competition will lead them through, and then we get to see who saved the most amount of fuel over the course of the first stint.
That will be crucial for the exit of pit lane first time around. It might not matter with Reina Talvar's speed. He's just got the gap out to a second now at the front of GT3, so maybe it will be rendered slightly irrelevant, but I think he'll be in good stead actually. Remember at the start of the race he spent a lot of it in the pack, and these final 2 laps he's been out front on his own. So effectively he's had 5 laps of fuel saving, as you say, and 2 laps of pushing on, which is maybe the best balance to have here. Simi 5 have been pushing on for most of it and are now starting to maybe fuel save, but they're not really close enough to even do that at the moment, so maybe they've lost out quite substantially. BS Competition have arguably got this one down the right way as we go on board with the Porsche, watching as we follow Reina Talvar through the higher speed section of the Nordschleife towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, so satisfying riding on board with these cars, and obviously you can see a couple of them getting a bit of airtime, the wheels momentarily lifting off the ground as the suspension sort of decompresses, and yeah, it's satisfying as a driver to know this, particularly at obviously these guys and their level, with how the car is absolutely dancing its way around the circuit, looking fantastic. And of course the sound of that Porsche as well, that flat 6 4-litre engine, of course rear mounted, sounding amazing as always. One of the best sounding cars, it must be said, is that Porsche. But yeah, at the end of this lap, they'll make their way down pit lane, and yeah, BS Plus competition really leading the way in terms of the strategy. A nice ratio of 5 to 2 really pushed to save, and also the Nürburgring, compared to tracks like Spa and Monza, it's actually fairly easy to sort of keep that fuel consumption low. A lot of undulation that you can lift and coast, and sort of that trade-off of speed of fuel saved versus lap time loss isn't as high at the Nürburgring. So yeah, fairly easy to save some fuel, and well, we'll see who's the best at that in a few moments time as to what the gaps are when they emerge from pit lane.
Palaziotis hasn't done a very good lap, and he's just dropped off the back of Ferrari. Not a good idea to, well, not idea, sorry, not a good moment, I should say, to have that happen to him. He's going to be pushed back on turns by Aaron Vasquez, though, who's going to do him a real favour there. Didn't really need to either, Drago Racing, because they'll have that penalty, of course. So into the pit lane we go. All 5 of them, you would have thought, after 7 laps in the race, 5 hours and 1 minute remaining. We haven't quite made it to the hour. By my calculations at the moment, they'll need a 1 lap splashed and dashed towards the end of the race. Otherwise, this race will be 7 stints, excuse me, not 6. There goes Vasquez into the penalty box. There's a designated area for you to serve your penalties in 24/8 Series Esports competition, and that's exactly where the championship leaders have found themselves now. Everyone pulls into their box then. Reina Talvar first. He'll be passed by Simify and Sabo, as look at the train of them all following in.
Yeah, a very busy pit lane, because of course they pretty much all have to pit on the same lap. A couple of GT4s in as well, all of them up onto the jacks to change tyres and fuel up at the same time. So fresh sets going on to each of the cars. There is the Drago machine now making its way into the pit box 20 seconds back on the rest of the field. Then they'll emerge to kickstart the next hour of racing before they once again head their way in off the jacks, and well, a little bit more fuel to put back into the car. Then they'll be on their way again. A very, very busy pit lane.
Surprised no one's short filling here, actually. And now Talvar goes. He will be first out by some distance. He will have broken the slipstream from Iglesias, who's next. Then Belaziotis, then Ferrari, who will be fourth. Then Maniti, Nicholas Last will get out into fifth position. Out onto the... actually, it's Tim Matska. Driver change already. That's a surprise. Daniel Sommer will be sixth position, ahead of his teammate Marvin Strell. Where is Drago Racing going to be? Obsidian are next. Busquets in eighth place, ahead of Nicholas Laubish, who's up to ninth for Falcon Sim Racing after qualifying a long way down. Door Esports at 10th, followed by Jansen Kowski of Team Huisingveld. Then it's Movano Corsa, then it's Drago Racing, who are 13th position in the field.
Yeah, a huge deficit. I mean, as we sort of were expecting, obviously, as I believe that's the WSI Esports butt kicker as well. Another team, the number 16, that got served with a penalty during qualifying. Lucas Prada at the wheel now emerges in 15th in class. And yeah, Drago, they've got a lot of not only track position to climb, but also just sheer delta time to close on the leaders. And at the moment, 13th place is only going to be rewarding a couple of points, only 3 points for finishing in that position. And that is not going to be too great when the championship rivals, of course, of Simufy are up there in P2 fighting for the lead.
And look at this as well. The 992 leader is ahead of Aaron Vasquez. So the 992 cars are so good on fuel these days, and they're so quick as well. It means that Vasquez not only is down the field and having to overtake GT3s, he's got to make a legitimate overtake on a Porsche Cup car, which is keeping speed at the moment with the 12th placed Movano Corsa GT, currently driven by Sam Michaels.
I mean, yeah, I mean, they're not overly different. The crossover between GT3 to 992 isn't necessarily massive. I suppose that's part of the reason why the 992s leave such a big gap to the GT3s with over a minute, just to sort of not allow any early lap mix-ups with slow GT3s and fast 992s as such. But it is going to be difficult because it's not like a GT3 sort of lapping a TCR and there's a huge differential in pace. It is going to be quite difficult to find a way past, unless of course this Share Esports machine sort of allows him free passage. But you can see actually for the best part of the GP loop, staying very, very close to the rear end of that Mercedes.
Is that going to allow Autos Esports to catch up? Well, Simona Maria Marciano is behind the Impulse car, probably experiencing a similar phenomenon at the moment, so wouldn't have really gained any time anyway. But just look at how quick the Porsche Cup cars these days. I say it every single time I'm on one of these broadcasts, but my goodness, it is surprising sometimes to see. 8:25.7 is their best lap so far. That is only 9/10 of a second off the best lap of Rainer Talvar. Unbelievable speed shown by especially Share Esport so far today, and Luca Alpert, who is at the head of the field. It's worth remembering that the 992s start this race quite a few seconds behind the GT3s, so we don't get this at the start of the race. There's no crossover there, but when there's pit stops, all of a sudden the lack of difference between these two classes is writ large for everyone to see.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like I touched on with that minute differential between last in GT3s and pole in the 992s, it just stops that early lap carnage. But, of course, actually going for a legitimate overtake on this run towards Schwedenkreuz and then into the braking zone, and actually found its way through. And it was more beneficial for the Mercedes to let off, as is the fact that, as you say, less than a second between the fastest laps between the two classes. I don't know if that speaks more about the 992s or Scherer.
Marciano might have a similar thing here as well. I think he's very close to the back of Impulse, so he might just be pushing him actually along the back straight. Well, it's not back straight, is it? It's just a long flat. It's not even straight. It's just a long flat out section through from Flugplatz to Schwedenkreuz. This is GT4. We haven't seen a lot of battling going on down here, but we should see it now because there are pit stops coming. If you can get ahead, you'll get the track position and an ever so small advantage going into the pit stops for the first time. I don't believe any of these four have penalties to serve. We'll just check that one, but I believe all of them are okay for penalties in GT4. So we will see a straight fight between them, although there have been some other penalties to tell you about in a few moments' time down in that class. Grid and Go get the four of them down pit lane, and here we go with an hour and 5 gone. It's time for GT4 to repeat what GT3 just went through. In fact, X-Rated do have to pull off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, and, well, all of them up onto the Jackson. Well, they'll be running their way down pit lane once, well, for the first time this race, of course, all of them in 7 lap stints, similar to the GT3s, of course, a little bit longer on into the race. But then, of course, Grid and Go making up some good time. Of course, that pole position earlier. Staying with the lead fight, and now the crucial part of the race, which is making sure you keep this pit lane time down as little as possible. Unfortunate, of course, for those that did have to serve some penalties in GT4 07 Raw Esports. Well, 07 had to start last this race. Raw Esports got 20 seconds, plus all the ones that have happened since the race has begun. But yeah, GT4, their pit stops firmly underway, and well, still some of them straggling their way down pit lane as well.
Need to correct myself. The 413 is just pulling into its pit box at the start of pit lane. Sorry, the end of pit lane there. Its sort of pit service area is directly where the penalties would be served, which is what stumped me there slightly. But they are not serving a penalty. Here we go down the exit of pit lane. Then Grid and Go should make their way out first. Then it will be X-Racer in second position. Geeks Energy up to third. Where are SimRC? Fourth position for SimRC, and Karim Havertz has lost a lot of time. 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds off the back of Geeks Energy there. A good stop from Grid and Go to give them nearly a 2-second lead ahead of a pairing fighting for second, and Havertz has lost out massively there.
Yeah, huge stuff. Then, of course, for Steen Leisure to regain that track position. Back to, of course, the GT3s. Of course, you've got Simify Esports Tristan Iglesias ahead of Williams and Sable. Of course, slightly slower pit stop for Simify has sort of reeled them into the back of the the rest of the GT3 contingent. There's the Wave Italy Mercedes as well. So an overlap between the classes and a lot at stake for these GT3s, as none of them really want to spend too many corners behind some traffic.
No. Certainly not, and that's going to start to be a factor in this race. Where are the TCRs in relation to these guys? Well, they're still a minute away from being lapped, actually. Here they are, coming down towards the end of the lap. GT3 not even that close to them at the moment. Maybe they'll catch them in the right region so that the TCRs are actually in the pit lane when they're being lapped for the first time. That might be ideal for the GT3s. They'll have to work their way through GT4s on track, though, because they pit very similarly to those two classes. Now, in 992, we should see some pit stops again here very shortly. That will help the GT3s more than anybody, because they've been hounding them for the most part. There's a new penalty, by the way, coming in for one of the 992s. The 914 has been given 5 seconds for not leaving room for car 921. That was Simify not leaving room for Olympus out of the mud curve. That's what we saw with Thomas Cope scraping down the wall, and David Boschko has been given a 5-second penalty for it. Yeah,
I mean, of course, I can see why. I mean, it's not necessarily a huge penalty, particularly a 6-hour race at the Nords. I mean, it's not going to be drastic to them, but I mean, you could argue Thomas Cope shouldn't have put his nose there. You can definitely argue that he should have been left space because he was alongside. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been contact. So, of course, the stewards deciding to go the way of Olympus in the right and slapping the rest of Simify Esports on that one. On board with Roberto Ferrari, the Sable Esports, trying to get himself onto the podium. There's Williams as well on the back of Simify, as all of them as a group trying to bump draft each other back onto the back of Reina Talva, who had a sensational pit stop, and spending 5 laps of the stint behind Iglesias has really paid off. But for how much longer is this contingent, well, works together for the time being just to get back into slipstream range?
Yeah, Talvars was the shortest lane time of all of the 4 of them. Tim Matska was a little bit quicker on pit lane, but that is about it. Very short stop from Jan Sinkowski as well. Good work from them, but other than that, it's been all very close. Baron Vasquez has made his first overtake in his quest to get back to the front of the field again. He's passed Samuel Michaels now of Movano Corsa. They're still a good second and a bit behind Luca Alpert, actually, but now it's not time for 992 pit stops. Not many of the front contenders will have penalties. None of the top 4 will, in fact, and Share Esport come in with quite a natural advantage anyway, thanks to the work of Luca Alpert in the last hour and 9 minutes.
Yeah, running really, really well. I mean, that 992 lead wasn't really ever contended. Alta's come in as well. Of course, championship leaders in the 992 class by 6 points and 8 ahead of Scherer. So not much difference going to be changed in the fight for the championship on this run in. Of course, there you can see the Williams Academy car as well coming in, Marta Kanan for them. And, well, they'll be in, out and ready to go again. Another hour and 10 minutes stint probably. But Luca Alpa, that dominance in the early phase in the 992s was staggering. I mean, his pace being less than a second off the GT3 leader was very, very impressive. There he is, in, out, and off he goes for another stint.
Are we going to see any driver changes down here, I wonder? Not too many, I wouldn't suggest. We didn't see very many in GT3, actually. Tim Matsker in for Nicholas Last in the 5th placed Maniti Racing car. But trying to look through for any others. Struggling to find them, to be honest. There really isn't very many. It's pretty frowned upon actually in endurance racing to get out the car after just 1 hour. Normally expected to do a little bit more than that over the course of one stint, which is fair enough, I suppose. It's not too much of a stretch to ask for a couple of hours from somebody, especially at this level. So it's interesting that they've decided to get Matsker in the car so early for Maniti Racing. Mainly interesting because it's so different to the rest of the field, but maybe that's what they're going to do throughout the race. It doesn't cost you any time, so I guess there's no real reason why you wouldn't. It's just not the done thing.
No, it is, yeah, not overly common that you see just sort of one stint sort of driver stints as such, but obviously there are other circumstances. What's happened to the Zenith Esports McLaren, representing of course one of the only non-Aston or Mercedes cars and running really nicely P2 in the championship, but yeah, a small spin. Again, just too much speed, a lot of the rears, the rear end loop round, and there's not really much you can do. Not a huge drama, but yeah, definitely not helping the rear tyres by any means.
No. So 1.7 seconds the gap between Reina Talvar and Tristan Iglesias. You wonder what's going to happen in this second group now. 3 different manufacturers trying to chase down the BS competition BMW at the front of the field. There is a BMW involved here as well in the chase. It's Roberto Ferrari at the back of the train, but we saw very clearly, I think, on the Judson Hill last time what they were going to do about that race lead for Reina Talvar. Push Tristan Iglesias as much as possible and try and use that speed, but they've lost another half a second since then. It's all well and good bump drafting one another in the straights, but if you're not as quick as Talvar through the corners, then it's almost no use.
Yeah, it's just almost sort of plateauing the gap and keeping it exactly the same. So they need to sort of, as a group, be a little bit quicker through the infield. And of course, Talvar, that's where he has the advantage because he's not worrying about tripping over anyone. He's got clear air. He's not looking in his mirrors to make sure he's not getting rear-ended. He's not focusing on braking a bit earlier as to not rear-end the car in front. He's just got himself and some nice clear track ahead of him to do exactly what he does best and run the car as best as possible. So that's going to be difficult for him to pick his way through, and we're getting told we've got some issues for Altus Esports to disconnect.
Oh, big drama in 992. The championship leaders, the second championship leaders to have issues today. We're only an hour and 15 in. Altus Esports have internet problems for Simone and Maria Marcheno, and so they've disconnected, and Carlos Fenollosa gets at the wheel of that car, down to 11th position, pretty much at the back of the 992 field, apart from the only car out of the race so far today. What a disappointment for the championship leaders, Altus Esports, and all of a sudden they've got a huge job on their hands to even retain their championship lead. They'll be very thankful that Valkyrie aren't winning, but they are a lot of positions ahead of them. What a road to recovery it's going to be for the championship leaders now.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very tough ask for them, and effectively they lose that lap that they started. They return to pit lane and have to go again, so a huge time loss. Not only the intermission between getting a new driver in, getting the car back out, but also then getting themselves back out to the same point they were on, and then making up that lost time. The gap between themselves and Scherer, who are looking on course to win this race, is 12 points. For that to be negated, or at the very least keep the... Oh, there's the Hydro Race geodesic car as well in the 992. Bit of a spin on the exit. Peculiar way to lose the car, it must be said. But at minimum, Altus need to finish P8 just to tie for the championship lead going into the final round.
We'll get to that maths a little bit later on. seeing if I can leave it to David and Lorenzo, to be honest.
That's their problem. It's not ours, will it?
Not really, I'm joking. But
no, you're not.
We'll see. Geodesic are in 9th as a result of that spin, by the way. Moritz Weinrich had a penalty to serve throughout as well, don't forget. That was a long time ago now, so just remind you of it, 20 seconds for impeding car 979 on their lap through the Grand Prix tracker. That's Harvu. You've got to be mindful with the qualifying format that we had earlier on today that you've got to stay out of the way of those who are on laps when you're warming up through the Grand Prix tracker. And I know that warming up is a big part of getting a lap right in iRacing, so you've got to be mindful of those behind you while you're doing that. Had word through from Maniti that Nicholas Last had technical problems during his stint, which is why they changed driver to Tim Matska immediately after just 1 hour. I guess that explains it, I suppose. The question now being, what is Nicholas Last going to be able to contribute for the remainder of the day? How serious are those problems?
Yeah, and of course I mean, it all depends on what contingency plans teams have got in place for issues like this, because, you know, you're online, you're at the sort of the mercy of your hardware, your internet. You know, the weather outside can also sort of play a factor in that, and you are a passenger to it. You never know when issues are going to strike. That's getting very close for comfort between this train of GT3s and that Mercedes GT4. But yeah, hopefully the issues are sorted. But how much can you trust it? Do you put him back in the car and hope, or do you hope that another member of the team is ready to sort of fill that spot? Or can his teammates that are already a part of this race, are they able, have they got the availability to stay here for longer? Are they able to pick up the slack? They're all things that have to be taken into account, and just goes to show that all the planning and preparation you can do before a race, well, how much of that is actually meaningful by the time you actually get into the nitty-gritty of the mid-race and all the issues that can be a part of it.
It's TCR traffic time, by the way. The leaders are not too far ahead of the GT3 leaders. The lights are flashing now. Is Belaziotis saying, let me have a go at front of the field here, because Tristan Iglesias is losing time. Another second has been bled on this lap now. It's 2.5 for Reina Talvar, and they have some urgency in this second group. Now it's going to be up to Iglesias to do the pushing and Belaziotis to do the catching at the front of the group. This might be a smart call, because it's not clearly been working with Iglesias leading the group.
Yeah, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. The Porsche has never been strong on straight line speed, and well, maybe the BMW is going to get himself ahead, and Tristan Iglesias will be the one that tags along with the slipstream, while the Mercedes and BMW do the brute force, looking to the inside, but Iglesias not really having much of it, just cuts off and takes the corner away. So Williams Esports now will lead the charge. Of course, the reigning champions, the reigning winners of this race, definitely have got the pace. The most important thing though is, well, have they got both the straight line speed and then the corner speed to close what is now a 2.5 second lead held by BS Plus Competition?
I thought that Iglesias was going to let Ferrari down the inside there, actually, but he seemed to be braking a bit early to me, but maybe he wasn't. He's hung on to 3rd place, but the important part, Belaziotis up to 2nd. How are the GT4s getting on after their pit stops? Well, they're a lot more spread out than they were previously. 3 seconds is the advantage held by Steam Ledger now for Grid and Go. So after that pit stop, they've been able to extend the margin as well. It's not all been about the lane time for them, it's been about track time as well, and X-Rater and Geeks Energy are going to try and get their way back on terms. The real puzzling thing for me is how SimRC had such a long stop. They were 4 seconds longer in the lane than Grid and Go that time.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe those ahead of them sort of short field as such, and SimRC taking the tank to full, or they just used a little bit more of the tank over the course of that lap, and well, they were able to, the top lot were able to save that much more time in the pit lane. However, 4 seconds is a staggering amount of time to save. So whatever issues sort of played SimRC will, of course, have to find out. The 476 settling himself back into P4, albeit 2.5 seconds off the back of the, of P3, who themselves a half second off the X-Racer car, who themselves, and then 3 seconds off the race leader of Steen Ledger, who's driven the opening part of this stint very, very nicely since, making up so much time in the pit lane.
While we watch the battle for 8th place in GT4, I'll update you on what else has been going on in the stewards room, because they've gone through all of the incidents now that have needed looking at, and there hasn't been a report now for 33 minutes, touch wood, so that's good news for everybody. Wonder what you'll make of this. A warning was given to the 111 Obsidian car for supposed dangerous driving, for making contact with the Team Huisingveld TCR through Klostertal, which is a high-speed corner, and making the car unstable. Now, nothing came of that. It's just a warning, because I guess it was innocuous contact. However, there was proper contact on the way towards the muck curve, as we saw, and that resulted in disastrous consequences for Huisingveld, who, by the way, are back out there on the circuit again, albeit 2 laps down at least, maybe 3, on their class leaders, and only 8th position in the TCR field. Now, despite the warning only 9 minutes previous for Obsidian, it's a no further action that has been given for their contact on the way towards the muck curve, because the initial contact was caused by netcode. I'm pretty sure I know what Team Huisingveld are going to make of that in terms of their reaction to the ruling, but it's an interesting one, because in some ways there is not a lot you can do about any contact in that way. How do you punish it as a stewards group is pretty difficult.
Well, you can't as such. That's the difficult thing, because you give the team that caused the contact with netcode a penalty, and they're going to be like, well, hang on, we didn't actually touch them, and then you don't, and then the team that were sort of contacted are going to kick off as well. That's the unfortunate thing about being a steward, is that no one is going to be happy. But also in the form of sort of Team Huisingveld, I mean, their race was damaged by the crash. What good is going to come from for them, obviously, seeing the other team of Obsidian get a penalty? It's not going to necessarily undo what was done. For Team Huisingveld, all they've got to do is get back out on track and score as many points as possible. I mean, yeah, it's, I suppose, nice to see justice being done, but there's no point beating yourselves up about the other team not getting a penalty, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really make much difference to you.
That is true in a logical sense, but as you say, it's about justice being served. I think it will be for them, and after all, I'd imagine they would have been the ones to protest it, but anyway, that's doesn't matter now, because there's no penalty awarded as a result anyway. So that's been dealt with there. As I say, Huisingveld now down in 8th position with Impulse leading the race. That would lose them 12 points, which is double their advantage that they currently hold. That's not good news at all for Team Huisingveld as they try and win the TCR title. It's already been a very dramatic day. We're less than a quarter of the way through the race, and we've already seen 2 of the 4 championship leaders. You could argue 3 of the 4 championship leaders have problems so far today. Only in GT4 have we not necessarily had that. SimRC, I know, lost a bit of time in the pit stop, but that's not really what we're talking about. Drago Racing in GT3 have had 20 seconds worth of a time penalty for a qualifying infringement. In 992, Ultras Esports have had a disconnection. Carlos Fenioso has had to save Simona Maria Marciano and get into that car. And in TCR, Team Huisingveld have had a huge crash, which has lost them laps in the race. It's already been very, very dramatic, and not an ideal race at all for championship leaders in any of the classes.
Yeah, and that's what goes to what we were talking about. That's very busy with the overlap of that's the fight for the lead actually in the touring cars, Impulse, Entropy, and then of course the Carlisle car behind, lapping with this train here in GT3, now 3.5 seconds back on BS Plus. Not helped, of course, by this traffic, but of course the BMW would have also had to find a way through. That's getting very nip and tuck. The BMW trying to capitalise on it, potentially the Sabot car running uphill through the right-hander, not quite close enough to launch a move on Tristan Iglesias. So having to stay behind for now is Roberto Ferrari. But, well, that traffic not doing this train any good. However, Williams Esports been able to bridge about half a second gap ahead as they run their way through YouTube corner and then towards the rest of the lap there. That is a big gap for Williams to have opened up versus the other two. Doesn't really matter, though, because as a 3, they weren't able to close. I doubt Williams' solo is going to be able to do much more without the extra baggage of the other 2 cars.
Well, I suppose you never know. We'll find out now, I would imagine, because that gap is sufficient for there to be a proper gap forming now. But it's true, Reiner Talbot has only been pulling out that margin, whether they've been in traffic or not. I think the traffic has helped him slightly, and maybe he'll come across a lap in these GT4s, which is coming up very soon, where it all goes a little bit wrong for him. However, so far it's been good for Talvar. They've got about 45 further seconds to catch before they're on the back of the GT4s. As I mentioned, they're on pretty much the same pit stop cycle, so 4 laps to go for the GT3s at the line in their pit stops. They're about halfway through the stint, or they will be about halfway through their stints. The GT4's the same, although of course it takes them a little bit longer to make their way around. Should be just 5 stops today for them. Could need a 6th one in GT3. We'll wait and see on that front. Now then, what does Roberto Ferrari do here? Does he try and get in front of Iglesias, or does he try and push him back on terms? I think that might be our answer. Ferrari is going to be right up the back of the Porsche as we get a side-on shot with them down the hill here. I think it's a bit of a forlorn hope, though, really, to push Iglesias back into the slipstream of the Williams. It's quite a long way ahead right now.
Yeah, I mean, of the 2, I would probably back Sable as being the quicker car at the moment. Back to the fight for the lead in the touring cars. You can see Impulse, Entropy, Carla, no change all race long, and they've been nose to tail for the majority of it. That's going to get close with the Porsche coming through Tiergarten, but yeah, no harm done there. They've all been 1, 2, 3 for, well, the last hour and a half, and no changes has been done, so I don't think they're too willing to really make much inroads on each other as such. Maybe waiting for their first pit stops, because, well, we get to see them in touring cars.
We are, and I'd imagine this would be the final lap with them, especially for those who need to serve a penalty, because it's worth remembering, if these guys go on for 2 more laps, as they might be able to with fuel, they're going to infringe that rule that you mentioned earlier on, Zach, that you've got to serve penalties within a set amount of time. That rule only really affects the TCRs, because they're the only ones who can go anywhere near 100 minutes on fuel.
Yeah, so of course 100 minutes, hour and 40, that means they've got 13 minutes to, well, serve their penalties as such. Otherwise they're probably going to get a bigger one, I'd assume, for not doing it. Is it? Oh, that's so. So of course for touring cars at the moment, you had the MA70 and RD Sim Sport both had 20 seconds go their way. No new ones, I don't think, for the touring cars, unless there's a couple of 5-second penalties here or there. But yeah, if they don't, which I'm sure they won't, because I doubt they're going to be able to go for 2 extra laps after already running for nearly an hour and a half. But yeah, if they were, then well, they're definitely asking for some trouble. But yeah, this will probably be the last lap. They'll find their way in and go again. It's remarkable how long the touring cars can go, actually.
It is really, but they're not necessarily initially designed for races of this length, I suppose, but maybe that makes it even more surprising. But there you go, that's the way it's been for a very long time in this class. That, I think, is still the rule. It certainly used to be where after the certain amount of time, which does seem to change, it certainly in real life used to be 2 hours 7 or 8 years ago that you used to get for a penalty, although that's in real life, where the cars can generally go a little bit further on their stints, and 2 hours certainly used to be a driver stint length as well in 24H series competition in the real world. Remember one race, I think it was Mugello, a very long time ago. It was the only endurance race actually that the Renault RS01 won. I don't know if you remember that car, Zach, the GT3 that they made. But it won one endurance race. It was in, I think, one endurance race in the 24H series competition. They got a penalty fairly late on in the race, but it was with more than 2 hours to go. But they had such a lead that they decided, well, we're not going to bother serving the penalty, we'll just have it doubled and then added to our race time at the end of the day. That was the case back then. Whether it still is now, we may well not find out, because hopefully everybody serves their penalty within the right amount of time. I'll just have a flick through as to whether they've all been served so far. It doesn't quite look like it, although that is only for a couple of the TCRs where it hasn't been served just as of yet. which is to be expected, so nothing too unusual about that. On board with Alberto Ferrari then, nearly 5 seconds behind Reina Talbot now, stuck behind Tristan Iglesias in some ways because Penalties is making a bit of an impression on Reina Talbot's gap on his own.
Well, not by much. I mean, it's ebbed and flowed by a couple of tenths or so, but I think for the most part, has stayed the same. So Roberto Ferrari, of course, wants to be a part of that. And as I say, I would back this car being slightly quicker than Tristan Iglesias at the moment on raw pace, because it definitely has seemed that Sable has sort of a number of times backed off as to stay behind rather than going for the move to lose more time. But it depends how much time is he losing behind this Porsche versus how much time can he gain by going for that move and maybe getting back onto the back of that Williams Esports GT car. Because remember, early doors, it was the Simify and BS Plus competition that controlled the race, and then it was these two cars that led the train to catch back up onto them. So Roberto Ferrari, of course, by no means a slow driver, and well, it'd be interesting to see what he could do in clear air, but at the end of the day, it's down to him as to decide what he wants to do in this particular sort of quote-unquote battle with the Porsche.
Yeah, I think it is significant that Penalties is beginning to bring that gap down. I know it's not by much, as you say, but it's gone from losing time to Talbot to not only not losing it anymore, but actually turning the tide the other way as well. So I think that's an impressive moment for Penalties, and if he can have a good run through the GT4s here, then he'll be there very shortly. 3.5 seconds is now the gap at the front of that class, but it's the back which we're going to be seeing a lot more of in the near future. Racer Esports team are 13th. They're the ones we're going to be across first, unless we've already been past them, in which case it will be the battle between Zenith and Sable Esports for 11th place. Remember a battle for 8th or 9th earlier on involving WSR Esports and Impulse and all of those guys. It's been split apart really into a couple of pairs, with Alessio Bernardini for 07 in the 10th place on his own very much. So that's not really a train to negotiate anymore. These GT3s are going to be thankful for that. In normal 24H Series esports racing, you see a big group of traffic to go through for the first time for GT3s, but since they're only coming through the traffic for the first time an hour and a half into the race, they're nowhere near as packed together as they are on every other circuit we go to.
Yeah, I suppose that is one of the good things of going to the Nordschleife. Oh, wow!
Oh dear, Obsidian and Team 75 into the wall. It's been side by side into the mud curve by the looks of things, and the two of them are not really sure what to do here. Do I reverse and get out the way, or what here? Team 75 are very much stuck in the grass and can't really go anywhere until Obsidian move, but there's no real opportunity for them to do so. Now finally they can reverse, and Team 75 get on their way as well. But that's a dramatic moment for Busquets and Daniel Sommer, who qualified on pole for this race. They're now down in 13th and 14th with damage.
Yeah, that is huge. Of course, we'll have to take another look just to really dissect what happened there. But yeah, it's not ideal. Let's take a look. Inside line for the Obsidian car, running wide, turning in, and a tap in tandem into the barrier, and then pit manoeuvred sideways was the Obsidian car. Busquets, don't really know how to make that. To me, it looked like the Obsidian car was more than enough alongside.
I think it was just a racing incident for me. That's just a bit of contact mid-corner, and that is all you can really say about it. I think it's the first time in 45 minutes that the race control have had to issue any penalties or even look at anything. That's what they're about to do right now. But I think the moral of the story there is probably don't go side by side through the muck curve with over 4 hours to go. Here's the other Obsidian car with its second crash of the day. Daniel Herrera with a big hit on the way towards the Hudson back.
Wow, yeah, huge shunt, and, well, not great for the 111. Two fairly sizable incidents in the, well, first stint for the touring cars, of course. Not ideal for them at all. And, well, again, easy mistake to make, particularly, again, the demands of the Nordschleife with the not great drivability of the GTRs. Of course, they've never really been my favourite to drive, purely because of all the understeer, but these guys obviously know how to get that rotation at the front and of course the rear end, and very easy once they have gone to lose them entirely, particularly with the demands, as I say, of the Nürburgring. Back to this battle though, well, we say it's really been quite stagnant for quite a while, but you can see all four leaders in the same shot, covered now by 2.1 seconds, BS Plus and Williams.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Penalties has brought this gap back down significantly. We really do have a race on here. at the Nürburgring. Iglesias is getting pushed back on turns by Ferrari as well, who was thinking about a move on the way towards the Tiergarten as well. But look at this. Iglesias is right there now in the slipstream again of the Williams eSports car, and that's going to delight Simify eSports. A bit of a mind blank there. As the top four get together over the start-finish line, they go again to start lap 12. 3 to go in their stint here, so still quite some way, but I'm still pretty confident here, Zach, that they're going to need a splash and dash at some point throughout the day, because 3 laps is going to equal not 26 minutes, which is what we've got to the top of the hour's contact. Luca Bunch goes around in contact with the championship leader. Drago Racing are up to 8th, but at what cost here?
Oh, that was also very close on the region. I'm sure he had that under control. But yeah, Dora Esports not going to be happy with that at all. And maybe then another penalty going to go the way of Drago Racing. Of course, whoever is deemed at fault for that one side by side at that part of the track never usually works. But if there was contact and it is deemed to be the fault of Drago Racing, that's going to be another setback. Let's take a look.
Luca Bunch looking to the outside. So it's actually Bunch trying to make his way back through again. He's on the outside. That's weird contact, isn't it, really? Not really sure anyone's at fault for that, to be honest.
No, just again, I think similar to the incident that we saw between Obsidian and Team 75, just a miscommunication more than anything. I think the Drago car was more than right to take the track and get ahead, because he was ahead on the Dora Esports car, probably not expecting to see the rear end that quickly. Probably could have done with maybe lifting off just to sort of increase that gap and decrease the chance of contact, but not really much more either car could have done to avoid it. And again, just one of those unfortunate incidents, and in fact, not the type of contact I was expecting. It was probably the most anticlimactic form, sort of, as far as contact goes, as in comes the touring cars to the pit lane.
Yeah, so they'll be within the 100 minutes to serve penalties anyway because of their fuel. Now, driver changes after one stint here, a little bit more common. Martin Sirotek gets in for Entropic. Martin Aschert for Impulse Racing. At Carla, I've got Dominic Geisler in still, so he's going to be doing the first half of the race at least. But it's about those three as far as the race leading battle is concerned. A lot of fuel to put on board here, of course. Not worth changing all of the tyres when the front wheels are very much doing the most of the work in these touring cars. Still stationary down on pit lane, an empty pit lane, which is the advantage that they get compared to a lot of the other teams. Carla go first. Wow, Impulse Racing, after leading around for so long, have been jumped here by Entropic and Carla. It's the green and white of Carla who exit first. They've got to be careful on that white line, which they seem to have crossed there on the way down towards turn 1, but they're in the lead of the race.
Yeah, well, patience definitely paid off for them. They were sat at the back of that 3-car train for the majority, well, the entirety of that first stint, and it's paid off. Saving that fuel has given them just enough of an advantage that they've been able to take the lead, and it just shows as well, because obviously Entropic P2 in that train got a healthy balance of fuel saving, and then of course Impulse at the front taking the full brunt, down in P3 a decent way off. There is Daniel Summer, the Team 75 by SimRC in the pit lane, suffering some damage with that contact with Obsidian a couple of moments ago. Yeah, not great for them by any means. There's the Dora Esports Mercedes back out on track trying to chase after of course the Impulse Racing 57 machine. That's for P11 in class, and well, a lot definitely has kicked off after what was about 36 minutes of calm, and well, the last 10 minutes definitely have, well, a couple of incidents and change for the lead in touring cars.
As far as race control and the stewards are concerned, it was 45 minutes without incidents, and now there's 3 piled up for them to go and have a look at. Sommer into the pit lane, as you say, interestingly, without Obsidian, so only one of those cars with enough damage to warrant an early pit stop. That's certainly going to make them do 7 today, unfortunately, for Team 75. That is too many, arguably, for a GT3 in this race, and a real turn of fortune for the pole sitters in today's race. On board then with Roberto Ferrari again as the 3 for second place, back together all over again. It's the run through GT4 traffic out on the Nordschleife. I know they're not very packed up anymore, but it means there's plenty of laps without any clear running, really, as they're chasing Reina Tauval for the race lead.
Yeah, that gap still 2 and a bit seconds. It's sort of fluctuating between sort of the low 2s and the mid 2-second range between Reina Talva and Velicios Baleziotis, both in the BS Plus and the Williams in P2 still. And then Simufy is, well, actually quite close on the rear end of Williams. So the decision of Roberto Ferrari to stay off the back of Iglesias and not go for the move, paying off at the moment as they're back into slipstream range of the Williams, and as a collective able to close that gap. Of course, it's a long-term sort of gain for them. They're not going to be able to gain that 2 seconds in just a few minutes. It is going to be probably a stint-wide or a stint-long journey for them to maybe get onto the back of Reina Talva, but of course this stint definitely is raring thin. There's the Zenith Esports McLaren and Roberto Ferrari getting very close for comfort going into that fast left-hander, obviously able to keep it under wraps, but yeah, very, very close as the GT3s lap the GT4s.
And now Sabo as well, having to be negotiated. Iglesias just had to slow down through Klostertal there, and it's close again into the hairpin before the Carousel 2. That was all very tense, but it's necessary. Now 13 seconds up to catch the next car in line. Alessio Bernardini, 07 Racing GT4. So these guys will have a little while yet before their next negotiations through traffic. But yeah, what a remarkable moment there for those three. 2.5 seconds still the lead for Reina Talva in the BS competition car, trying to put some pressure on Drago Racing. BS competition started the day 17 points behind the championship leaders. They're the only other team other than Drago Racing to have won a race yet this season. Are we only going to see 2 race winners in 5 races? That seems pretty unusual considering the closeness of this season, but it's worth remembering that Drago Racing didn't score any points at Sebring, hence why the fact they've won 3 races is not giving them a big championship lead.
Yeah, exactly. Sebring was a huge hit both for them and for Simufy. That could have been a golden opportunity to gain some points back, but alas it wasn't. Fight for P5 in GT4s. Here's the X-Racing machine trying to move their way past and up into the top 5 in class, looking very close in order to go and maybe seal the deal on that one. But we will see. Of course, this is the battle. That's the Geeks Energy Felicity Ford car, of course, just ahead. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. That's the Movano Corsa car just ahead. Simone Passioni ahead of this X-Race car, the Ford 12, the fight for P5. Very, very close, sort of settled into their own region of land, though, because they've got a good 10 seconds ahead, 11 seconds ahead, and 6 seconds behind. So just 2 drivers in no man's land.
Are they going to push one another? No, they will actually go for a bit of a battle here, side by side, as Escalainen tries to find his way past Simone Passioni. It's very interesting that 2 of the major teams in this championship have decided to change livery before the same round, and they've gone for a very similar livery as well, because we were talking about Williams going for a dark blue earlier on. Movano have been around for ages in iRacing. I don't remember them ever going for a colour other than red, actually. They've gone for sort of blue and white, and a very similar dark blue to to Williams, excuse me. They're not going to be misidentified as one another, I suppose, because they are different enough in their liveries, but nevertheless it's quite bizarre that blue has become so popular. There was a time in sim racing that everyone was in a red livery. Wonder whether we're entering a bit of an era of blue liveries in sim racing, as a couple of major teams have gone for that in the last few months. We'll be seeing the GT3 leaders pass those guys very shortly as Baleziotis brings the gap down. Roberto Ferrari is not going to pass up this opportunity, I don't think. Iglesias, it has been slowed up into the Tiergarten there as a result of that, but no, he still can't capitalise in the BMW.
Well, can't or won't, again is the question. Does he really want to go for that move? I mean, right now what they've got has been working. For the most part, they were with Williams Esports, and is it worth disrupting what was going on? I mean, BS Plus competition, Reina Talva being closed in. Now that gap, sub 2 seconds. Williams Esports, well, momentarily was anyway, flirting on that region of about 2.1, 1.9 second gap. Williams Esports closing in. I don't know, that was a golden opportunity for Ferrari there. If it had been a bit more aggressive, could well have gotten that move stuck, but for whatever reason, yeah, didn't want to go for it. Not entirely sure, lack of confidence or lack of willpower, maybe doesn't seem to be sort of worth it as such. I mean, if he gets ahead of Iglesias now, it's not exactly like he's going to be directly in the slipstream of Williams, able to save that all-important fuel, because, well, in trains like this, where they're only covered by, you know, 2 and a bit seconds as such, saving fuel is actually more important than the track position itself.
Yeah, maybe. So we'll wait and see. 2 laps to go until we get to pit stop time again. So we'll keep that in mind for the remainder. Where are the next bits of lap traffic going to come from? I ask myself. I reckon it is going to be between those two we were just looking at. Oh no, we're a bit further back than that actually. It's WSR and Impulse who are going to be next on the menu for the GT3s. These two teams haven't been able to leave each other alone so far, and it's a bit of a surprise that they're, you know, such top quality teams fighting for 8th place in GT4. Seems quite low down for teams of this calibre.
Yeah, it does, but, well, this race definitely has been sort of out of the ordinary, to say the least. It's been quite a topsy-turvy one. A couple of teams sort of knocked out of contention, a couple of teams having some issues, but, yeah, certainly strange to say the least, and, well, we'll find out as to the true course of the rest of the side of their races.
Oh, well.
It develops as, oh my goodness me, getting very, very close there. Of course, that's the Tristan Iglesias car up in front,
goodness.
and goodness, they're not leaving anything on the table, are they? They're just getting far too close to the back end of those GT4s.
Well, that was a huge slide for Iglesias as he tried to work his way through it. Oh, and did he just swerve at the Impulse car slightly there? I don't think he's particularly pleased. He shows us the front nose of the car over the rise of the hill at Flugplatz there. But I don't think Iglesias was very impressed with that. Not sure what the GT4 can really do there. 2.5 seconds now, the gap to Bertiotis in a group that they were absolutely together in not so long ago. Meanwhile, this is Federico Ferrer having a bit of a clumsy nose into the wall at the Climb Carousel.
Yep, easily done, and another change of position here in the 992s. That's the Hydro Race geodesic car moving their way alongside and ahead, of course, into Tiergarten, I believe, on one of the Maniti cars going into the final sequence of corners, and does do that quite nicely up into 8th place in class and ahead, yeah, of that 978 Maniti car. So running quite well, the Hydro Race geodesic machine, still firmly inside the top 10, still a long bit of racing to go, and won't be too much longer, probably in the region of about 20 minutes by the time they're making their way down pit lane once again. But yeah, so many twists and turns and storylines really developing, and we're not even 2 hours in.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, look at the lead in 992. I know we've not been focusing on them very much today, but this is the battle for 8th place. They're so far behind Luca Alper and Share Esport already. Minutes behind, in fact. 45 seconds is the advantage that this team hold already in 992. They're becoming the class in World Sim Racing, in Porsche Cup car driving, if you like. Wonder if we can see some of them making charges at a World Championship maybe at some point in the future for Share Esport, because they're not a team that are particularly at the top class in any other car, really, but to beat some of the teams that they did in the DNLS, for example, a class that contains some of the big names of sim racing, some of the biggest names, Redline, Williams, Apex and Coanda were all there. They came out on top ahead of all of them with their 2 cars. They had both cars in championship contention going into the final round. They were able to get in position for a 1-2 finish in the championship at one stage. I don't know if they quite finished like that. I don't think so, but it was a great season from them. They're becoming the class of the field, and they are on course to win today. But judging by this early showing, we shouldn't speak too soon, of course, with over 4 hours to go, and we're not even a third of the way through the race yet, but what a remarkable start for them.
Yeah, it's been really, really strong, and yeah, things can still go wrong. Yeah, we're not saying that it can't, but it is looking on the up. 46 seconds is a good margin to have, good healthy margin. Means that they can maybe afford some spins, or, well, not that obviously they want to, but if they have got one harmless spin, say on the GP loop or whatever, they can afford it, they can get back going again. They've got margin for error. Of course, they can't get complacent. That's going to be their biggest downfall potentially, is complacency. But at the moment, Luca Alpa is driving the wheels off that car. In the GT4s, the fight for P2 rages on. Steen Ledger still holds firm, 4.4 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So again, all leaders in each of the 4 classes looking fairly strong. And right now the X-Race machine, the 413, still on the case of the Geeks Energy Felicity forward car. But again, that's been sort of the same continuity that we've seen for quite some time. X-Race are not really either unable to or not really willing to get that move done for P2.
Yeah, I wonder whether we're going to see something similar here in GT4 as we have been in GT3, really, where there's a race leader by a second and a bit or so, and there's a couple or a few teams behind, sort of trying to help one another get back on terms again. You can see the SimRC car trying to join them, but it's very difficult to do that when there's 2 running in tandem ahead of you like this. I wonder whether this is going to be the case for the remainder of the stint, and these guys do have 2 more laps in their stint at the line. Are they just going to try and help one another, try and catch the leader before the pit stop here? Because Steen Ledger is holding on well despite driving out on his own here after a great pit stop about 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I mean, the knock-on effect of that is that's a car driving very slowly. That's the other X-Racer car, yeah, not looking too great. That's the 412 one, and that could well be the car they maybe hit. Well, that's the SimRC. That's a different part of the track.
Sorry, Havertz is a long way ahead, so I don't think they came together, but they are at a similar point in the track. That's really big damage, though, for the X-Racer car. At the wheel of it is Etu Eskalainen, excuse me, and this is Havertz's problem. It's the race leader. Reiner Tauvar has tipped the GT4 championship leader into a spin. What drama we're seeing today. Let's see if he's gotten away without damage there. Well, these guys haven't. Eskalainen had to go back to the pit lane because of this.
Wow, yeah, that is huge news, and well, could be the tip in the scale that they need in GT3 to sort of contend for the lead. If Tauvar gets a penalty, which you probably would hedge your bets on him getting as the fastest car, it's your job to lap safely, and that does not look like a very fun Aston Martin. I mean, it's not terminal, it's not drastic, but yeah, definitely disgruntled, definitely not looking too great. This is what happened to Eskalainen, and it was the Sable BMW, so there was issues maybe for Roberto Ferrari. No, not. Maybe the sister car.
Yeah, Ferrari is a long way back from where he was. Here he is, going for a pretty innocuous spin on his own. Oh, and he rejoins straight into Eskalainen. That's going to be a penalty.
But was Eskalainen going to hit him anyway?
Well,
it kind of looked like there was... yeah, I mean, I suppose as soon as he moved, he sort of signed his own... Yeah. Well, either way, not ideal. Both situations involving a BMW, and both of them the BMW at fault.
You could say so, yes. That is going to be a penalty for Ferrari. I'm absolutely convinced of it. Whether Tauvar's going to get one or not, I think is more debatable, but I reckon he is in danger as well. Goodness me, we've seen some drama so far. We're only less than 2 hours into this race, and already it's been quite a dramatic one here in 24H Series eSports competition. Again, we always see great racing in this championship. We don't always see such drama that we have today. So Roberto Ferrari is in, so is Jan Senkowski, and I wonder whether we see, here's Eskalainen's view of it. I mean, he tries to, there's not a lot you can do there, and his suspension damage, that's absolutely a penalty in my eyes. I don't think he would have hit him otherwise, but there you go, that's absolutely a penalty. Speaking of which, Daniel Sommer has gotten a 20-second time penalty, by the way, for Team 75, although they seem to be out of the race now anyway. That may well be it. So the strategy games are beginning here. People are beginning to accept the fact that they'll need a short fill at some point in this race, and so Team Hoisingveld, despite not having any damage, I don't believe, are in the pit lane anyway.
Yeah, probably just going to take it early, have the splash, and then have comfortable running for the sort of to the end of the races to not have that headache a little bit later on, potentially so. But yeah, very chaotic last couple of laps, and has really sort of, well, not necessarily changed the start of the race. I mean, it could well do. Sable and BS Plus both having issues. Fight for P2 in the 992s. That's the Williams Esports Academy car. Martikainen, and well, whatever your sort of views on that livery are, he's pulling alongside and going for it nonetheless, as gets himself ahead of the Valkyrie Excite car, of course, alongside, and well, in the end the Excite car has to tuck in behind. I don't mind it. I quite like the design at the front, but it definitely is an interesting colour combination. Of course, you can't not tell it's the Academy car because it's written very clearly on the front, and well, all in all, it's all right.
I don't know. I preferred the old Academy car for sure.
What with the green?
Yeah, I like the green.
Yeah.
But there we go. I'm not sure these two colours work particularly well together. But
it looked too much like Apex's car, though, I suppose, with the green, the Academy.
No, it was a different kind of green. I don't have any problems telling them apart, but I guess maybe you're right in that.
Yeah.
To the untrained eye, we see a lot of Apex and Williams, I suppose, but to the untrained eye, maybe they looked a little bit similar. Maybe to you as well, especially with the colour blindness.
Yeah, no, well, I did try and get it in before you did, but no, so it's fine. Yeah.
Sorry, I was very slow to cotton on there. Wow, that was embarrassing for me. Though, so there we go. But anyway, let's move past that. So Valkyrie lose seconds to Williams. The gap, though, at nearly 50 seconds. In fact, these are the only two within a minute of the race leader, just to underline the speed of Luca Alpert so far. So let's just get to the bottom of some of what's been going on in the last few moments. Well, in the last half an hour or so, we've seen some retirements that we've not really spoken on yet. Mag Performance GT are out from GT3. That's our first top-class retirement of the day. Waverley Racing Team's GT4 is also out of the race. We saw Francesco Antonicelli in a fight earlier on with... well, who was it in GT4? I think it was Sabo, wasn't it, actually? Yeah, Santose, who was going side by side with for so long. Unfortunately, they're out of the race now as well, and have been for quite some time. And now, more recently, Daniel Sommer, I believe, out of the race. Maybe Kari Kortelainen is out of the race too. So we could well be seeing 6 retirements already in the race. That's quite a high rate of retirements after only 2 hours, but I guess it is the Nordschleife after all.
Yeah, exactly. Very easy for things to go drastically wrong, and it doesn't take a lot for those to have issues. So, yeah, small mistakes really then sort of catapult themselves into bigger issues. There you can see the stint and very much getting on for this second round of pit stops. Probably not going to be too much longer before we see the GT3 contingent. You know, their last one they did. Well, did they do 6 or 7 laps?
GT3 did 7, and they will do 7.
Yeah. Bigger
so this lap, in that case, they number on the left-hand side there, by the way, showing the amount of laps they've completed, not the one that they're on. So this is lap 7 for the leaders.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, end of this lap, and everyone should be in.
Yeah, so once again another set of stops in, and there you can see the position gains as well. Great stuff from BS Plus Competition, Williams Esports, and well, not so great for Sable Esports there at the 91 down in P17 at the moment, it says on the timer screen, so not entirely sure. I mean, I know we had some disagreements. Are they out, or are they in the pit lane?
They are in pit lane. Roberto Ferrari is not in that car at the moment. I wonder whether they're getting the repairs though, because if you look at the damage that X-Racer got, that knocked suspension off of their car, of course. That may have done the same to the Sabre car, because they were hit directly on the wheel, and that would probably give them a similar sort of damage. So if they do return, it will be in quite a while.
Yeah, will do. So car in pit lane, and well, it's going to be a while before it's back out on track, which is a shame, because they definitely showed some very strong signs of pace. And unfortunately, it's all sort of come undone for them at the moment. Obviously, P4 in the championship, 15 off the championship lead with a podium and a further top 5 to their name. So they definitely were looking very strong. There's the leader in 992. Have to check in with them just to make sure they are still there at some point, because yeah, blisteringly quick lap times being put in. I think on average, probably only about 3.5 seconds slower than the race leaders in GT3. Of course, the Porsche 992 were being told slightly higher top end speed, which definitely will help, but still remarkable consistency and confidence through the corners, it must be said, for our race leader at the moment. Luca Alpert has just been, well, dominant in the 992s.
Yeah, it really has, as maybe some people expected, but others certainly won't have done. And it's a really great run from Share Esports so far. Further back, Simify are in 4th position. David Boschke had a penalty to serve, of course, in that first pit stop. Has done. Retained the place actually over Thomas Cope, who the infringement was against. 10 seconds between those two as things stand. Other penalties for Giadesic has sent them back to 8th place. Fischerall down to 10th because they had a minute's worth of a penalty for an admin problem at the start of the race. And Autos Esports at the very back due to a disconnection. Simone Maria Marciano back in that car again. So Carlos Feniosa was in there for a little bit, I don't know actually whether he got out and actually drove, or whether Marciano was just back again and in the field anyway. Meanwhile, in GT4, it's Steen Ledger leading the way by just over 4 seconds. Luke Rabier and R2 Hakeleto are in second and third, trying to chase down. And Simorsi no longer fourth after that spin before the Stefan Beloff S 1 lap ago.
Yeah, down to P5, so not great, of course, going for the championship leaders. Zenith, though, behind them most crucially in the GT4, so that's going to be good news for them, is to not lose much ground relative to the championship leaders, because again, it's all relative, isn't it? If you have a bad race, it doesn't really matter as long as your competitors are also struggling a little bit. But I mean, it's not necessarily like they're having a bad race by any means. They're still in the top 5. Movano, of course, ahead of them. That's the 401. They're 14 points back, so only going to be gaining 2 points on them so far, as a little bit more lapping being done. The Porsche finding their way past the two Mercedes. Very close. Impulse versus WSI Esports Butt Kicker. That's the fight for P7, and there are race leaders by quite some margin now, Carla. So they had a lot in the tank, and we're just waiting for the track position over that course of the first stint.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that, because I thought at some points during that first stint they were really clinging on to Entropic and Impulse ahead, but clearly not. The other two have gotten together now. They're fighting for second place, although once again it's probably a similar fight in inverted commas to what we saw in the first stint of the race, where they're not overtaking one another, rather helping one another to try and get on terms with the Carlisle machine at the front of the field. But there you have it, first place for them, and what a result it would be for any team other than Hoisingveld and Impulse to win in this championship. So far this season it's been all about those two, but it looks like we might get a new winner today. Meanwhile, it's GT3 pit stop time and driver change time as well for some. Ruben Bonga is getting into the BS competition car, Lewis Nasser getting into the number 1 Williams Esports car, Jürgen Frank into the number 75. Nicholas Last back in for Tim Matska as Sabo make their way back out again, just under 1 lap down. Now, is there going to be anything funny on pit strategy here as they go out the pit lane? Ruben Bonga will be first, followed by Nasser. Then it will be Tristan Iglesias who will make his way out third. The gap's notably bigger 1 hour on from our first pit stops of the day.
Yeah, all very, very close for the majority of the first hour. And then after the first pit stops, understandably, everything sort of again expanding a little bit more after the pit stops, with different fuels, different people at the slipstream and such. But one thing has continued, and well, that's very, very close stuff at the front of the field. BS Plus competition continue to lead, and now let's see who can get settled back into the car as soon as possible. Ruben Bonga, Lewis Nasher at the front. There's the Door Esports Mercedes as well. Interesting to note, Nicholas Last back into the 78 Maniti Racing Green. He was the one that disconnected a little bit earlier on, was he not?
No, he didn't disconnect. We just had technical issues, but I don't know what the issues were, because we didn't get any specification on that. So I can't tell you, but clearly they're not that bad, because he's in again after an hour.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, either they've been sorted, which is good, so he's back in, so no major dramas for them at the moment, up into P4 in class, which is looking very strong. Vlad Kimichev gets into the 69 Drago racing car as well, looking to ascend back up the ranks for them in their championship hunt going into Barcelona as well. Battle for P6 in GT4, WSI Esports Butt Kicker and Impulse Racing 6 and 7, again keeping themselves company in this particular battle. Got a little bit of a gap forward, I believe. Yeah, they do 4 seconds up to the Dory Sports Academy car, and that is a stricken Mercedes. Hang on a second.
There's all sorts of drama going on here, unless this is scheduled. So Jonas Vanner is into the pit lane. Well, it will be in a second. He's into the wall. Scherer Esport are in from 992. Now, this is a lap early as far as I'm concerned. The 992 cars can do 8 laps, but he's only done, what, 6 laps there, and he's in already. Now, Valkyrie have also done the same. It may just be more of a thing to do a short fill early. Jonas Vanner has had a technical problem there.
Yeah.
He is not in control of that car. Goes straight on at turn 1. Let's see what kind of problem it was, because his throttle still works, clearly. Does it all turn off on the way towards turn 1? No, I think his brake pedal doesn't work.
Well, yeah, his steering works, his throttle works. It's just the important thing of slowing down that didn't. Well, yeah, that's, well, not great to get into the car and immediately have technical problems. And, well, yeah, ESPORTS not going to be overly happy with that. But again, you can't help it because those things happen. Technical problems, again, is something you're at the mercy of. You never really know when they are going to go wrong. Up at the front, the ESPORTS competition settling in nicely as, well, this is what happened to ATRS Esports. Is it just going to be a typical spin? No, a similar problem.
Well, he does have some slowing there, but not enough. Nowhere near enough, in fact. That was odd for Gareth Higgins, but he's making his way back onto the circuit all over again. Well, quite some problems in the last few moments. I was slightly fearful for Sherry Sport, actually, that their pit stop going early was because of problems. That doesn't seem to have been the case. They're back out there again with a good margin over Valkyrie, who followed them in as well. So clearly there's a bit of mix-up in 992 in terms of, in some of the other classes, everyone's just doing the same thing. I guess the difference being that in the other classes they changed tyres and refueled at the same time, but in 992 they changed tyres at different times, so that makes it a little bit different. That means that Scherer really wanted to be in as close to the hour as possible on that occasion.
Yeah, so maybe they will have to suffer maybe an extra stop at the end of the race. Getting told that maybe there was some calibration issues going on with the pedals, which obviously can happen, which means that even full travel or even full pressure on the pedal only gives you sort of 5–10% or so, which is nowhere near obviously the amount that you need to stop the car, which yeah is always going to end badly for well, anyone that suffers those issues. Not great to get into the car and immediately have those problems because I mean sometimes they will be practicing before they get into the car. Sometimes they just want a fresh mind getting in. So maybe it wasn't even apparent that the issues were there. Maybe they were, and they tried to fix them, and then they came back. So many different reasons as to why those issues can arise. But nonetheless, it's painful to see them happen. But again, it's a part of the trade.
My initial thought was actually that, and maybe this is what you mean about calibration, but my initial thought was about whether the braking actually was assigned to a different pedal. So, for example, in my wheel, I always use what would traditionally be called the clutch pedal for braking, because I just think it feels better than the actual brake pedal, so I just use the clutch. But if you've not actually said to iRacing that you want to use that pedal for braking and you just start doing it, it's not going to realise. You've got to figure it out yourself, and unfortunately Vanna did not on the way down towards turn 1, or whatever the problem was, and so that has sent that car into the wall for ESPORTS, and that will be a long repair for them, a long road to recovery as well, if they are going to get back into this race at any point. Meanwhile, Julian Raymer has been overtaken on his outlap here by Thomas Cope. You've got to remember there's a pit stop between these two. Makes it even more remarkable that Raymer was inside the podium places despite making a pit stop where the others hadn't.
I suppose having that big gap that they built over the first, two stints allows them to maybe mix it up a little bit and gives them that freedom to do this as such, because, well, yeah, they've definitely got the pace to make up any deficit, even if they do have to make an extra stop at the end of the race or by the time they reach the end of the race as such. So, yeah, 45-second lead by the time that, of course, Rima got into the car is remarkable. Of course, we'll have to regain that advantage and get back in front, and it'll be interesting to see how that pans out, of course, as we approach half distance, and then of course when David and Lorenzo can deal with the maths and the actual back-end strategy stuff, which is the best thing about starting a race, is you don't have to deal with it.
Well, I don't know, I think that you've got such a close championship and double points at the end that it actually doesn't really matter about points. It's just about figuring out the strategy, which is sometimes diminished around the Nordschleife, but it could be an interesting end to the race, so we'll look forward to that. As we've got the other X-Racer car, is it into the wall this time? Is this the car that was running third? It looks like it. The number light there certainly suggests so. It's Artu Hakaleto, and it's Rainer Talvar involved again. Not sure that one was his fault especially, but Hakaleto into the wall, and that's both X-Races taken out in about 10 minutes.
Wow, that is, not great. Of course, for Hakaleto, X-Racer is in general, both of the car's having issues, and in remarkable fashion as well. That was a fairly sizable hit going on, and well, yeah, drama for them in their pursuit, of course, for their respective goes. I mean, P8 is the highest running car. Of course, that's the 413. That's this one right here in the championship, losing it pretty much all on his own, really, over the curb. Launches it back onto the circuit. I mean, it looks great in slow-mo, but probably not going to be one that Hakkulator wants to look back on.
Certainly isn't. And speaking of it's not Reina Tower, excuse me, I said at the time, it's Ruben Bonga who's just got into the wheel of that car. The 89 has a 10-second time penalty for making contact with the SimRC car at the Stefan Beloff S. That happened around a couple of laps before the pit stop, but it wasn't quite assigned in time for it to be at that pit stop. So Ruben Bonga will have to do it at the next stop, and he will just about be able to make a stop in time to serve that without it being doubled. And the Seibot car also has 30 seconds worth of a time penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Patrick Selva is now at the wheel of that car, and so two fairly major penalties assigned there in the last couple of moments. That will effectively put Williams Esports into the net race lead once you take 10 seconds away from the 89 car.
Yeah, and well, that's going to be great for, of course, Nasser to get into the car with, knowing that he's effectively got an 8-second lead over the BS Plus competition car, but just gives Ruben Bonga more motivation to maybe get back in front. So once again, the tide swings. Of course, it was BS Plus competition being caught up by Williams. Now it's going to be them that have to try and catch the #1 machine on pursuit, maybe for the Williams to go for a double victory in 2 years here at the Nürburgring. So definitely a very strong contingent. Not necessarily, I mean, a couple of points. I mean, definitely over the course of sort of the last hour have been the quicker of the two of the GT3 cars, but at the start of the race that wasn't necessarily the case. They definitely weren't quickest in qualifying, but the longevity of that car, well, pending obviously the next 3 hours and 50 minutes, is paying off. It's
pit stop and driver change time in GT4, by the way, and there's a lot going on down there. Grid and Go have changed their driver. Sven Haase now at the wheel, and he'll be out first by the looks of things. Geeks Energy, Frederick Swarf is very close behind. Driver change there, and Swarf is right in the mix here, just over a second back. Where on earth is their companion? Of course, the X-Racer car's in the wall, that's why. Sorry about that. Forgot about that. So it's 1 and 2, 1.7 seconds separating them. SimRC are quite a long way back, but they pitted a lap early. Adam Isaacson will be looking to come through on as many of these cars as possible, but Fraser Williamson has gotten out in third before they can do any of that. Can Dor Esports get ahead of SimRC? No, not quite. So Movano will be third, followed by SimRC, who are around 5 seconds further behind, but it's a relatively bad moment for SimRC because that spin has effectively pushed them off of the podium places now as well, effectively leaving it a two-horse race. Grid and Go versus Geeks Energy fiercely forward for the lead and maybe the win in this race.
Potentially so. I mean, Grid and Go had the pace early on to extend that gap. Of course, once they did get the lead back away from Geeks Energy, and they were able to run away about 4.5 seconds at its peak before they came back into the pit lane. And well, there you can see the 427 Geeks Energy fearlessly forward car trying to obviously charge their way fearlessly forward and get that lead ahead of the 444. There's the Miniti Porsche, again still trying to find their way forwards in the 992 class, and well, let's see what they can do going into Tiergarten. And again, it's that textbook move, isn't it? Probably the easiest one to get done, well, provided you get it done before this braking zone.
It's a very interesting battle here in the 992 category. This is for 8th place, but it could become for a lot higher of a position. Pit stops happening ahead of us here. Geodesic and Olympus are both in. Are we going to get ahead of them both with these two? I would imagine so, as they make their way through. Daniel Sedgley now at the wheel, by the way, of the Olympus car. Oh no, he's right there on the left-hand side. It will be a rejoin in towards turn 1, right ahead of Valkyrie, who have to go wide to try and avoid. This is quite a baptism of fire for Daniel Sedgley, who's out for the first time. He's side to side, very nearly contact between them. The WSR GT3 doesn't really know where to go in this. They'll go down the inside of Sedgley to follow the Valkyrie car through into what is for now 6th position.
Wow, beautiful stuff, and yeah, Sedgley having to settle right into the rhythm of things. The Maniti car now looking to the left-hand side into turn number 5. It should be the most dominant route round, but you can see the Olympus Porsche looking to the inside of the next braking zone is going to have the advantage, but the Maniti car with that outside momentum able to retain the position. But once again, the advantage swings the way of Sedgley, who's having to settle in very fast while still battling for position inside line for the hairpin. And well, this battle may well continue towards the Michael Schumacher S.
Well, Sedgley doesn't want it to, and he's going to make sure that it doesn't. So he stays ahead and finally consolidates 7th place. But look at the time they've lost, 2 seconds to Joe Vegard Godestad, who is with Valkyrie XP these days. Used to be part of RPC eSports. Used to participate in either very regularly for or in 992 categories. Godestad now with Valkyrie, who also used to compete there. Vince Peters closes in on the 2 of them as well, as they're not done yet actually. Oh, Maniti look at the inside there through the fast chicane. Probably not a good idea to do that as they exit the Grand Prix stretch, and it might well be a long lap of following now for Joschka Meyer at the wheel of the Porsche.
Yeah, it's always difficult because it is the faster of the 2 chicane layouts, and you carry a lot of speed going in through and coming out, and yeah, having a crash before you've even started the Nordschleife, probably not the way that you want to kickstart that particular loop round. But yeah, if you don't get it done on the GP loop, your opportunities for the next sort of, well, 15 kilometers, maybe even more, as that is very wide from the Maniti car, allows the Visceral car through and up into 8th place before they even complete sort of the first sector of the Nordschleife. And well, probably just too hard on the brakes, got a little bit squirrely, went wide, managed to keep it out the barrier fortunately, but has very quickly lost probably about 2nd off to the back of the 2 cars.
Exactly, Vince Peters is going to fancy his chances to get through here too. He's on the outside towards Flugplatz here on Daniel Sedgley, who lifts off and lets him have that one. Vince Peters is on a charge for Visceral. They had a minute's worth of a penalty earlier on, don't forget. And now they are up to 7th. Unfortunately for them, they've still got a pit stop to make, and so their 1-minute penalty earlier on is still really affecting them. It's now left these two to fight it out, though. They're a lot heavier than Vince Peters on fuel right now, who, as I say, is on his in-lap, so naturally a lot lighter on his feet at the moment. And that will leave Sedgley and Meyer to resume this fight once again, now that Sedgley has gone through. Once again, though, it doesn't take away from the fact that Godestad is a number of seconds ahead of these two now, pretty much as a result of their own doing. Yeah, well,
That's how easy it is. That's how quickly the pendulum can swing. And yeah, Godestad able to then settle in. He's with still Stoltenberg, the oh no, he's not. Well, he is, but there's obviously different classes. That's the WSR Esports butt kicker at 17, of course, as part of the GT3 contingent. But Godestad staying with him. He's got a bit of a gap up to Hanken and the Harvu car for P5 in class. So in terms of on-track position, Godestad seems fairly secure in his one for now, as the Maniti car tries to close in back onto Daniel Sedgley after that mistake earlier on in the lap, and once again set themselves back into the swing of things. On-track action with still 44 minutes until we've even reached the halfway point. This race has definitely been busy, to say the least.
I think that's one way of putting it, certainly. So 3 hours 44 remaining in the race. Still got 992 pit stops to figure out here before we go any further in this race for those guys. But it's interesting to see how this race has slightly changed now in 992, because we've seen some different strategies starting to come to the fore. Share Esport have had to take on a longer stop this time around, so to coincide with Julian Raymer getting at the wheel of that car, they're no longer quite so far in front of the field. Impulse Racing are only 22.5 seconds behind them. Williams only another 13 further back than that. So while Scherer had nearly a minute before the pit stops previously, it was partly down to pit strategy, which, as I mentioned earlier on, is so much more interesting in the Porsche Cup class than anywhere else.
Well, yeah, because they're the only sort of class that can't refuel and of course change tyres at the same time. The other three of course can. The 992s leaves a lot more on the table, and well, yeah, different pit strategies can definitely come into the limelight. Here's a battle as the Williams Esports Academy car being chased down. Of course, the battle for fourth, that's the Harvey machine. Of course, of Hankinen and Jerzy Klak just ahead in the 901 Williams Esports Academy, and then back up to GT3s. Of course, there's the 16 WSR butt kicker car under pressure from the Obsidian Racing at the moment. Eddie Fernandez Morales chasing down that 16. So a couple of battles out on track. Nothing really major for obviously race leads or podiums or anything like that. But all in all, a couple of good pockets of battles out on track.
There certainly is. GT3s very much in the mid part of their stint now. Let's see what happened between these guys. Erdely had a chance here on the way towards Garbenkopf. The Obsidian car on the inside, and Erdely goes through. Very nice move around the outside there into Garbenkopf from those two. So, or from him, I should say, from Erdely. And that's his 11th place for WSR Esports butt kicker. Of course, it came from a mistake, and it sort of has to if you're going to make a move into there, but it doesn't really make it any less impressive to go around the outside like that.
Well, yeah, exactly. It definitely takes bravery and takes trust in both cars, really, to get that done. Takes two to tango. Of course, easy to put all the praise on the attacking car, but you know, same has to be said for the Obsidian car to sort of back out and allow him to go for that move and not completely drive him off the road, because, well, that's something that can very easily be adopted in sim racing. We were talking about it just yesterday with that particular driving style, but all in all, yeah, keeping it nice and clean out on track, which is exactly what we want to see, because the margins for error are slim enough, let alone when you have some silly driving. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll skip past that subject today, hopefully, if we can. On board with Morales here through the Grand Prix Strecker. And it is interesting how your perception of the Nürburgring Grand Prix layout actually changes when you take on the full layout as part of the Nordschleife combined layout as well. Because all of a sudden it feels you've got all the space in the world, it's so wide, there's space between the corners, it's relatively uniform in that sense as well. And when you go up to the Nordschleife, it's a real shock to the system. But if you were to just race around the Grand Prix layout, I don't think you'd have any of those faults. It's very interesting how the brain works in that sense, in the difference of opinion, depending on which layout you have to do and which or whether you have to go around the Nordschleife as well or not.
Well, yeah, I suppose it's relative. I mean, again, if you've seen really, really bad stuff, you're going to be grateful to see maybe some slightly mid, you know, just meh stuff, and appreciate it for because it's a lot better than what you've just been given. So of course the Nürburgring GP, not necessarily everyone's favourite, but I'm sure a sight for sore eyes for those that have had to just tackle the green hell. Maniti versus Olympus, we've seen a pit stop, I believe, for the Simify, maybe, well, yeah, the 914 into the pit lane. David Bozga comes in the 992, so Scherer re-inherit the lead, albeit with a split strategy, so it'll be interesting to see how that develops. And still this battle here for P8, Maniti on the back of Olympus, so Sedgley once again under pressure.
He is not sure that run was good enough out the front straight, but it does not matter. Joschka Meyer makes his way in. Wasn't expecting that especially, but that's the 8th lap of his stint and final lap, as well as Vince Peters actually, which makes the easiness of that pass even more puzzling actually. Was so easy for Vince Peters to make his way through, but it turns out they were on the same amount of fuel anyway. Ollie Peacock now gets behind the wheel of the Visceral car. Joschka Meyer will get out for Kino Bushman, so it seems that they're going to be swapping every time for their stints. Danny Corpy gets at the wheel of the Harvu car. You can see the lighter green behind the Maniti car just in the background there, still up on the jacks, changing all 4 tyres. But other than that, it's pretty much it for 992 pit stops, apart from Simona Maria Marciano, who is about to make his way in for Otis Esports. It's a recovery drive required for them right now. As things stand, they're only scoring 5 points from today.
Yeah, and that's not enough, really. I mean, coming into today, had 6 points of an advantage ahead of Valkyrie Sype at 977, and then a further 2 points behind that, so make it 8 to Scherer, who at the moment are looking comfortable to maybe go for the win. Again, it's pending a lot of things to happen over the course of the next 3 hours, 38 minutes, but 992 looking very, very interesting indeed. Of course, Scherer already taking 1 win this season, 2 podiums to their name at both Spa, Silverstone, and and then of course the win at Sebring, and they'll be looking to at the very least make it a fourth at podium, maybe even a second win to potentially go for that championship lead.
Let's see, as things stand, they would have 7 points of an advantage over Altus, who've won a couple of races so far this season. They're the only team that can boast that. Scherer have got one, and so have Visceral. And it looks like Scherer are going to double their tally for wins on the season with their performance at the moment. Out on the Dottinger again. Let's have a look at what TCR is looking like for now, because Carlart are 11 seconds in the lead. What an astonishing drive from Dominic Geisler, the only driver to stay in that car throughout the first round of pit stops. It's Martin Aschert in second for Impulse. He's gotten away from Martin Siratek in the Entropic car. So it's a decent day for Impulse so far, with Huisingveld especially down in 8th position, but they would hope to gain the full 12 points by winning the race on Huisingveld today. At the moment they're only taking 10. They might be ruining the extra 2 points that they're not getting right now.
Oh yeah, but it's all to play for in 4 weeks' time when we head to Barcelona. Of course, you want to go in on the front foot, and at the moment, I mean, Impulse would be doing exactly that by gaining points on Huisingveld. But yeah, if they can close and beat Carla for the win, those extra 2 points are not going to go amiss, because they seem, well, it's only 2 points, isn't it? But you know, when the gap's at the moment only decided by 6, 2 points are things you're going to be very grateful for. And you look back in hindsight and you think, where could I have gained those extra points? Right now, potentially it's one of those opportunities for the 1-2-2 to maybe get past Carla and get after them. Because, I mean, Carla haven't exactly boasted the best of seasons. I mean, they've had a top 5, couple of top 10s over the course of the season, but to suddenly be in race-winning contention is remarkable.
It really is. I've got to say I wasn't expecting this necessarily. Their best result so far came at Spa when they finished in the top 5 for the only time this season, and other than that it's been difficult, very difficult for them, and so much so they're not even mathematically involved in the championship fight anymore. Not that that will really bother any of the teams apart from the top 2. I think it's about Impulse and Huisingveld again in TCR this season, as it seems to often come down to. Let's go back to 992. Harvey were on the defensive here from Geodesic, and Norsten Hereford, who is at the wheel of that one, recovering from a penalty served earlier on in the race. The 962 picked up one in qualifying for impeding a car on the GP loop, the only car to be given an impeding penalty, because it's a little bit more difficult to do in the setup we had around 3 hours ago for our qualifying session. Hereford looks strong though, and might be on his way through into 7th place shortly.
Yeah, it definitely does look quite menacing, doesn't he? The Hydro Race Geodesic car on the back of him through a very complex sequence of corners, particularly just to keep that front end planted through here, and then of course on the brakes keeping it nice and tight, but also being very careful as to not mount those curves, because they are very deadly and can very easily loop the rear end of the car around if you're not careful. But yeah, on the back of Danny Corpy, the Harvey car just ahead, and Hereford looking menacing as we touched on, riding on board, pushing the limits, but very, very dangerous there, touching the curb, it must be said, from the Harvey car. Just to, well, it very easily can just unsettle the car. I think he got away with it then, but problem with this part of the track is you've got a long, long time to wait before even a remote opportunity of passing comes up.
Yeah, exactly. That's the issue. I think his next focus is going to be at the right-hander of Bergwerk. Get a good run through there, and you can have a go maybe towards the Muck curve and hopefully get it done before then, so you're not involved in an incident that we've seen a couple of times already today. This is the awkward chicane looking section at Versiphon, now through to Exmuller and Breitscheid, where we're very much rising again up the hill, uphill right-hander, where you really don't need to get on the brakes very much despite the severity of the turn. And now a little bit of a burst of throttle before we get to Bergwerk, and this is where the real exit is going to be required for Hereford if he wants to get through before the Dottinger Hurt.
Well, yeah, and of course with the pace that he's got, he needs a good run. Of course, slightly dipped on the apex, uphill climb, so an exit is vitally important if you get that drive with the slipstream, but he doesn't look to be anywhere near close enough really to be eyeing up a move. Of course, a long flat out section, just keep the car as tight as possible. that gap is closing, it must be said. Closing and closing then, of course, through the very fast left-hander, and he gets all up to the rear end, pulls out to the left-hand side. It is going to give him, of course, a significant run. He might well be able to slingshot his way past by the time they reach McCurve. Of course, that fast left-hander has the inside line, gets ahead. Nicely done, and a very important move nonetheless.
Yeah, he looks to be quicker, and so Harvey didn't really have any arguments about that one. It's Danny Corpy at the wheel for now. Outlap, actually, for him. Hereford has already been out there for one, so not really an argument about that one, and nor did there need to be, particularly in the field, I would argue. So looking up and down, that's really the last battle we've got out there on the circuit to really look at. The pit stops have happened now in 992. It's going to be a bit of a waiting game in terms of the next battle out there on the circuit. I think the big story is going to come through GT3 pit stops again here pretty shortly, because Ruben Bonga is leading the way by 3 1/3 seconds ahead of Luis Nasser, and then it is Tristan Iglesias in third place for Simify. The reason I mentioned the top 3 is because they're all within 10 seconds of Ruben Bonga, who's got 10 seconds worth of a penalty to serve at the next pit stop, coming up in 4 laps time when they get to the line. If he's not there already, should be pretty shortly at the line for the end of another lap. So that means it's going to be a new leader, you would imagine, for Nasser, if he can just hold that margin to Ruben Bonga for now.
Well, yeah, I mean, that gap hasn't exactly grown drastically. I mean, it's been about, what, about a second and a half grow for Bonga. So, of course, this stint, his job was to minimise that damage of that penalty, and maybe he is able to extend a 10-second margin. Maybe he comes out a couple of seconds behind the Williams eSports machine. Either way, he's got to drive the wheels off that car over the duration of this stint to make sure that he puts himself and his team in the best position possible to go and win this race. But for Nasser, I think his aim, realistically, is to just stay as comfortably within that 10-second margin as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think that should be too much of a worry for him, really. I know he's got around half an hour to do this, and that's a relative long amount of time. However, I think he should be pretty pleased with the situation. Sitting 3.5 seconds back is a lot more comfortable, because I think before, in the situation we were seeing, Belletsiotis was really trying to catch Reina Talvar through the traffic especially, and that's not especially the healthiest thing he can have as a driver, trying to chase down a leader. But this situation is a lot more manageable for Nasser, who's 3.5 seconds back, but he knows he's going to get that time back. That's the crucial thing.
Yeah, he's not necessarily in any rush as such. He can sort of take his time with things, be a little bit more easy with the inputs, not stress himself so much, because he knows full well this race lead is in his pocket. There's no need to push drastically. There's no need to necessarily take risks, which, you know, are the last thing you want to be taking at the Nürburgring. So, of course, for Louis Nasser, he's just, yeah, chilling. Well, not necessarily chilling, because it's the Nürburgring and you still need, you know, 100% focus. But as far as this race goes, it's probably the calmest portion of it as such. He knows that on net gain, they are going to be in the lead of the race, provided they have a decent pit stop and they don't make any mistakes. So there's no need to tackle the Nords in any higher region than maybe 95% of what he's capable of. He's not under pressure from behind. Comfortable race lead. I mean, at BS Plus competition, they're going to be struggling to come out still on the podium, but this race, it's still up in the air. I mean, there's still chance that other teams have penalties, pit stop blunders, anything can happen going into the second half.
Yeah, it really can. And, well, you have to stay with us to find out who is going to win the race. Myself and Zach will be stepping aside in about half an hour's time, just under. David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda will be with you to take you to the flag this afternoon in what should be an interesting finale to this one. Another leading gap that's grown, actually, is in GT4. Sven Haase has gotten at the wheel of the gridandgo.com eSports Aston Martin, and he's really started to drive out an advantage over Frederick Schwarz, who was around a second and a half back on the exit of the pit stops. That has gone upwards 10 times. Likely down to the driving of Sven Haase, to be honest, who was a good 4.3 seconds quicker on that last lap. That is just underscoring the speed that he's got, and soon Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward are going to be looking over their shoulder at the likes of Bavano Corsa, who took 1.4 seconds out of them for second place last lap.
Yeah, so Grid and Go once again sort of fermenting themselves at the front. Of course, Geeks Energy were what, about 1 second behind them at the pit stop, 1.4-ish, and now that's grown to, well, nearly double or just over double what it was for Grid and Go by the time that Sven Haase got to the wheel. So that Aston Martin looking very, very strong in pursuit for the race lead. But again, things can happen, things can go wrong, and things definitely can change. But they're going to be looking, of course, to go for their second win on the bounce. They won last time out at Monza. And, well, they're going to be looking to go for yet another one in, well, what, 24 points back on Sim RC. Well, every point counts, I suppose, when it comes to the championship. And, yeah, Geeks Energy, their pace not quite matching up with what they'd expect, but they've got a decent gap backwards. I mean, it's going to take a while before Movano Corsa are on their case, 19 seconds. But, well, they're going to be chipping away over the course of the next hour, hour and a half, couple of stints or so. And maybe we can have Movano Corsa taken to P2. Yeah,
if Fraser Williamson closes at that rate for the remainder, it's going to take him a good couple of hours to get to that second position. So wouldn't hang your hopes on a fight for that position any time soon. Wonder how Sim RC are going to recover from their spin earlier on as well. Adam Isaacson now at the wheel again of that GT4, but it's not been a particularly good race for the championship leaders. But then again, which of the championship leaders has really had a good day so far? The one thing they can hold pretty well to themselves, because it's because of the others really. Zenith Esports are down in 8th place, which is way behind SimRC. 07 are recovering from a first lap spin at turn 1 for Alessio Bernardini. It's now Alessandro Kentai at the wheel of that one, but still only 7th place for them. Movano Corsa down in 4th place, the first team actually beating them today, and that's only by a couple of points, having started the day 14 back. So despite the fact it's not been such a great day for SimRC, they are still in a good place as far as this GT4 championship is concerned.
Yeah, and that's the fortunate position that they've put themselves in, obviously to build a decent gap with those 2 wins at the start, and then of course 2 top 5s over the course of the last couple of races. They've given themselves this gap, they've put themselves in a position, and they are that good that an off day is, oh well, we're just about inside the top 5, we're hanging on there for P4. And that's enough. Even if Zenith Esports were to win, the most that they'd be gaining is 6 points, which, wouldn't even be able to top the scale in the championship. So SimRC have given themselves such a good position coming into this race, but it does mean that they are still losing points relative to their rivals, and as we've touched on, every point matters. They cannot necessarily afford another that'll do race.
Yeah. It's not the side of the season to be doing that, really. As I mentioned, I'll just reiterate for those who weren't with us earlier on in the day, the 12 Hours of Barcelona is the final round of this season. That's 4 weeks away now, and there are effectively double the points on the line, 40 points, the maximum that anyone can get at the final race. That's not because we've doubled it for the race. In fact, we're just awarding points twice. After 6 hours, we're going to get the first instalment of the regular set of points, and at the conclusion of the race, we're going to get the second amount of regular instalment of points. So effectively 40 points available to the very maximum for any team at the 12 Hours of Barcelona in 4 weeks' time. It's probably a good way of doing things. I know that the double points is not always a big fan for people. Not everyone really enjoys it, to be honest, in terms of a championship finale, but I think awarding it based on this is a good idea. After all, you've got to do double the work to win the 12 Hours of Barcelona, so it does make some sense in that way that more points are awarded.
Yeah, I mean, and effectively you can just see it as 2 6-hour races as such. Of course, it's not like you get to the 6-hour point and everything's reset and then you go again for another race, but of course it is one long continuous thing, but you can sort of see it as that dynamic. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. more hours of racing, therefore you should be awarded more points, because it doesn't make sense that the winners of a 6-hour race have done the same amount of work as the winners of a 12-hour race, because they haven't. There's been a lot more strategy at hand, there's been a lot more consistency that's been needed, staying out of trouble, race pace, everything like that is doubled. It's exaggerated over the course of an extra 6 hours. It's a long amount of time to go racing for, so will be interesting to see, and it might also be interesting to see how the dynamic of racing changes as well, because some teams might go for that last dash, say at the 5-hour mark of the race, to then be able to put themselves in a decent position to get an extra couple of points at the halfway point.
Yeah, and with no stoppages during 24/8 Series esports competition, it really is about starting well and continuing that throughout the day at Barcelona. Meanwhile, we've got a battle out there on the circuit again. Ollie Peacock is closing in on Danny Corpy here for 8th position. That's Harvu just ahead of Visceral Esports. You'd expect, with the speed that Visceral have got, that they'll make light work of this one, because they qualified a lot better than this. Of course, their minute penalty is really holding them back and is continuing to do so here. Harvu, unfortunately, are not quite showing the speed that they've had in some previous stints of this race. They're falling backwards, and so Peacock, you'd imagine, is going to take advantage of that here on the Dottinger Her this time round.
Yeah, should be able to find a way through with how powerful the slipstream is. On the Dottinger Her, it's a long straight, and of course these Porsches decent top end speed, so we will see what the move is going to be like. I mean, there's no incentive necessarily to bump draft each other, so yeah, go for the move. Ollie Peacock at the moment just trying to maximize his exit. That's the most important thing, but even then he doesn't actually want to be too close as to stall behind, because if you start too close, there's not a lot of slingshot that the slipstream can give you. I think he's actually a decent ways back as to just catapult his way past by the time they get to the braking zone.
Here we go. It's the middle of the road for Corpy, actually, and Peacock decides to stay behind. I wonder whether he's waiting for a little bit later in the straight, because if he goes too early, he'll give Corpy the chance to come back again. You can't imagine that Peacock's going to stay behind here, and he won't. Now he goes to the inside just under the Bilstein Bridge, and this should be a place for Ollie Peacock. He's left it a bit late. I think he's banking on Harvu backing out of this one. Will they? Yes. Probably the sensible choice, and Ollie Peacock is up to 8th place.
Yeah, not the most difficult move in his sim racing career, let's put it that way. I think Corpy just, yeah, not overly interested in battling too hard. Again, it's not worth it. It's really, yeah, it's a risk for the sake of an extra position that you might well be able to get back in a few moments' time with pit strategy and things, with how crazy that particular class has been with tyre strategies and things, of course, in the 992s, tyres and fuel. Again, we're not even halfway through. Should you really be fighting tooth and nail for a position? Probably not. Well,
exactly. So that's the debate you've got to have in your head there. Peacock making his way through into 8th position though, and that's not a particularly difficult pass in the end. It's a lot closer in the sort of top 5-ish region of the field. Daniel Sesley is driving for Olympus Esports at the moment in 5th position, but we've got his teammate, as promised earlier on in the race, Thomas Cope, who is waiting for us to have a chat with him. So let's bring him in and ask him a couple of things about what's going on out there on the circuit. Welcome in, Thomas. Good to have you with us, and nice to see you out there for the first couple of hours of this race, of course. The real thing that sticks in the mind for us anyway about that stint for you is that first hour incident that you had with Simify, where you ended up scraping yourself along the wall almost around the back half of the Nordschleife. Just what was your reading of that incident, which earned Simify, interestingly, a few seconds worth of penalties in the end?
Yeah, I saw the Simify made a mistake on the corner, so I just thought, you know, I'll give it a try. He was slow on the exit. Stuck my nose in, thought he was going to leave me the space, and we were going to have a too wide moment. And me personally, I feel like he just turned left and tried to push me off track, and that's what the result was as well. I kind of went off into the wall, so we are carrying a bit of damage from it, but we're chugging through.
How bad is the damage, if there is any?
It's not too bad. We managed to work a bit of it off, but it has hampered our pace a little bit. But we're still going strong and doing what we can.
Yeah, expectations always have to be adjusted, of course. You're now 5th, just 1.8 seconds ahead of Simi-Fi. We were just talking about maybe there's a battle brewing there. What are your expectations for the remainder of this one as a result? It's relatively close, I guess, from 1st to 6th in relative terms.
It's just going round. I mean, being our first season in the 25 age, we weren't too sure on what we were going to have and be able to bring really throughout the whole championship. So just to be where we are now in this race in P5, and I think P6 in the championship currently is more than we expected. And yeah, the class is really stacked with a lot of drivers, so it's really challenging all year round.
Yeah, and you've not been in the top 5 yet at the end of a race, but you must be thinking that your time is coming either today or in a few weeks' time at Barcelona as well. Is that sort of one of the main aims, to get in the top 5, maybe a podium before the end of the season?
Yeah, we definitely want to try and get up there in the result and get a good result on the board, but if we're finishing in the top 5 every race or close to it, we're alright and we're happy. And it hits our team goals for what we're trying to do this year.
What's the sort of idea with strategy around here at the Nürburgring? We've seen over the winter a lot of DNLS races, or I have anyway, where the Porsche Cup strategy was sort of different every time, and it still seems to be a little bit different every time. It's so interesting to watch. Obviously you won't be able to reveal a lot about what you're actually doing, but just how much working out do you have to do about different strategies and figuring out which one's the best before a race like this?
Yeah, a lot of it's just figuring out how much fuel you're going to have at the end and try and limit the splash and dash that you're going to have to create and run. So we try and, I know ourselves and some other teams are on a similar strat where we're just trying to eliminate the splash and dash and run full fuel to the end of the race. So some of the teams have some varying strategies. I've been keeping up with the Sure eSports car with their strategy, and it's very all over the place at the moment. But yeah, it's interesting. It keeps the race quite spicy through the whole class of Porsche Cups.
Yeah, it certainly does. Thanks very much, Thomas, for coming to have a chat with us again. It's been great to chat to you. Good luck for the remainder of the race, and yeah, good luck if you're getting in the car again, then good luck for that as well.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks very much. Thomas Cope there of Olympus Esports joining us for a chat here just on the halfway mark in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship. Always good to speak to the drivers, of course, Zach, and they're having a good day so far. Not been in the top 5 yet, as I mentioned to him, and maybe today is that day, although they're being caught in this fight that we're watching right now.
Yeah, so how long is it going to be lived for, of course, but Daniel Sageley at the moment, of course, getting into that car, settled in really nicely, had to fight for it. That definitely does not go without saying. He had to get in, acclimatise quickly, and is now settled, running really, really nicely. So let's see what they can do. But yeah, Thomas Cope, I mean, they had their issues earlier on, obviously, with contact, but they've been able to troop on, and at the moment are reaping the rewards for it. But 3 hours 15 to go. See how long they can keep this up. Let's see if they're able to maybe move their way forward. Who knows what's to come, of course, with so long left to go. But it's nice to see they're doing happy. And of course, Thomas Cope, reliable as always, for giving us an interview. It's always good insight, really, because we can sit here and talk as much as we want, really, about what's going through their heads, what strategy they're doing, whatever. But of course, no one knows as good as they do. Exactly.
We say this all the time. If you are a driver watching along at the moment, you want to come have a chat with us, then please feel free. We're in the RaceSpot TeamSpeak today, and if you don't know what that is, then just ask and we'll give you the details, so we can have a chat with some more drivers, and hopefully we'll leave that to David and Lorenzo maybe to chat to a few more up and down the field for the remaining 3 hours of today's race. So while this gap closes, another one extends. Ruben Bonga is at 5.5 seconds at the front of the field. We'll get back to GT3s pretty shortly, though, because Simi-Fi might fancy their chances of going through here. David Boschke is about 6 tenths behind. Is he too far back, though? Maybe just a touch too far back by the time they get to the Tiergarten.
Yeah, I reckon so. I mean, but you'd be surprised as to how powerful, of course, that slipstream is by the time they get down. So the closer he gets, the more powerful the slipstream gets, which then makes him get closer. It's that positive feedback loop, that exponentiality that allows you to close it. Obviously, by the time they reach the Bilstein Bridge, this is usually when you have a good idea as to whether or not they're going to get through. It's going to be brave, but no, in the end, it's not enough to find their way through. So he's got the GP loop, and then, well, hope that he gets it done by that point, really.
Well, is it going to be turn 1? It might have to be for Boschke if it's going to be on the GP loop. I can't see it happening anywhere else, although maybe. Here we go. In the slipstream, there's just a couple of car lengths between the two, which means it's going to be very tricky, but these are deep braking zones, and Boschke has gone for it. He's gone sailing into the turn. That's too late on the brakes. Daniel Sedley is going to do one of the easiest cutbacks he will ever do, and takes 5th place back again.
Yeah, nice and easily done for Sedgley. Just read the move perfectly, knew that he was going to be far too late on the brakes. A decent attempt, but in the end, not the best of executions for David Boschke on his pursuit pass. Again, maybe patience could have been better off for him. Maybe he could have been a bit earlier on the brakes, but now has to bide his time and wait. Sedgley just driving the car really on the grey stuff as best he can. He's not really doing anything drastic to keep him behind. He's just driving in a straight line, driving as quick as he can.
Here we go again. Boschke's going to make another dive now at the hairpin, and that was a lot more considered and successful from David Boschke, who is through into 5th position. In the end, all it needed was a calm head, and he had just that. So he's up to 5th place now. There's not really a lot you can do, is there, when you're a driver ahead like that, like Daniel Sedley. You're not quite as quick as a driver who's been closing in on you. It's not really worth your time with over 3 hours to go to defend from that. So all he was waiting for really was for Boschke to make a decent move, and he certainly did on that occasion. It was more than good enough for Sedley not to reply, and now with that bit of lap traffic, we'll absolutely seal the move.
And then be able to hopefully pull away over the duration of the Nordschleife lap. But yeah, patience definitely working off there nicely. And again, it's that risk versus the reward. The risk of battling at this stage is quite high. Things can go very, very wrong very, very quickly. And the reward of it, it depends what obviously situation you're in. If it's a case of like Boschke and you need to get through to not spend a lap railing at a slightly slower pace, then yeah, fair enough. But if you're sort of at equal pace with your rival, you can very easily find yourself battling for nothing. There's no mutual benefit to either of you to battle. There's no way you're going to find a way through, or at the very least, definitely not enough to override that risk that you carry. So approaching the half distance mark, and well, we'll find out as to what the situation is. It seems fairly secure at the moment for each of our respective leaders, as it has been for the majority of this race. But things very quickly can shake up. I mean, that gap in GT3, 10 seconds Bonga needs, and well, it's just trailing off 7 seconds, so it's not actually going to be that hard of a task for him to regain the lead after the pit stops.
Well, is it? It's 8.7 seconds right now. Or am I reading that wrong? Is that a 6?
That's a 6.
Okay.
Goodness.
Oh dear me. Maybe I need glasses.
I'm colourblind, you're just blind.
With no hope together. I'll take charge of colours and you can do numbers.
It's sweet. Dynamic duo.
Oh dear. I just checked the graphics and then I flicked over to my timing screen and thought, hang on a second, these numbers don't add up. There you go. He's lost about 1.5 seconds though in that exchange there. 5.5 seconds now the gap. It was down at 5.2 briefly, so Nasser getting a nice run through traffic on this occasion, and Bonga getting a bad run by the looks of it, so not ideal. What Bonga has done though, he's gotten far enough ahead of Iglesias, so he's at least ending up 3rd as things stand.
Yeah, exactly, which is not at all a bad outcome for the, of course, for the penalty. I mean, he's driven a fantastic stint. Of course, it is going to put him on the back foot, but he's still coming out in a decent position for the rest of the race, and still gives him good sights forward. I mean, BS Plus competition have dominated the majority of this race. I don't really see this 10-second penalty as much of a change to that. All they have to do is recover from it quite comfortably.
Let's see whether they do or not. They've driven well so far today. Maybe shades of the 6 hours of Sebring, which they were able to take the win, of course. That was their only win so far this season, and the only time otherwise they've been inside the top 6, which is pretty remarkable. But even being 1st or 2nd here is a good start, because Drago Racing are down the field. They've recovered fairly well, Drago Racing, I would say, though. Vlad Kimichev is in 6th position now for them, and so the recovery from their penalty earlier on going well, which is good. Good news for sure for the Ferrari team. So as things stand, if it were to end now anyway, they'd pick up 10 points. That would be BS Competition gaining 10. They would need more than that to take over the championship lead, but that won't bother them too much with Barcelona still yet to go. A lot of credit, I think, for that recovery has to go to Aaron Vasquez for the first hour he did post-penalty, but he's also done Vlad Kimichev, sorry, has also done the second hour of that as well. But there we go. I'll get my words out eventually. It's just past 7 o'clock over in the mainland Europe and just past 6 here in the UK. So it's time for us to do a bit of a driver swap of our own here in the commentary booth. Make sure you stay with us here on RaceSpotTV. Still 3 hours and 8 minutes remaining. I've been your Leary alongside Zach Sweeney. To take you through the remainder of this one is Lorenzo Bonda. But first, David Haynes.
Thanks, guys. Great work. Great show. Great racing at what I perceive to be probably one of the greatest racetracks anywhere in the world. And there's still plenty of racing on it to go. Lorenzo Bonda joins me, of course. Lorenzo, we love 24-hour series esports, but we also both love the Nordschleifer, I feel.
Yeah, for me it's been a day to forget, to be very honest. But it's been good racing nevertheless. It's been much cleaner, less attrition based than I initially anticipated, to be very honest with you. That's why I think it's providing us some really good racing with the strategies and everything.
4 categories, and this is the largest racetrack we will go to all season long, so traffic has been less of an issue than it often is in this series, but there are still many difficult places around the lap to catch a little bit of lap traffic that can cost you time. There are some really twisty bits around the backside of the circuit, but then also it's super high speed and slipstreamy in these parts where we find our outright leader at the moment, BS Competition and Ruben Bonga. This is a little bit of traffic once again. The drivers and cars that we've been looking at for a while, Simify and Olympus Esports in the 992 category, leaping out of the jump on the exit of the Kleines Carousel, goes Olympus Esports to get to the inside of GT4 leader Grid and Go. Impulse Racing are on the lane in this category, up the road as well. And the strategy has just that extra computational difficultness to it around here, because you only come by the pit entrance every 8.5 minutes, not every 2 minutes like you would at a normal racetrack.
Yeah, and because it is an elongated lap, sometimes it's kind of a tricky one for you to get it right sometimes. And also the entry of the pit lane it makes it a tricky as well, as both Havu and Manidi are trying to get around the Impulse GT4, just not over there on the jump. It is a dangerous place, but Havu gets it done anyway. While Manidi, I think, is going to lose some ground before going to the second half of the descent before the Stefan Belaf Fest. It is one of the trickiest portions for you to do an overtake here, David. And normally, if you try to put side by side the car going through this S, right? It's a straight that is in an S shape of sorts. It usually goes awry for either one of the cars.
So it does require just a little bit of patience overall in the end for that to work. And the leap of faith on the exit of the small carousel there, it unbanks and it heads you out towards the Armco, and you want to carry as much speed as you possibly can through there. Can be a struggle. You want to maximize your speed onto the longest straight as well, and just to have that 1.5 seconds clear, oh so important in the battle that we witness. We talked about that pit lane here, and I love when different configurations of a racetrack have different pit lane speed limits for the same pit lane. So on the Grand Prix layout it's 80 kilometers an hour, but here it's 60 for the combined version with the Nordschleife. So you do arrive at speed into that pit entry, looking to slot the gap between the Armco and then slowing down to 60 kilometers an hour, aka 37 miles an hour.
Yeah, whereas in the GP, just the Nürburgring layout is going to be about 80 kilometers, which is the F1 standardized speed entry. So it's a little bit of an interesting differentiator. So that's why it makes this track unique, you know, in terms of standings, as Olympus just jumps in front. Havu makes a little bit of a blunder into turn one as they go around the arena, and Manidi still side by side. Might retain the position once they go around the second half of the arena.
So Olympus Esports back out on track after their pit stop, now just ahead of Manidi Racing Black and Havu in a three-way fight in this single mate category. Now the only category of the four with just the one model of car, because we've got heaps of GT3s and now multiple choices in GT4 and TCR category. TCR was one make in previous seasons. Now on this outlap, the car is going to be full of fuel. It's going to be a bit difficult to drive for Olympus, and so Manidi are going to look to go around the outside of the GP carousel. And I think that's going to work out. Havu's still watching on behind as the positions trade in front of them.
Yeah, good job from Manidi right there to get around just quickly on both cars. I thought this could have taken a little bit long, but Kenna Bushman thought otherwise, and then essentially didn't fight all the way too much, as now outside for Havu over here, David, and they're not going to be able to make the overtake work for now, as Danny Corpi basically resets the status quo of trying to do an overtake, and probably not going to do it around on the chicane right here on Vito, but it's still retaining a good advantage to Olympus, where he can actually make the overtake on the uphill part of the Flugplatz, after Flugplatz.
Plenty of opportunities on the Nordschleife in the opening part of the lap to make some passes. A little challenging once you get to the carousel all the way around to Schwalbenschwanz. We saw that already, and this is costing just a little bit of time to Danny Corpi, who otherwise would have liked to have gone with Keanu Bushman and the Manidi Racing Black car. But now behind Olympus Esports as Daniel Sedgley finds his grip once again with a new set of tyres and a full tank of fuel. So 1 minute 5 seconds in the pit stall just then in that stop for Olympus Esports. Got to keep an eye, of course, on the 992 categories. They can be a bit tricky, whether they take 4 tyres, no tyres, 2 tyres. We're side by side with a little bit of contact heading up over the Flugplatz. Somehow it stays off of the wall for Olympus, but it was not only a little touchy, it was super touch and go at the top of the hill. So fast, so committed, so little room for error.
Yeah, somehow manages to make it work. Just and normally you think that you're not going to be able to attempt an overtake right there. It is twisty and everything, and you don't have a lot of space for you to work with. But the important stuff is leaders in the pit lane in the GT3, as we see Ruben Bonga come out right in front of Tristan Iglesias. So
from the penalty box and then heading down the lane to find their pit stall. So pit lane's busy, penalty box is busy, and the pit crews are about to get super busy, as well as the top 6, soon to be 7 and more cars from GT3 are on the lane critically right at the halfway point of this race. They'll be counting how many laps to go in this, perhaps 21 more, and we'll have 3 more 7-lap stints, but you can just never quite be sure. And we'll keep an eye as to who will be the first off the lane, if indeed that penalty costs BS Competition the race lead, which it will.
Yeah, absolutely. Over here, so this is the good stuff of being in the server. Apparently we have 20 more laps, 21 more laps. So it's give or take, right? And I wish it could be. I might be wrong. Don't trust commentators' mathematics and spotters as well. So just hoping that it stays good for a really good long time. The question is, though, we know we reached halfway point of the race, right, David? and there's still some effort trying to save as much fuel as they can. I don't think they're going to be able to, but do you think by the I'm thinking they're not safe on fuel even at the final hours? The Iglesias have a massive issue at Adanawa. What a save.
Yeah, for the 14, a big moment at the top of the hill there, where there's always some spectators filming, ready to put your mistakes and follies up onto YouTube.
Content.
Content is king.
Yes. Especially at Nordschleife, you know, highly underrated.
More cars on the pit lane right now. I think it comes down to what is the race pace like, because you saw the leader exit the pit lane with just under 3 hours to go. So if the pace climbs from here, we could be close to getting an extra lap in. It will be super close. Yep.
And I think it's gonna pick up, if I remember correctly. If our producer wants to bring up the track conditions, and I think time of day, this is gonna explain to us a little bit that it might actually pick down. Track conditions are 24 degrees Celsius on track, so it's a cool track, David. I think there's some leeway for you to actually go maybe a second faster if the day unwinds a little bit. Right, and it's 4:15 p.m. on track, so I think it is a good measurement for you to, you know, there is a good possibility we might see faster laps and higher fuel burn rate.
Simify 992, Impulse Racing 992. Nose to tail heading towards the end of the lap here. Downhill, the peak speed of the racetrack. Simify with 283 kilometers an hour. Heading into Tiergarten, Hohenrain, and the completion of another lap. Both of them staying out. Valkyrie, I believe, on the pit lane just ahead of them, so they may go up a spot, crossing the start-finish line this time around. As Valkyrie in this category will look to rejoin just behind. Simify continue to hold on to their spot. Now third in class.
Yeah, and it's been a very interesting race, I think, in this cup class of everything. You know, it's impressive to watch Share of all teams, right? Being so much of a good team in comparison to the other teams around, and seeing Alta's potential lead go away. Valkyrie not having the best race so far, and Scherer now rising up to be the team maybe to beat in the standings, because if I recall correctly, they would be passing both Valkyrie and Altus on points right now.
On board with the Impulse 915. Took fuel but not tyres at their last stop by the looks of things. But again, the track conditions relatively kind to the tyres. You're hoping to stay close enough within the slipstreaming range, because you're slipstreaming here on the Grand Prix circuit. Then you work your way through Hutzenbach, Hocheichen, and then you've got a couple of high-speed sections on the way up to Flugplatz around to Schwedenkreuz, and then Arenberg around to Fuchsrohr. There is GT4 service underway for Zenith Esports and Movano Corsa GT4, both of them on the lane in their category right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what is the interesting also aspect of, you know, of Nordschleife? I was having the discussion with the team, especially for the TCRs. You know, you know this as much as everybody else, right? David, is the term of the ringer, right? As Iglesias, I think, have a little bit of an issue. Nasher now is into the overall lead. And now Bonga as well. Did something happen for Tristan to lose 2 spots in the quick succession?
Oh.
Oh.
My, and then some damage there as well. So that's on the exit of Mutkurv heading towards Klostertal, I think.
Yeah,
So
that's right
super
around Mudcover,
committed.
yeah.
Part of the racetrack there. The GT3 leader has tapped the Armco as well. And that's led to a big reshuffling in the GT3 category. Not great news for Simify.
Yeah.
This is the
But
onboard.
I think he got lucky though.
Apex curb, just a tiny tap on it, unsettle the car through there. Whew.
Yeah. I think he got away luckily from that crash, right? The curb, I think, set his car sideways in a way that I think he did a really good job to ensure that the rear, like the bumper, would touch first, not in full, and also the front bumper would not touch in full as well, like not a full impact. It's kind of like you grazing the wall of sorts and avoiding hitting the critical parts like the suspension, the toe links of the car, and the sway bars of the car on the side as well, so on from the rear, so the car is not completely broken, so that's really good.
Closing up here with Visceral Esports, getting onto the tail of Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, the 962 and what should be the 996. And just now you get towards the end of the places where passes can be made easily on the Nordschleife. The corners start coming up a little more quick fire through here at Adnauforst, and then around this part of the lap, overtaking a little more challenging, depending on exactly what the tyre differential is though, and that's something that we get quite commonly in 992. So if you've got a bit more drive traction, you can make a lot happen.
But the only overtaking spot per se would still be right after, Brünschen. So where you get the climb all the way up to Mudkurve and then prepare yourself for carousel. And even then, you still would think, David, and we've seen not only here but also in the Porsche Esports Super Cup and so many other, outlets, that doing an overtake on the climb is not easy. It's very complicated given the radius of the curves and how big the curbs are. Staying side by side can be dangerous the entire time.
Through Breitscheid they go, and it is the exit of Bergwerk that makes things most likely, though on the way in you could try to make it happen as well. Definitely in the position for Visceral Esports to begin setting up the move. The banking comes on late in Bergwerk. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing run just a little bit wide. And this is the part where you've got to pick a lane and then hope that the other driver sees you and respects that lane that you've picked. Through that flat out left-hander, up the hill we go, approaching some TCR traffic that'll make things difficult. They're absolutely neck and neck, and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. Herford lifts out of the throttle and is going to drop in behind the Heusinkfeld TCR just for a moment, and the big winner there, Visceral Esports. They get the traffic easily, they get the position easy, and they are sailing on up the road.
Absolutely. Just also for Oysen Herford, I don't think he wants to risk all the way too much, in trying to do overtakes. That being said, now again into the TCRs, I think, pitting right now. Karlar is the first car to go into the pit lane. Harald Stadler into the car, so driver swap is Dominic gives way to to Stadler. Catalytic back in the car. Impulse is out already, and now all the eyes back into the other Impulse, battling for position against Sabel T-Sports.
6th and 7th in GT4 at the moment. not quite a picture repeat of what we just saw from the 992 class. Impulse Racing not getting as much speed up the hill as they would have liked, but they've got so much speed on the exit here. This has been a move that's led to grief before, trying to go side by side through that super quick and committed kink. Impulse and Sven Groot closing up where they can here. Cameras ready. Carousel comes up next.
Get your pictures out.
Tough to pass from here until the dotting on her, though, on the back half of the lap. It's just corners. It feels almost rally stage around here. Blind over crest, stay right, don't cut, etc. Some of them tighten in blind ways.
Yeah. But you do know some guys actually use the rally pace notes for you to get around here, right? Especially at this. Can you call this the third of Nordschleife? So
I don't know
use
if it,
like
as a whole it's
left
got a
three.
name.
Yeah, they kind of use like right three down, don't cut curbs inside or something like that, and then right three up, things like that, and usually works out for them. It gives a little sense of awareness of where you're going to.
It's a good way to learn, because repetition is tough on the Nordschleife, because you can sit down for an hour and only complete just a few laps. So anything that gets you up to pace quicker for racing here would be a good thing. The leader from this class is on the lane, Grid and Go eSports, so a few others will likely follow as well. This is where you just got to follow close to Schwalbenschwanz, and then the Kleines Carousel coming up next. It's always a risk on the exit there that you try to carry too much speed and you get thrown out and towards the wall. We see that happen sometimes. Measuring your pace on those incredibly banked sections of the carousel and the Kleines Carousel, so challenging. Sometimes you go through the carousel and you go, I could have done that so much quicker. And then when you do it so much quicker, you slide out of the groove and lose an incredible amount of time, or hit the wall, or whatever it may be. But here's where you get a good run. You use the toe to save fuel or slingshot past 258 kilometers an hour and more for Impulse, as they will get in front and make the pass happen. Everyone's on the lane in front of us here with your top four: Door Esports, Geeks Energy, Botkick, WSR Esports, 07 Racing. They're all doing it. Pit lane's a busy place. Sven Haase has taken gridandgo.com esports back out and back into the lead as they all race to get some service.
Absolutely. Still, well, we can pretty much say that the race here in GT4 is pretty much a race of, I'm not going to say a race of attrition, but basically the race to try to get closer to Grid and Go, because Sven Haase, I think it's, doing what Sven Haase does best, being aggressive out of the gate and try to, fast lap out of fast lap out of fast lap, and it's basically going to be an uphill fight from here unless something happens, which is insane to think about. Normally you would say, oh, but 28 seconds, it's a lot in a racetrack, right, David? It would be hard for you to catch, but I think Nordschleife might be just one of those tracks because traffic is always a constant topic to talk about, and is always a dangerous places that you might be thinking, oh, this is still doable.
Driver change at Impulse Racing. Timo Hayden gets in. Didn't see a whole lot of other driver changes in many of the other cars. WSR Esports butt kicker has Ashley Finch rejoining into 5th place. Impulse and Seibelt both leaving the lane, and Impulse remain ahead of Seibelt. GT4 tyre warm-up can be a tough thing as well, just at the start of this stint. Luckily, you've got the whole entirety of the Grand Prix layout before you then get thrown into the demonic challenge that is the Green Hell.
Right.
Way closer to Zenith as well now, off the lane too. So 4 seconds quicker through the box for Impulse than Zenith was when Zenith stopped a lap previous. Movano Corsa, of course, also stopping the lap previous. So this puts Zenith within range of an attack from Timo Hayden.
Yeah, and he's charging. He's actually putting a really massive charge in the car. So the opening is right there for him to do the overtake on Ruben Lasso. So the Spaniard needs to be on the lookout for Timo to maybe pound and strike that green and black Zenith McLaren, which is in not place. You know, it's odd to see Zenith in 7th place, given the fact they ran a lot of the championship up in the front, and they are 2nd place in the GT4 standings.
These are the closest cars in the GT4 category right now, and Timo Hayden continues to get closer on the Grand Prix circuit through the fast version of the chicane that I love so much, and then to take basically a hairpin to join the Nordschleife. First corner of the Nordschleife, Sabrina Schmidt's curve. Downhill, a little bit of uncamberedness at the exit, and suddenly all of the curbs go from very nice Grand Prix style curbs to these really tall red and white monstrosities that will bottom out the car and really force you to respect the track limits, and make you far more precise.
Yeah. Even when you are thinking that you are precise, sometimes the Green Hell just does something different. This is a question for you, to David. If we get the we'll talk back after maybe Timo does the overtake, because I have a question to you.
Ruben Lasso was on the brakes quite deep into the corner there, and clearly had a struggle getting the car onto the straight. Timo Hayden had more speed, got close, but decided against trying to pass at the Flugplatz. Not always a great idea, but heading down towards Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, he's going to see if the Mercedes can get a little bit more speed over the McLaren. If you can carry good speed over here, you can pop to the inside of Arenberg. That's where he's looking to outbrake down the inside into the long right-hander at Arenberg. There's a bump up against the curb on the inside there, but no dramas whatsoever. Good move by Timo Hayden. Now you've got twisty a bit of the lap coming up where you can start to try to pull away and close in on the next car for position 07 Racing, driven by Alessandro Quintana.
Yeah, and there's a possibility for you to break away because you're on the second twisty section. You know, you're basically going up and down the hill. Basically, now that I think you're one of the highest portions of the track, if not the closest to the highest portion of the track, right after Flugplatz. So you are able to, get those twisty corners, the deep braking zones. Then maybe X-Mula for you to, contemplate a little bit of a deep braking and try to get a good acceleration out of the curve. So it's where you can easily make or break right here. Of course, the best portion being the third portion of the track, right after the carousel. But good movement from Timo, and good awareness from Ruben. Try to not fight out this much. And that's
one of
not
the
my
other
question for you,
GT4s.
though.
Oh yeah, go.
What is your level of excitement for a wet race at a 24 hours of Nürburgring? Because if we get the rain tires for TCRs, and I think GT4s have them, Porsche Cup have them, GT3 have them, so I think only TCRs are missing.
I don't think any of the GT4s had rain tires yet.
Do they? Don't they? Oh, okay, maybe. All right, so GT4s and TCRs don't have it. So if they get it by Nürburgring, what's your level of excitement around the track?
You're certainly gonna need someone with eyes on the radar at all times, because if the rain starts coming down around the carousel and gets super wet over that side of the racetrack, you don't want to arrive there on slick tyres and suddenly it's super challenging there. So you've really got to err on the side of caution as far as your tyres would go. Just have a really heads up idea of what the weather is doing, how the weather's changing, because just the size of the circuit, you might even in some cases sort of preemptively have to go to wet weather tyres, drive a couple of completely bone dry sectors and then get to the treacherously wet parts of the racetrack. So it would be good. It would be really good. As now I think about how GT3 pit stops is currently configured, rain would finally make it interesting.
Yeah, because I think this, everybody's going to say this might be the true first test, real test of Tempest, right? Because in Sebring, we saw what rain could do, right? Everybody saw what rain would bring, how the dynamic would change with the wet lines and everything, planing the car and maybe getting it wrong in a few corners here and there, and how the car behaves, which is really good. But I think this might be the true first test of how Tempest, deploys the rain and the weather variability around the track, right? And test if your strategy is on point, regardless of what the other teams are doing. Which is, for me, specifically speaking, as a commentator, and I like to be a race strategist from here and there. It's a good thing. It makes it more exciting for everybody.
Team Hoisingfeld Ferrari in GT3. GT3 is the most populous category in this race. 20 cars in category, 15 GT4s, 12 992s and 9 TCRs make up the 56 entries in 24-hour series esports. 6 hours of the Nürburgring. How was the last lap? Decent enough. Not the only Ferrari in category either. The championship leaders were Ferrari.
In Drago Racing, yeah.
And they run 5th. It's a bit deeper backwards too. 10th and 11th though. WSR just a 10th quicker last lap than Impulse Racing. But it's only every 8.5 minutes they come around and we get to measure that difference.
Yeah, because I think of all cars, when I was reading the briefing, right, David? I think this car, suffered the most changes out of the other cars. I think it is 18 kilos that this car has gotten in comparison to the other cars. Let me just check it out. Yeah, 18 kilos, 1.5% less in engine power, and 1 fuel percentage less than maybe some other cars. So you normally would think, oh, the Mercedes done and dusted, but actually it's being able to run. That's why Williams is leading this race so far against a BMW.
Why would I think that bop means the Mercedes is done and dusted, rather than think that must be an appropriate bop that's going to give us a fair and exciting race? I have all the faith in our friends at TFR Lab and the data they collect, and I don't imagine they're throwing out kilograms just for fun.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's like because of Bob talk, everybody likes, and I mean air quotes, right, David, to talk about a balance of performance. But I think they use something that I think is very similar to what happened in the Digital Nürburgring Langenstraßen series. So I think the Mercedes has gotten something quite similar, and it kind of performed pretty much okay. The other cars got similar stuffs, similar, appliances, and there was some decent running right there. And somehow, some way, with everything that has been shown to the Mercedes, it still has got some really solid performance in comparison to the other cars.
Everyone hates Bop until you run out of car manufacturers willing to throw away $300 million a year in an unrestricted development war, and you're left with only Toyota left competing at Le Mans. So you you might hate Bop, but you hate racing more without it.
Yeah.
Is WSR Esports Butt Kicker close enough to be in the slipstream down the Doringohur here? I want to say yes, and Impulse Racing definitely act like they think they're close enough as well. One little weave here, one little weave there. You're not quite going to break it though. I think it's 2 kilometers an hour faster right now for Gabriel Adelier in the tow here. So that just slowly walks down the gap, walks down the distance just a little bit. Drags you a couple tenths of a second closer. Would have really wished to have been maybe half a second back coming onto the straight there rather than about a second back, because it keeps him in touch but it doesn't give him a chance to attack.
Yeah. Bernal wasn't able to also close the weight that much, right? The gap kind of stabilized at half a second between Impulse and WSR, as this might actually shorten the length a little bit because there's the Roar Esports GT4 and WSR going for the late braking, actually just committed to lift up the car and try to use as much late braking as possible to get closer to the Impulse car.
So through the arena section, both get past without too much trouble, still holding just a little bit wide on board with WSR Esports Butt Kicker to not chop across the nose of the GT4. This is the newest part of the circuit, the smoothest part of the circuit, as they start another lap and then eventually work their way around to the Nordschleife on the most full and combined Gesamtstrecke long, 25.95 kilometers. iRacing thinks it's 169 turns, which is nice.
Imagine if they had the Gesamtstrecke complete, which is the north section, GP section, and the south loop. If I remember correctly, that would add
Isn't that
up
what
to...
we're on? What are you describing that's different to what we're already racing?
Oh, back in the old days,
right.
They had the southern loop, and sometimes they used to combine maybe the southern loop with the GP, or the northern loop with the southern loop. So I don't think we ever saw a complete like north GP and south, because I don't think they even run south anymore. I think it's just nowadays it is public roads.
I don't think it exists at all.
Yeah, I've read so many articles about the legendary Southern Loop, but I know race-wise they haven't had so many races that have been cataloged over there per se in comparison to the Northern Loop.
No, some of the roads are still there. I think one of them is called L93.
That's more like of a band name. Or actually, rather, a K-pop band name. Now that I'm thinking about it, why do I even think about K-pop bands?
I don't know, man. You tell me. We're half a second here on Pulse Racing. WSR Esports Butt Kicker still just tantalisingly within the slipstream distance through the opening part of the Nordschleife, and now exiting Arenberg across the curb underneath the bridge. Heading downhill, it's a very single file to one curb to the other, to the next, across the bumps and the jumps, to the bottom of the compression here. That's the fastest point on the track for some cars. Don't think it's quite is for GT3s. And then across the top of the hill in the change of direction, looking for traction on the exit, looking to stay super close, also with an eye up the road to what kind of traffic we might be catching, and also noting that both of these are catching Movano Corsa by about a second since we got on board with WSR Esports Butt Kicker. So good pace from both of these cars, closing in on the next car for position as they do it. About a second quicker on the last lap than Movano Corsa, so across the 26 kilometers and 169 turns, only very, very subtle gains, but they're trending that way.
But hey, every gain is a gain, right?
Don't look a gift gain in the mouth.
Precisely. By the way, gap to the lead is also shortening in a little bit as well. BS competition caught Williams Esports by nearly half a second on the last lap, David. So, and the gap is winding down to 3.5 between Louis Nasher and Ruben Bonga. So we might have a battle for the lead brewing in a little bit, depending on the circumstances.
It is all happening in GT3 at the moment. You've also got Falcon, I think, starting to catch Simify. You've got ATRS Esports Gareth Higgins going for a little bit of a loop. Not the first time I think we've seen the rear just let go on that car. Great work to not drive up over that curb, high side it, and get stuck and have to tow. You never want that to happen. Simify, I think it just nearly popped out of the carousel as Falcon Sim Racing continues to close on them. We're side by side in this picture with WSR Esports going ahead, Impulse lifting out right as they approach the super committed commitment corner. WSR Esports butt kicker goes to 10th. Now it's their job to try to hunt down Movano.
Yeah, good overtake. Took a little bit of a while of cooking from WSR Esports butt kicker, but managed to get away in the end. You even saw the Movano Corsa car right in front of the frame, being caught slowly by both of the cars we're seeing on screen. So there's a possibility that Pablo Lazar might lose 2 positions in just 1 lap.
Tim Woods catching Tristan Iglesias, Gabriel Adelier making the move on Impulse Racing in GT3. You can see on the timing columns left of the picture what the gap is for the lead in this category, and you can also go to timing2.RaceSpot.TV if you've got teammates, friends, particular drivers you want to keep up with how their race is going. It's got their position, it's got who's in the car, it's got their last pit stop time. This is Simify coming under pressure big time from Falcon Sim Racing team. It was 3 seconds quicker on the last lap from Falcon, and Simify do not even fight it here at Gulgenkopf, sending Falcon Sim Racing team up into 6th. They're going to carry speed over here. We think that's still a damaged Porsche from Simify, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one that is damaged in the front and the back as well. Question is, how much is Tristan losing per lap? Because, like, I don't know if this last lap that he actually done, it was at 8:30 last lap, 8:35, was truly pace-wise. I don't know if he did a mistake or something like that, but you cannot lose 3 seconds with just 1 kiss in the wall, can you? Well, I mean,
The rear left looks pretty cooked there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that is true. Bent in, right?
Seybelt are a lap down there in the yellow and grey BMW, but with potentially a bit more speed, they might even at some point look to unlap themselves here. And if Simify decide they want to get a little bit of a toe off someone, they could be tactical with how they go and let that happen. Field in GT3 crossing the start finish line updates the lap times. BS competition took a second out of the race leader. Team 75 Bernhard also taking a little bit of time out of the race leader. Manisi slightly slower. Drago Racing about the same. And then Falcon Sim Racing taking a lot of time out of Simify. Here's Impulse and WSR 10th and 11th as they're now 4 laps completed in this stint. We'll see a lot of 7-lap stints from GT3, I think. The question isn't, ooh, does anyone extend to 8 laps in their stint? The question is, exactly how quick are they going? Is it going to be a 42-lap race, or will it go to 43?
Yeah. My indicator right now says 43 laps, but I'm not gonna lie. If I say to you, David, this might actually come down to the final, even 5 minutes. I think final lap of the race is gonna dictate if we're gonna go a lap extra or not.
And the way it gets calculated can be mighty challenging as well, because it sort of works out the average of 2 or 3 laps as you're heading towards when the white flag should be thrown. And then once the white flag is thrown, then the checkered flag has to come next. Conversely, Barney can't throw the checkered flag at the leader without first throwing the white flag the lap previously. So when exactly the checkered flag falls is actually relatively predetermined around a lap this size. It's almost sort of decided 15, 16 minutes before it actually all gets set in motion. If you're going to adjust your pace as the leader to try to get a certain race distance, you need to be doing it from oh so early. This is the lead in TCR, Carlisle Esports and Impulse Racing. Impulse have closed them in since the last pit stop quite significantly on the last lap by the looks of things. Carlisle Esports starting to come under some pressure here for the lead of category, and they're about to head towards the longest straight on the circuit. How about a 1-2-1-2 leapfrog?
Yeah, this is gonna happen. The question is when Jan Boll is gonna make the overtake on Harald Stadler, and Impulse goes back into the lead. And more importantly, this actually will propel Impulse into the lead of the championship, regardless what is going to happen in this race, because Team Hoisingveld is all the way far behind. So there you go. Inside for Carlar. Outside is going to be the 122 for Impulse, and that Civic is just going to go on through. Still side by side, but the nose points out on Impulse direction here, David. Impulse into the lead.
Make a last lap from Impulse, a 9:19 to a 9:25 for Carlisle Esports. So 6 seconds delta there. We'll see what it has been on this lap as Impulse Racing's Honda Civic Type R goes through into the lead at TCR, and Carlisle hope to then ride their coattails, and by coattails I mean slipstream, onto a new lap. Timing line comes along, and Impulse already have a decent little lead here as well. There is that timing line. So a 9:21 and a 9:25, Impulse and Carlisle. No one's got speed like Impulse.
What happened to Williams? I just saw Williams fall off the board, and now BS Competition's in the lead.
Louis Nasser from Williams Esports GT3, the number 1 car, is dropping down the timing column as we speak. We can't find him. He's nowhere to be found.
Oh dear.
And there are big dramas coming for the number 1 Williams Esports GT3.
Here it says that his connection quality is actually below 30%, therefore Williams is out.
Sort of waiting on the tap out here, 3-2-1, before the message comes through that there has been a disconnection for Louis Nasser driving the Williams Esports GT3. But it feels an inevitability at this moment. Checking over on GT4, this is 4th and 5th, Story Sports Academy and WSR Esports butt kicker. Mercedes and Aston Martin for 4th and 5th right now. WSR's Ashley Finch was 2 seconds quicker last lap, and you can see 07 Racing just off the tail of this fight as well if it gets too exciting. and they were also super quick the last lap. In fact, they were the second quickest car in category last lap, bested only by the leader Grid and Go Esports and their Aston Martin. So this is closing up here. 6th catching 5th, catching 4th. You love to see it as they head towards the fastest part of the racetrack, the Dottingahua.
Yeah, the question is if Finchy is going to be in over attack range on the Door Esports Academy car and is able to do the overtake at the Dottingahua. You can even see Finch going as aggressive as he can be, you know, on the corners, even clipping the inside curb of the Kleiner carousel. Now setting himself up on Galgenkopf, but I don't think it's going to be enough here, David, for him to do the overtake.
There's always a chance, and I never say never. I've got my eye on the speed gun for both cars, and already the speed's equal. 243, 246, 248, 250 kilometers an hour. Ashley Finch is now 3 kilometers an hour quicker in the tow. It says he's got 256 to the 252 now of Door Esports Academy. So he's walking the gap down as they approach the bridge at the end, maybe into turn 1.
Yeah. By the way, Williams officially retired from the race.
Do you see that from Louis Nasser, Williams Esports Lounge, etc., disconnecting from the server?
Everybody, yeah. Even Vasilios actually left the server, so...
Last one out of the lounge, please switch off the coffee maker. We're heading down towards turn 1 on a new lap in the battle for 4th and 5th in GT4. WSR Esports showing the nose a little bit. It's Ashley Finch clearly with a little bit more pace at the moment, and also using the slipstream very strongly in this GT4 class. Now right to the rear bumper. There is maybe a need to have just a little bit of haste here, because 07 Racing are even quicker than those two.
Weird.
Team 75 Bernhard hit the lane with Jürgen Frank. This is a short stop, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that 5 laps only for Jürgen Frank. Now that Marvin Strel is in the car, I think I'm frowning my head here. I'm not gonna lie.
This is almost certainly then a commitment to a 6-stop race from Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, and if they're seeing that and they're making that commitment, then maybe they're looking for a bit of a tyre undercut here, unless there was a problem with the outgoing driver that we weren't aware of. Yeah, I'm thinking this... There was 3 hours, under 3 hours on the clock when the race leader left the pit lane at the halfway point, but there wasn't when they entered the pit lane. So if they'd stayed out, i.e. like they were taking the checkered flag at the end of a stint, then it would have been before the halfway duration of the race. I think we're headed for 43 laps with that in mind, unless the pace really drops off or they all get 30-second stop and hold penalties or something. Someone will be out there in a leading position to take this to 43 laps. And like we've pointed out, they iRacing will calculate how many laps the race should be based on the time, actually 1 or 2 laps in advance of when it then throws the white flag and then throws the checkered flag. Back with GT4 here. Dora still holding on with WSR all over them, and 07 Racing continuing to close in, doing just a little bit of the mowing on the exit of Flugplatz. Not great, because that costs your speed along the straight towards Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg. To the inside of Schwedenkreuz goes WSR Esports butt kicker. Not a great place to go side by side. If you're the car on the outside, you can so easily end up in the grass and in that white and red Armco. They have to lift off a little bit around the outside, and that lets Ashley Finch get through into 4th place. It costs both of these cars a little bit of time. That lets 07 Racing get within 1 second, and here comes a little bit of GT3 traffic as well. That's your race leader.
Yeah, you beat me to it. That is Ruben Bonga, you know, drumming around out and out forest. Just behind the door car. And I can see the risk of that door 420 GT4 actually losing position. 07 Racing. Good attempt, you know, from door right there from Christian Young, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Quintale to hold Quintale in place.
So an exciting 3-way fight here, and through all of that, the pace from these cars on the previous lap still quicker than 3rd place, quicker than 2nd place. So there is a lot of fight left in GT4. There's a lot of fight right here as 07 closes in. They're quicker than Door, no doubt, but they could also be quicker than WSR Esports butt kicker as well. So I think there's a couple of overtakes to happen for 07 coming up this lap and into the next. Bit of a slide there at Exmuller. There is a nasty little bump at the apex there, just like there is at Arenberg. It really tempts you to sort of catch it wrong, and you can get a bit of a slide on. Track temp down to 23 Celsius through Bergwerk, who gets a good run. It's full throttle flat chat all the way through the quick left kink here, up the hill, and then to that most brave of brave corners.
Bravery.
Door Esports a little protected here by the slipstream they're getting off WSR. If it was just Door versus 07, I think 07 would have him, but this is a DRS train style. WSR Esports butt kickers toe, helping Door Esports Academy stay protected. Just for a moment, here comes 07, monstering around, looking to the inside to try to outbrake here, get down the inside. And we have Mercedes side by side, who will get better traction and have best positioning for the carousel. The car on the inside will always win the carousel battle, and 07 Racing know that. Because you can't force your way through when there's not an open door.
True, and now things are gonna get a little bit more complicated as Manidi goes on through the entry of Hoacht. So it's gonna make the time loss for Door to be massive. You even see Quintale clinging to the curbs itself, manages to keep the car on the track, David. But it could have gone the wrong way for the Italians. Fortunately, they kept it on the track. That's what we want to see. Battle still raging on.
Was super touch and go for a moment there. Winner out of all of that, probably WSR Esports butt kicker, though their time comes as Manidi put the pass on them. This part of the lap we go. Look at the brake lights coming on and off for Door Esports Academy as they just play with the brake pressure, trying to get the car to rotate. It's not a big, straight line braking zone. Turn the car in, it's done. You're really playing with the inputs to balance the car with the camber, with the long corners, with the sometimes tightening late corners around this part here. 07 seem to have just a little bit more to go for them at the moment, and they might have Zoringhur on their mind.
Yeah.
Here comes Drago Racing Ferrari though. Just a little bit of traffic to keep things spicy this lap for our GT4. Look at that brake lights, just on off. Really playing with all of that.
And also playing with the margins for air, just getting so close to car contact, and somehow, some way they managed to get out unscathed, and this is good stuff, despite of heart-stopping moments for everybody as WSR Esports is going to get a massive advantage here in the Doringahoa. Question is, will 07 collaborate with Door this lap so they can get closer to WSR? I don't think so.
Here comes 07. I think once the straight kicks a little uphill here, the effect of the slipstream gets even more powerful. You sometimes see the leading car actually lose a little bit of speed. They've hit their VMAX and then it becomes uphill towards the bridge, but Thor's just close enough to be in a tow from WSR that again it protects them from 07 behind. So GT3 is crossing the start finish line as well, and I'm not seeing anyone else react to this Team 75 strategy. Everyone else, BS Competition, Manidi, Drago Racing, all staying out for the 7th lap of their stint. Here's 07 looking down the inside, the opening hairpin of the Grand Prix circuit. Side by side to the inside here and pushing out wide, taking the full corner, and up into 5th place they go. That one was looming, and looming for a little bit longer than it actually took 07 to get around.
Yeah. Interesting movement right there, but actually that's the way for you to do it. If you're going to get your movement done, go on turn number 1, set yourself up, maybe just ride it cleanly to the next portions, as we're going to look at what happened to Max Monterman and Leipert. Massive crash in front, losing the front bumper. And Leipert's day that was already very bad, just gone completely alright.
That's those monstrous curbs around the Nordschleife, isn't it?
Yep.
Just end up across them. You are tobogganing across the curb. You've got no grip on your tyres, no weight on the wheels, and then out of control and perhaps heckled by the spectators at Vipperman or exactly wherever that was around that part of the lap. 07 Racing now ahead. Their job to hunt down WSR Esports butt kicker and look for the next position in this stint.
Still 2 hours of race latch, which is insane to think about how 4 hours have flown this quickly, and the gap to WSR has actually closed quite a lot. I think, but it might widen the gap a little bit, because I see a Falcon GT3 and also a Sabelt GT3 not far behind.
Yeah, so we've seen Drago Racing go through. We've seen Maniti go through. So we're starting to work our way through the top 10 of the GT3 lining up on this. So there's Falcon, there's the Sabelt. And then, of course, we'll have Team 75, then Movano, WSR Esports, Impulse, etc. There is a sizable lineup of GT3 cars that are going to want by on your GT4s in not too long. Luckily, the GT3s do have plenty of straight line poke when needed, and they do get more traction off some of the slow corners as well. So they never should be waiting too long, and this part of the lap is far more friendly than the area around the carousel for this kind of business.
Yeah.
07 are so close now.
I think WSR lost a little bit of ground because of Falcon going around as Schwedenkreuz and making the Mercedes not the Mercedes, but the Aston Martin lift off a little bit and try to stay as close to the inside lane as they could possibly go, and unfortunately lost the ground a little bit there. But now the gap isn't existent. Now it's completely one glued to each other's back, to the other's bumper. So battle for 5th is on.
Still seeing the brake lights sort of come on and off for these Mercedes as they just sort of trail 5% or so through some of these corners. Try to keep the weight on the nose, try to help the car turn as they run longer on the stint and the tyres begin to wear out and get just a little slidier. Corners like these, the long corners, you see the brake lights just flash on and off a little bit late through the corners.
Yep. Oh. Was Quintale's car loose on the exit of the triple right-hander, or was just him trying to look for a move?
It's been slidey in plenty of times in plenty of places. It's a loose-looking race car, so it's possible. You picked this out, Lorenzo. There's a battle in 992.
Yeah. I knew it was involving Valkyrie, XP, and also Simify, but I didn't know if it was actually the other way around with Williams Esports Academy, as Roger Joe Vergara-Godestad is actually having a really good run on David Bosga. So the French is out, going to cover the inside, going to the outside, and that is going to favor on the Vidal chicane. Valkyrie, and Valkyrie, just when they needed positions, move up one spot now into the top three, inside the top three already, but deeper into the side of the top three, making the life out of everybody else, especially Scherer, more difficult in the standings.
Valkyrie last stopped 6 laps ago. Simify last stopped 3 laps ago. I think both of them are on quite old tyres at this point as well. Looking back at our favourite GT4 battle, plenty of curb hopping going on for 07 in their pursuit of WSR. They turn in a little bit later here, a little bit wider, maybe trying to just get the traction off the corner, and we head towards the carousel. So WSR can defend this one, pitch in, grab the grip, and then just trust that it will stick as you then leap out the exit and uphill. Aston Martin looked pretty good through there.
I think the Aston looks a little bit more cleaner on mid-speed corners than mid-speed, maybe to high-speed corners than the Mercedes are actually doing. But then again, I could be very wrong. Might be just the driver's, input itself than the car setup per se.
Now, they're not quite catching Movano Corsa or Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward in this category as they were earlier on, but they are still a distance behind those cars. A 20-second gap does feel like a lot of work to close up. There's a bit of a slide across the curb at the exit of Brunchen, coming towards Ice Curve.
Meanwhile, best lap in the category was actually set by Sven in the previous lap. In this lap that he just done, 8:57.007.78. I'm thinking I'm speaking in German over here, but no. Back to English.
8 Minuten 56 Sekunde. Because he's just gone faster.
Yeah.
I really should know that, and I didn't sound confident at all. So there's
I think it's
a lot of speed happening at the front of GT4, and there is a lot of battling happening in this group. It's doing a world of good for Duel Esports Academy as well, because they continue to be able to ride the coattails of 4th and 5th, who otherwise might have motored away off into the sunset. 07 Racing are a lot closer this time than they've been other times. They're in the slipstream now with extra speed, pulling alongside the Aston Martin. Can they keep that momentum up, or do they have to duck back in for a second helping? The Aston Martin, it's good when they go side by side down the straight. You need to time the run in the toe, and that has been a challenge. It's 3 cars in 3 car lengths, less so as they go side by side towards the Tiergarten, and 07 have to back out of it. WSR Esports butt kicker will hold their position for the moment, but what about onto the pit straight? 5 laps completed in this stint for all 3 of these cars. They've got more fuel left in them for this run, and they are so close.
They are close, and I think Dor is going to try to make that overtake. While we see Joggle in the pit lane. Back to, you know, live pictures as now we're going inside for Gantali. Massive dive down into turn number 1. Safe for Dor, outside for WSR, and WSR just like that, losing 2 spots in the progress. But I know Finchy is going to try to fight back this one really hard, and is going to have preference going down the arena.
Great move for 07. Battle continuing on between WSR and Zor. I think we saw that WSR were probably quicker earlier on in the stint, but what the pace is this deep into the stint compared to earlier on is a matter all of its own. A lot of GT3 cars through the pit lane. They've come to the end of their 7-lap stints, so they're actually going to rejoin now behind these GT4s and have to lap them all over again. Team 75 and Marvin Strell go through. BS Competition still lead GT3, and I'm having a look for who's gone 8 laps, who's staying out. There's a lot of strategy right now in GT3, as it still looks like we're headed for a 43 lap race, which is one more than they'd want to do with their 7-lap stints. 6 7-lap stints would take them to only 42 laps, and to be found one short here is to be found 26 kilometers and 169 turns short.
Yeah, absolutely. Just makes things more, you know, nerve-wracking for everybody in the track per se, so it's gonna be very complicated for them to negotiate with around the track. See if they can say, because the thing is, I don't think there was ever a GT3 car that done 8 laps in the entirety of the race, so interesting one.
Would be ridiculously challenging, and you're right, I don't see a sign of anyone having done it to this point of the race. And if they didn't do it in the first stint or the second stint, how do you pull that out now? Colder air, colder track, less people to tow and slipstream around, and it will be very, very difficult. Shoes on the other foot for the traffic now as they start to catch some TCRs. A long time they've been looking in their mirrors at GT3s. For 07 Racing, they get balked a little bit at the top of the Flugplatz, although GT4s aren't that much quicker through the corner like that than the TCRs can be, but it did cost 3 tenths to 07 Racing. Now WSR Esports butt kicker arrive at speed. Door Esports Academy on the brakes. They'll have to wait till after Schwedenkreuz to try to get around this TCR, trying to outbrake down the inside at Arenberg. This looks like it settles the GT4 group into the order of what we thought their speed looked like. 07 from WSR from Door Esports.
Yeah, the question is anybody saving something extra in the car, as we see Drago go around the Door car? Couldn't get around the first time, couldn't go around the second time. He's gonna lose some time in the progress over here at an hour force. And now, only now, is the Ferrari from Drago able to go around Door and WSR. He's not gonna be able to go around the 07, but eventually down in, just down into Collinhard might be able to.
Yep, took a little while with the first car. Very, very nice and tidy with the rest. Trago Racing still has Aaron Vasquez. I'm just taking a look at what driver changes we might have expected to be seen. That's 07 off the road there. Keeping it off the wall. but not great. Kicking up a lot of grass. This is the part of the lap where you'd want to break free of 1 second, and now they haven't been able to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just and this is one of the dangerous portions of the track because it is a triple right-hander of sorts, and you can easily catch yourself off guard with one of the flow of the corners and clipping on the grass while you're accelerating out of the corner. It just makes things more complicated, as there is a Manini car right behind. He's gonna lose time here at Bergwerk. I nearly said Brunchen again. I nearly butchered the corner. Like, that would be part number 2 of me butchering corners. But managed to get out cleanly without losing too much time in the process. Now back into the Argentinas of Miguel Angel Cardoso. Spinning around. I think that's outside of Valvoline and Ford.
Yeah, it was on the Grand Prix circuit by the looks of things. Just running out of grip at the rear end. A few cars have done that at times. Saw Esports Academy with the slipstream up the hill here. Had the brake lights on pretty early, sitting in behind WSR Esports butt kicker for the moment in GT4. And these group of cars are all coming up to the 6th lap in their stint at the moment.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I was watching the battle for the lead. Not the battle for the lead, but the chase for the lead go down to 7 seconds and a half. So Marvin actually being able to catch up to Rainer Talvar. So despite the different strategies that we still do not understand if that strategy is the best strategy for SimRC. You know, they've won in GT4, they won in TCR. Sorry, they won in Cup last season. They won also in TCRs, now trying to win in GT3s. So let's see if they are one away from the forfecta.
If it works, we'll be hailing Team 75 as geniuses who saw into the future that it was going to be a 43-lap race. Were one of the first to swap to a 6-stop strategy early, get a nice little bit of tyre undercut, run around with a little bit less fuel weight in the car, and that's what they've got right now, is having stopped 2 laps earlier than BS competition. They are a little lighter at the moment and did have a bit of a tyre undercut for a moment there as well.
Interesting how Finch is struggling so much on grip in comparison to Door and 07. Looks like early, whenever he has grip in the car, like putting the tires in, I think he has better pace on that Aston Martin. But I think once the car unwinds, right, and it's done its lap, looks like the natural mechanical grip of the Aston Martin just goes away. It's weird.
Tell me if you see different to me.
Okay.
When did the number 13 last pit, i.e. how long into their stint are they?
They're 13. You mean Apex Tech? ATRS? Yeah. Okay. They just pitted. Like, they just swapped drivers.
Okay. Just keeping an eye on who's in a position to maybe swoop through with a fewer stop in GT3, but it's really not looking like it's going to be possible for anyone in any way.
By the way,
the same group of GT4s as Movano pits.
Falcon GT3 also pitted. They're on their out lap. Team Hoisenfeld is now pitting. my question is if they're answering, you know, Team 75 Bernhard, the number 75 cars strategy way too late, or this is actually scheduled pit stops, because I haven't seen like 6-7 laps for them, you know, David. I think they just brought their cars a little bit earlier than usual, but then I could be very wrong. I hope I'm wrong on this one. I don't know if you've been following like I have been following over here.
Not sure, but these GT4s are still some of the closest cars on track at the moment. 07 just unable to get away. WSR entirely unable to shake the Duel Esports Academy Mercedes through the quick change of direction, climbing uphill on the GP circuit to probably the place around this layout where you can use the most curb. At the apex on the exit there, around the Nordschleife, much more challenging. Leader from 992 is in, Scherer Esports.
Also, from what it looks like, Luca Alpert, I think, is coming in to close the car for them, for what it looks like over here, David.
Yes, a driver change to put Luca Alpert in, so it's fueling and the driver change going on right now, and it's momentarily that we'll see if the car goes up on the jacks, and if yes, for how long, to know what kind of tyre strategy they're doing. You imagine they're going to put Luca Alpert in with 4 new tyres right now, and then with one more stop, they'll decide approaching that stop whether they take tyres, whether they take 2 tyres, what they do. But you put 4 on now with the expectation that they might go to the end, and that's what I think is happening as the stop is ongoing. And then second place also pit from that category. Plenty of traffic through Flugplatz for Falcon, for the TCR. 3 categories at play with the curved high speed downhill run towards the crest at Schwedenkreuz. Falcon's GT3 chops through, having taken just a little bit of time away from 07 Racing. Every time they're about to get away, something costs them a couple tenths of a second, puts them back within the grasp of WSR Esports butt kicker and Duel Esports Academy. Yet more cars making their penultimate stop in 992 class, like Williams Esports Academy, who are up on the jacks right now. 4 tyre change there, probably following a pretty similar strategy to send that driver and those tyres to the end.
Now, Williams Esports Academy is also pitting, so in the meanwhile, we're still looking at, I think this is the closest battle that we have in the entirety of the track. I see other battles here and there, but there are more gap battles than anything else that is happening on the track.
You'd put safe money on Movano Corsa GT3s not far away from catching Simify Esports GT3, who we know is a bit of a wounded car.
Makes sense. I didn't even catch that. I didn't even see that Gabby Montoro is in the car and doing 8:31's last lap, which is insane to think about. And also was looking at the standings right here. While Valkyrie was like P2, David, this would have been a very interesting scenario because Altus is basically out of this race, right? The Valkyrie and Scherer, I think, would have gone into Barcelona tied on points, but Scherer would actually retain the lead because they have a victory instead of Valkyrie. Valkyrie has 2 second places, including the Monza race. but wouldn't be able to be in the lead of the championship because of it.
.07, I think, have done the big work now to break the tow from WSR, which now leaves WSR towing around Dora Esports Academy and unable to shake the black Mercedes off. For the carousel on board, scrape, 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 and then just trying to pick that exit where you mash the throttle, let the car leap out of the famous grooved banking to carry your speed uphill. One of the next GT3s that's going to catch them is Simify and Movano. Like we talked about, the solid chance of that closing up.
Gonna take a while, but Young's being able to catch Finch one more time.
And 8 seconds behind these cars is the Impulse Racing GT4. Timo Hayden was the second quickest GT4 on track last lap as well. So they can't afford to cost each other too much time here with WSR and Dor. Looking at the gaps in GT3, there is a gaggle between Simify and Impulse that should mean it's an exciting lap or two coming up with Simify, Movano, WSR, and then Impulse come through. Leader from GT4 making their penultimate stop. Driver change. Fabio Bezuch is going to get in for Sven Haase.
Good replacement for from Haase. Haase giving to Bezuch, and Bezuch really fast driver. Used to drive with his dad, so it's interesting to see the son Bezuch now being featured into Grid and Go, and now one of those I call ringers. Not really good on GT3s, really good on GT4s, but his specialty being the ring.
There is that Simify GT3, and there's the Movano GT3.
Right
and
behind.
They are closing in on the GT4 battle. All the lights are on for the Mercedes GT3 with the endurance lights fitted to Movano. Samuel Michaels, probably not to be confused with Sam Michaels.
Samuel Michaels with Sam Michaels. You're talking about the same guy. I think Sam is his.
No. So Sam Michael was
Sam
the
Michael,
Australian
okay.
motorsports engineer and designer. I think race
Okay.
engineer at Williams at some point.
Oh, okay. Now I see what you're getting at. By the way, you went to the F1 Grand Prix this year, haven't you?
No,
Really?
I went to the 12-hour.
Oh, 12 hours.
Overshooting the pit box there for Christian Young and the Dora Esports Academy car will lose a second or two on their way to a driver change, putting Alessio Bender in. Eric Grove getting into WSR Esports butt kicker, and a bunch of other cars on the lane here as well. Ruben Lasso is in the wall, not in the lane, for the Zenith Esports McLaren. We go to GT3 where Simify are soon to come under attack from Movano's blue and white GT3.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, a good battle between the meanwhile Talvar actually fought back in the gaps against Marvin Strel. So finally, after doing their pit stop, the number 89 is being able to fight back 2 laps into the stint. Maybe I think they're on their third. And now Simify is just going from bad to worse. Ever since Tristan's last stint, their race has just not gone their way. Like, especially for a team that needs lots of points in the championship, because Drago not in the most comfortable position in this race. Of course, race-wise, they are in third. They'll probably want to win, but Simify is in P2. They need all the points they can get.
So on the last lap, Movano Corsa GT3 closed 3.5 seconds. They're now within 1 second of Simify Esports Porsche and almost all over the back of them. No qualms getting some of the curbs around this part. Through Hocheichen, the Mercedes climbs all over them, opening up the corners. And then the V8 going to work on the straight, climbing up towards Flugplatz. Just as you make it over the crest, right as the car settles, you need to pitch into a super fast double apex right-hander, and your speed out of there also so critical as you carry yet more speed towards Schradenkreuz. And I think there's some straight line speed missing from that Porsche, because this is looking too easy around the outside of Schradenkreuz for Movano. They go up the position. They just ate up that Porsche in the straight line.
Yeah, fortunate. Now I'm starting to wonder if there's actually any damage on the back on the engine of the car. On that back hit they had when Tristan spun a mud curve. So I might actually ask him about this.
I mean, it doesn't look great there with the exposed rear wheel and the bodywork pushed in both sides around the bumper. I think that's what's costing them. Movano go to 6th place, and it's 20 seconds up the road, 25 seconds up the road to the next car for position, and 11 behind to WSR Esports Butt Kickers GT3. So these two are in that little pocket of space by themselves. And look at Movano clearing out. That does look like a 3.5-4 seconds per lap difference that the Mercedes coasts up behind, shoots past, and is now probably gonna drop Gabby Montoro and Simify Esports relatively quickly around this lap. Where's your lap predictor at after that pit stop?
Ooh. My lap predict right now, 43 laps. It hasn't changed.
Yeah, I've got 43 still as well. I guess after the next pit stop will be interesting, because if the time in the pit lane, the minute or so, sends the predicted a 42, or if it stays on 43. There's your GT4 leader. Offering up the inside line to the GT3s and saying, on you go. Bazook has a nice little lead to work with at the moment of greater than a minute over Fiercely Forward. Then Movano, then 07, then Duo, then Impulse continue to catch Zora Esports Academy. It'll take a little while for that to complete. And then the other GT4 cars running Seybelts. WSR Esports Butt Kicker, Zenith Esports, SimRC, Raw Esports, and Rekar Esports Team.
just almost.
Have WSR lost time on this lap?
They did lose a tiny amount of time on this lap. Yeah, just trying to grab the total time loss. I think that was like a few tenths of a second. It wasn't that much though. You could barely notice it.
So, did they speed on pit entry last time around then?
Good question.
Because
I'll have to
there's
look it up.
no penalty from them in the race control sheet, and they should have been between 07 and Duel Esports Academy, but this says a minute 36 pit stop, which is basically exactly 40 seconds longer than it should be. So did they speed on pit entry and we didn't catch their long stop?
They sped on pit entry. I just got confirmation. Welp.
You ever got a speeding ticket, Lorenzo?
I do. I had a logged one that I haven't filled out to someone. So I just gave it to them. Naughty boys.
Okay. So the question remains, are we approaching the final stop of the race for GT3, or are there still 2 to go in this one? For 992, it's definitely looking like they've got 1 stop to go, and they're putting their drivers that are going to take them to the end. GT4 cars have all just stopped, so touch and go for them. Yeah, no, they're all going to need another. And we're heading towards the final stops for TCR as well. Impulse in 992, currently running 3rd. Currently with a chance of catching Williams Esports Academy, but carrying less fuel aboard at the moment. Let's take a recap then of where everyone stands right now. Can't fully account for pit stops, different pit strategies, etc., but can absolutely tell you BS Competition and Reina Telva are leading the race at the moment. From Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC in 2nd place, that's out to 8 seconds at the moment. Drago Racing and their Ferrari runs 3rd. Manidi Racing Green and Falcon Sim Racing Team are the top 5 right now. Movano Corsa, we saw them make their move on Simify Esports. Those 2 cars are 6th and 7th. WSR Esports Butt Kicker are 8th with Impulse Racing and Team Hoisingfeld completing the top 10 at the moment. Then it's Obsidian Racing, ATRS Esports, Leipitz Esports, Valkyrie XP Competition, and I think Sabelts Esports, a lap down, are the last car really running. We saw Williams Esports unfortunately taken out of this race. Problems for Louis Nasser, and everyone behind is out, but I don't think we're going to see Williams Esports number 1 again. Points paid to 15. It's important to remember.
Yeah, but I think with this DNF, BS might actually come inside the top 5, and the other teams that are still running might actually just kick the number 1 car to the curb, like WSR Esports Buttkicker, Manidi, and that's actually the T75 Bernhard by SimRC number 75 might actually be able to do that. So Williams if they want automatic qualification for next season inside the top 5, they're gonna have to do something extra for them to get on that top spot.
Then in 992, Share Esports lead the way at the moment, and they've got a nice bit of time in their pocket to Williams Esports Academy in second, Impulse Racing in third, Valkyrie XB Bondswell Racing in fourth, Simify in fifth, and then Miniti, Havu, Olympus, Visceral, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing and Altus Esports are all on the lead lap. W2 ePro GP are out.
Yeah, and with this, Share being in the lead in the championship.
Okay, maybe that's about to change in 992. Altus get down the inside of Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. There's almost a little bit of contact. The car down the inside slides out just a little bit wide. And Geodesic Racing will hold on for the moment through this twisty and most challenging part of the race. I think I'm seeing a little bit of a tyre differential here as well, potentially between the two cars. GT4 is led by Grid and Go Esports. From Geeks Energy, fiercely forward, Movano Corsa 07 Racing, Door Esports Academy as the top 5 right now, and then Impulse Racing, Saybelt Esports, WSR Esports, Butt Kicker with their speeding on pit lane penalty back in 8th, ahead of Zenith, SimRC, Raw Esports. Rakar Esports team are running a lap down. 2X Races and Wave Italy Racing team are out of this one. The Nordschleifer incredibly unforgiving, the Armco both very firm and very close, like a good handshake. Keeping our eye on this 992 battle right now, seeing Altus try to set up. Onto the Dodinghua they go, with Altus a couple of car lengths back, trying to take that slipstream in, that gain of speed, to aim for a slingshot. Carlos Fenolosa driving right now, gets to pull out of the toe on Moritz Weinreich for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, and as they head towards the end of the lap, the Altus car still side by side, going to need to be a little bit forceful heading into the braking zone to complete this manoeuvre. The slipstream's gotten them alongside, and their guts and bravery and outbraking appear to have gotten them ahead on track. In TCR, Impulse Racing lead from Entropic, PFBR, Color Esports, MA70, RD Sim Sport, W2 ePro GP, Heusinkveld 2 laps down, Obsidian Racing are out. Altus right here, defending into the hairpin to keep that position they have just fought for. Altus pick up another spot.
Yeah, managed, got a little bit of a moment, but managed to overtake right there. And what is important also in TCR is that with this result, Impulse is actually being propelled into the lead in TCR standings. And more interestingly, there might be a switch around the top 5 for the TCR standings for the automatic qualification. Because of Carlar actually coming back. You could argue from not having their best result from the dead, because that's the best result they have in the championship so far, in 3rd place, and with this would propel them potentially inside the top 5, but all the results are still pending and everything and have to be confirmed. So I'm not going to do the point mathematics right here.
Pace difference on show in 992 there as Altus pull away. Your TCR leader is heading for the lane. Impulse Racing are in. Tropic, PFBR and Carla Esports likely to follow them for the very final stop in this category.
I think because we're approaching under an hour and a half, logically speaking, it makes sense for these cars to come down for their final pit stop, right? And you have Martin Aschert now in the car. But you can go as max as 10 laps, right? So regardless of the track conditions, right, it's still a code track and everything. So doing this basically would, full field did not be concerned about this. It's just, basically track positioning that might benefit you in the long run.
So I thought we were going to have a couple more in here, but yeah, Entropic, PFBR and Color Esports decide to run one longer, whereas Impulse Racing see their opportunity to make the final stop of the race, get it done, get it cleared out. Impulse are going to resume still in third, ahead of MA70 Esports and RD Simsport. But this is them ready to go to the end in what was the race-leading Honda Civic Type R. MA70 are in from fourth.
Yeah.
And the chance that some of the others would come in as well.
Yeah, another team that is actually doing their best result in this championship so far. MA70 only got 8 points in each of the Sebring and Silverstone rounds, and Monza and Spa haven't got a DNF in both of them. With the race not going their way they wanted to. So even Race for Cat as well, I think, is matching probably their best result in the championship so far. So if not surpassing it. So the fact that Wave Italy is not around, the fact that Hoisingfeld is not having their best race in the championship, being in seventh, made some of these teams that haven't been featured inside the top 5 being regularly now into that top 5 in a race like this.
$992 are still gonna need one more round of pit stops. Here's Valkyrie XP Bondswell Racing catching Impulse. Through some blind, quick undulating changes of directions, then a curved braking zone where you need to stay tight on the exit to get to the right hand side to open up this little bit of the Schwalbenschwanz heading into the Kleines Carousel. Throw the car in, grip that beautiful little bit of banking, and then yeet out on the exit, trying as best as possible through the Galgenkopf to get within the slipstreaming zone, but it's not quite there yet.
And this battle is important for them because, like I said before, Sharon is going to the top spot as Alta's point gap is actually very big for them to close down for the time being. David, I think right now they're having 6 points to separate Altus to Valkyrie, and 8 points to share esports. So every point they can claw up, every 2 points they can get on the competition would benefit both Roger Fjellstad Christensen and Joe Vegard Godestad to the Barcelona round, even though Barcelona is actually double points.
Well, here we go with the toe down the pit straight. And now you look super close at that hairpin. Stretches out a little bit through the arena section. But certainly been closing in lately. I've been looking and just keeping an eye on various things here. Now, Lorenzo, if you were going to rack up 25 off tracks at the Nordschleife without writing the car off against a wall, how would you manage that? Because I'm not sure I have it in me to get too many off tracks non-fatally.
I do. You can get an off track. Of course, I think the good portion of them might be in the GP section, right, David? Because some of these off tracks are a little bit more brutal than the Nordschleife. They're less lenient, of course, because on the Nordschleife, if you catch an off track, your race is done. But in the forest, as we look, I think that is not Lucas Perez. That is actually Fenno just hitting hard right after ice curve, and good avoidance from the Altus Porsche Cup to avoid getting killed in the process. But coming back to your point, you can get here in the chicane, you can get outside of Hotzenbach, not Hotzenbach, but going to Kiribakahoa. You can get right outside, right before Hoa Acht. You can also get in a few other spots. I think Brunchen might be one of them. Outside of Brunchen, going to Ice Curve can also be a place where we can get an off track. So there are a few spots here and there. And also Ice Curve itself, if you clip way too hard into the grass on the inside, you get a one axis wall for off track.
So from 1992 that's gone into the Armco from Altus Esports, a bit higher up the road, remains this battle for third place. Impulse Racing from Valkyrie Bonds. Well, that was front wheels up in the air, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Swag.
High speed with a little bit of a toe as well. Perfect conditions for a Porsche to want to flip just a little bit. Across Schwedenkreuz and into the braking zone at Arenberg we go. Got a GT4 car, I think, as the next bit of traffic. And the 992 cars have got a healthy straight line speed advantage on a GT4, but don't really outmaneuver them a whole lot through the corners, so it shouldn't be too bad depending on exactly where they catch SimRC's Aston Martin GT4.
I think they're gonna catch him by Colin Hard, or at the pith path.
GT3 leader pits. Okay, a big commitment to the sixth stop, because this is just 5 laps completed into the stint. They pit. Drago Racing, 5 laps into the stint, they also pit. All of these teams still seeing and expecting a 43 lap race and reacting to it. Maniti Racing Green go through into the lead of the race. They start their 6th lap of the stint. And it's a clear indication everyone is seeing 43 laps, or at least your race leaders were.
So, come on, David, come with me. He went at 8:16:40, 8 minutes 24. If they do, there is a good chance this race. Oh dear. If last, I want to see when last comes in next lap. What is the time frame, in the clock when he does one more lap? Because if it is like 1 minute 8, like 25, 24, then I can start to think, this might be fuel. It's 5. One guy can pull the 5 laps. The 5 pit stops.
So following the same strategy, Simify Movano also got the final stop of the race happening for a bunch of leading TCRs. So Entropic and Carla both hit the lane. Here's Samuel Michaels in the Movano car having his penultimate stop. 30 seconds. Jensen Kowski, Tim Hoisingveld carry on. It's getting darker out there. We're about to cross 6 p.m. in the session. The track temperature is down to 20 Celsius. Final stop completed for the 121 Entropic PFBR Hyundai Veloster TCR. And they rejoin in second, only 4 seconds behind race leader Impulse. Carlisle rejoin 20 seconds behind all of this.
The gap in TCR, I think the battle for TCR victory might actually come down to, I think, traffic. Because the gaps, per se, they've been very equal between Aschert and Sirota. I want to see between Sirotec and Aschert. I think Aschert might be the more experienced driver around the Nordschleife than Sirotec is. So if that's not the case, it will come down, obviously, due to traffic.
The GT4 leader laps the TCR leader. The 992 leader, I think, has just crossed the start-finish line as well, so they won't be too far away around either. There's 1 lap more on the tyres for them as well there on Impulse. So the tyre warm-up going on right now for Entropic PFBR, losing a little bit of time straight out of the pit lane, but then it'll equalise, and I think later on in the stint they'll have the fresher tyres. This is where the 992 leader is, having just started another lap. Luca Alpert in the Scherer Esports car. Lead of a minute they've got. It must be nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is the first time in the championship ever since Sebring that Scherer actually led a race. I don't remember if they led Silverstone. I don't think they led Monza. So finally they're going to be earning a win again.
Here's a moment between GT3s, and Lucas Perez ends up going backwards into the wall at Schwalbenschwanz as he was approaching at speed on Hoomst. Was that Leipert?
Good question.
Bit of contact with Leipert potentially. Maniti Racing Green, another one of the Porsche GT3s out here leading the way right now. Oh man, take another look at your predicted laps, because I'm...
Are you getting 42 right now? Or 43?
6, that's 9. I'm still getting 43.
I'm still getting 43. I want to know
what I get if Maniti... when Maniti pit.
That's why I think when they pitted, it was 43 as well. Or not. Can't be. I'm getting like 42.2, which is at least a 43.
Mine's jumped a couple of times. No signs of slowing up from Scherer Esports. You don't get out to a nearly 1 minute 10 second lead by letting off the throttle once you have a 20-second lead. They are still the fastest car out on track in category. 2 seconds quicker than second place, quicker than third, quicker than fourth. So you find your rhythm and your pace around here, and you get in trouble when you deviate from it. So
right.
you find your rhythm and you just nail out your rhythm here, irregardless of the gaps.
Because I think of all tracks, I don't know if you can agree with me. In my opinion, the way I view the Nordschleife of all tracks, it is more of a flowy dance, right? Then it's like a ball dance than anything like that. There's just this track flows a certain way, and you have to go with that specific flow. Otherwise, you're just not extracting the best that the track is gonna give you, right? You cannot. You cannot make
corners.
2-3 ways.
You can't be. You can't dedicate that much brain to it all. You can't run the sums every time on 169 corners. You have muscle memory, you have rhythm and flow, and it's so important. You can think intellectually about how you're going to take the first chicane at Monza, the second chicane at Monza, the Lesmos, Ascari, Parabolica. You can do that, but 169 corners, you don't sort of bust out the notepad, think intellectually and calculate for every single corner, every single time. You sort of set your body clock to a setting, and that's what you hammer out.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's really insane. Imagine, now going back to that topic we had with the rain, imagine driving this in the rain in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to
Very
be that guy. I wouldn't want to be that guy.
Third and fourth here. Impulse pulled out some gap last lap, now encountering a little bit of traffic that Valkyrie XP Bondswell Racing will also encounter. Impulse Racing are going to have to stop relatively shortly, potentially the end of this lap, and hope that that gets them all the way to the end of the race from there. Otherwise they'll be in a spot of bother. I wonder if they're not already in a spot of fuel bother. Put your best listening ears on then.
And by the way, Nicholas just went around. I still get 43 laps. I mean, if he goes one lap extra, and don't take me wrong, I bet your caipirinha and milk rice and like my fiance's family, they do a rice that you put milk on it. It is kind of like arroz de leite. It's very good, by the way. I'll bet these two that he doesn't do another lap.
Can I just have him?
Sure, you can.
Have a look at a replay here. Ooh. So Olympus 992 goes around the outside. Perhaps a little bit of contact is made. And I think that's why Rakar Esports team is on the tow hook right now.
A tad unfortunate right there.
Pascal Costa definitely having to save a little bit of fuel here, and the little lead he had is going away, as he'll then have to stop at the end of this one and hope that a stop here gets him to the end. I note that Manidi Racing Green, your current GT3 leader, are sticking it out and not short pitting and sort of hoping on 42 laps, and Falcon Sim Racing Team go the same way strategy wise. Okay, right, left, right, left, right. We need an up, down, start, select, whatever, if we're going to really unlock the cheat code pace. But breaking the toe is not going to work. Here comes Valkyrie, still expecting Impulse to pit. So if that was the case, why would you so aggressively try to break the toe? Impulse head to pit lane, Valkyrie stay out.
Everybody, but then again, Sharon and Williams are on a different strategy. Valkyrie's on their 6th. Impulse naturally came to the pit stop, just like you said. Interesting. I like how this race is shaping up to be as we're looking into T75 Bernhard by SimRC catching up to Falcon. While Falcon is in their potential last lap here, David, and Marvin Strel is on his third lap on their second to last pit stop.
Yeah, distinctly different strategies here. Team 75, the first to shift away from 7-lap stints. And therefore carrying a little bit more fuel, having made one more stop than Falcon in front, and catching them on what will be the final lap of the stint for Falcon Sim Racing Team.
In your point of view, the way that T75 Bernhard came into the pit lane, going aggressively on the different strategy for, maybe split the seas and everything, how much time loss would you say would they can afford to lose on a lap, on a per to lap basis, before you would think, oh, this is fatal, we're not going to be able to catch BS competition the way this is going, though? Because I would say they cannot afford to lose, I would say, up to 2 seconds. If it is up to 2 seconds, they lose 2 seconds in like this lap or the other one. If Falcon does another one, I would say this might be out of reach.
Can't afford to be held up at all if they
agree
are gonna challenge for the win. BS competition sort of moved pretty quickly to cover the strategy Team 75 were going for. There's not too much difference on strategy. Team 75 to BS competition, and BS competition have the track space. They're out ahead, so Team 75 need to find a lot of extra pace to close that down and then challenge BS competition into the final stint. I've got my eyes to Manidi Racing Green are on the dotting Ahur, and the predictor still says 8 more laps from here when they're about to pit.
Yeah, so 30 seconds, and I think I might have heard a pit stop sign. But no, actually, I'm looking at Manidi. I got my eyes on Manidi because Manidi's on Tiergarten. So
yeah, and we've got just over an hour of racing to go in the 24-hour series esports. The 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Current GT3 race leader heads to the lane, and the predictor still says 8 laps to run in this one. Marvin Strell's in the slipstream of Falcon Sim Racing Team, who are also going to hit pit lane at the end of this lap. So for Marvin Strell, the nice little bonus of the toe, and then a car that will hopefully get out of the way, will release him into second place, and with his sights set on BS competition.
car going up in the jack, still 42.2 NBS competitions with the best lap of the race.
It's on the track's gotten cold. The visibility is still good. The air temp has gotten a little cooler as well, which can help out the engine power. And we head into the final hour, and you'll never guess what my lap predictor's just done, Lorenzo.
Oh my god, does it still say 43?
Mine's 42. Mine says 42 right now.
Ooh, okay.
And if it's true, it's advantage
To Manini.
Maniti, advantage Falcon.
Yep. And the plot, I like to say that in Portuguese with the wrong English to my friends. I say that to some of my friends, like the plot chickens instead of the plot thickens. Well, because now this makes the race very interesting moving forward.
Other cars on the pit lane for what they think, fingers crossed, will be their last stop, but we remain to see into this final hour exactly what the race leader's pace does. WSI Esports, Butt Kicker, and Impulse Racing, now Obsidian Racing in as well, and then still gonna wait on Lipet Esports and Seybelt Esports. Your top three now runs BS Competition, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC and Drago Racing, and you point out the pace that these top three are doing now. Perhaps that becomes the deciding factor. All of them last lap completed in the 8-minute 24s.
Yeah, which is at this point right now would give the 43, and I think it's going down. I'm looking forward to see that. I just want to see if we can grab the track conditions maybe, so I can showcase to all of you in a little bit how the track condition is at the end of this afternoon. There you go, 19 degrees Celsius is the ambient, but the track temperature here, David, is what is the thing that we should be talking about. 21 Celsius is the track temp, while humidity is 757%, and the winds are 14 kilometers all the way down to the north side. The interesting aspect is that 24 to 21 degrees, which makes the track cooler, brings down, I would say, maybe the lap to minus between 0.5 to 0.8. So it makes the track a little bit faster, and because of this, the fuel burn rate gets a little bit high. So we don't know. It was high already prior to these last pit stops, and I would say to the half portion of the race. But now fuel efficiency is going to be the topic of the challenge.
Maniti short fuel, so they do not have 7 laps of fuel in the car.
That is true. 48 seconds, right, in the lane.
So, should this be a 42-lap affair, the next best placed car is Falcon Sim Racing team. They're a minute 15 behind the outright leader. All of your top 4 have the time and space to splash and dash without falling behind Falcon Sim Racing team. Are Maniti Racing then going to feel a bit silly if this is a 42-lap race?
Great question. Now that you bring this up, I'm actually frowning my head. I'm not gonna lie.
So this explains partially why Nicholas Last is closing Vlad Kimachev so quickly. Nicholas Last has got brand new tyres, but only 3 or 4 laps of fuel on board. He's primed perfectly for absolute speed and fastest lap sort of stuff. And he's now all over Kimachev as they're catching the Altus 992 heading towards Klostertal.
And they have, I think that's the Altus GT3 Cup that is going to provide us some, you know, tow for Drago. The question is, can Drago hold as
off the road
Oh,
goes Manidi racing green. Nicholas Last with too much commitment in the committed spot, runs through the grass, maybe blows a golden opportunity. Drago Racing struggling with the traffic as Altus go wide. They're off the road and into the Armco. Rejoin carefully, perhaps a little intimidated by Drago Racing. So Drago Racing lost time there, but Manidi weren't in place to capitalise because of their own mistake.
unbelievably, they didn't lose a lot of time.
So I guess that's how you get the off track, huh?
Yeah, that's one way. That's one way for you to lose, for you to get an off track, and yep. Didn't lose a lot of time though in the process, which for me is the mind-boggling fact. I did something similar last year with the GT4 while leading third split, and I died. It's for you to notice the skill level.
I think, in your defense, maybe the grass was slipperier back then.
True. I'll blame it on the grass then. Why didn't you update everything, these grass physics iRacing, when I was leading third split, huh? Tell me.
Scraping the barrel of excuses when you get to the grass model was wrong.
I gotta use what I have in my,
Yeah, I mean,
store.
yeah. No, I understand. Touching the grass around here was a death sentence. Now it's not great, but you can, yeah, mostly lift out of the throttle, survive a moment like Nicholas last had. And he would have wanted to have been closer to the Ferrari in the tow at this stage, coming off a Galgenkopf and onto the straight, but unfortunately he's just not quite. The Reina Talva BS competition outright leader is about to cross the start-finish line, which should give my lap predictor an update. You're not going to believe this, man. I've still got 42.
I got 40. I got 43. And it's like my cap saying 42.1. If it says 42.1, it's 43.
Yeah. Okay, but it's close.
It's close. It's really close. It's literally
So
nothing.
you're saying there's a chance?
Yes. Can we dream? Should we dream? I don't know. That's the real question.
It's probably not happening with the pace that BS competition have got, because they've done another 824, low 824. Drago Racing had done an 824.8 and been made to look a little slow by Maniti Racing Green. If that wasn't their outlap, it would have been the fastest lap of the race, no doubt, for Maniti Racing. Also, it wouldn't have been the fastest lap of the race because they went off track.
Yep.
Team Hoisingfeld pit from 6th in GT3. So they will be making their final stop, and they will in fact be one of the first cars in GT3 we cross our heart and say they are getting to the end and have made their final stop, the Team Hoistingfeld Ferrari.
It's funny how aggressively he's attacking the curbs, right? And getting around as fast as he can on the power so he can get closer to that Ferrari. Just how aerodynamic capable is the GT3 around the track like this.
It's definitely super aggressive and benefiting from it a lot in these conditions. You'll almost never have more grip, more confidence than you do at this stage right here. Track's rubbered in, track's cool. Car is a little lighter on fuel than the full stint fuel. The tyres are probably just entering a good spot on the second lap of the stint here. And you do get a little bit of toe off the Ferrari ahead of you. Right at the top of 5th gear through the double right-hander, immediately shifting it up into 6th. It's a 200 and something kilometre an hour corner over the hill there, and you are trying to maximise your run off of it.
The amount that is shaking on Nikla's steering wheel is what's crazy for me. Those direct drive steering wheels. It makes my G29, you know, look like, you know, Play-Doh or something like it.
I've gone to looking at some of the sectors. So Reina Talva had a purple on this lap. A lot of personal bests from Manidi Racing Green. Just keeping an eye across all of it to know if we might be headed to fastest lap of the race out of any of these cars. Cumulative pace has a lot of them up. BS Competition up 3/10. Manidi Racing up 9/10, nearly a second. Getting closer to striking range on Drago Racing, who also, as we pointed out last lap, within 2/10 of their best lap of the race, not hanging about either. Anyone in the top 4 have all entered a bit of a sort of lower fuel, shorter stints sprint mode to see this one out. So off Bergwerk we go for another long full throttle blast, but I dare not call it a straight, as it does continuously edge to the left till we then start heading back up the hill and then goes back around to the right, leaving pit lane Williams Esports Academy after their final stop in the 992 class, significantly behind Luca Alpert and Scherer Esports though still, who lead the way in that category. Now looking rearward from the new Ferrari 296 at 4th place in GT3. Entering the part of the lap, and I'll take your advice on this, Lorenzo, the Ferrari seems decent in a straight line, but once you enter these continuous change of direction corners, 3rd gear, 4th gear stuff, I think I'd rather be in a Porsche.
I agree. I think the Porsche has better grip, better behavior around the corners than the Ferrari does. The Ferrari gets sometimes wonky around the corners, especially if you come for braking and try to trail brake around corners like this. And the Porsche just seems more natural with the rotation and everything.
Getting to the throttle always seems to sort of stabilize the car rather than throw it out as well, based on, you know, where the traction is, where the weight is. It doesn't get quite as taily on throttle. Makes it very good in the wet, particularly if you, say, want to win the 2015 Petit Le Mans outright. I don't think it's a car that handles the curbs particularly prodigiously well, but it seems to be doing an okay job in these situations. And just like that, the lap is nearly done.
Yeah, we're still looking into Reiner Stalver's lap right here, and see if that gap is going to come down on the lap predictor and everything. So it's still on, you know, on the thread of, you know, maybe one lap extra and things like that. But good race between everybody, and meanwhile, I'm also trying to follow this chase that Valkyrie is trying to do on the Williams Esports Academy car. By the way, we were looking at the Williams Esports Academy. Nice throwback livery to the Canon livery they had back in 1990. I think between 1992 to 1994, 1995. Before they went into Rotmans, I think from 1996 to 1998, if I remember correctly.
So long as we don't have to think about Williams 1998, 1999 liveries.
Those red ones?
Ugh.
Ugh. Yeah, I agree. I hate them. Team 75 Berhard pitting. Marvin Strel pitting one more time. So...
Yeah, 6 laps to go. They're making their final stop. Drago Racing and Maniti Racing therefore go up into second and third. 8:23.6 for your race leader and 8:23.8 for Maniti Racing. Neither of them counting as the fastest lap of the race though. I don't know where the off track came for Nicholas Last or Reina Talvar. Perhaps it was the chicane just before you go onto the Nordschleife here, because they really did attack that. As you recall, we were on board at that moment.
Taking it conservatively. I think English just played a trick on me. Maybe. I'm not sure. If you're BS competition, do you come down to the pit lane now?
Probably. They were 1 lap offset from Team 75 beforehand. I expect they'll probably continue that. So mayhaps the end of this lap for the final stop for the number 89 BS competition, the BMW leading the way at the moment. From Drago Racing, sustaining an immense amount of pressure from Maniti Racing Green. 5th lap of the stint for Drago, 3rd lap of the stint for Maniti. I suspect there's a subtle difference in who's carrying how much fuel, and when it comes down to their final stop, this really could just be the race off pit lane as well, because their pace on track is mighty close at the moment, evidenced by Maniti Racing Green exited pit lane 2 laps ago, just behind Drago Racing, and have fought tooth and nail, clawing all they can get, and it's got them to here, half a second behind, and just still hoping to make a pass at some point.
He's cooking though. He's not going to be able to get a Schwedenkreuz all from all indicators, I think Nicholas will have to do the job of, you know, I'm not going to say overdrive, but kind of like overcommitting to the corners and still get a little bit lucky with the exit of the corners, and then do the overtake, I would say, before mid curve.
Once again, entering a little bit more Porsche 911 territory. And it changes the directions and slow traction. Ooh, that's a washout wide. That was wider than you'd want from Nicholas last. He got in a bit too hot at, yeah, I was going to say Metzgersfeld, and I was like, that's probably not right. I looked it up. It was right. I should have just gone with my gut.
Yeah, that was at Metzgersfeld going into Kallenhardt.
That's my New Year's resolution now. Be wrong confidently, rather than being wrong timidly.
David, I learned through my life, if you're gonna make a mistake with conviction, right? And sell that conviction, right? You gotta have the reason, even if you don't have the reason. Except in a couple argument, then she's gonna have the reason.
GT4 leader is making their final stop, and so is the car behind as well. Just a little splash for Grid and Go, is it?
Yeah, I got 1 minute and 10, and I got like a full pit stop. Yeah.
Alright, and also Geeks Energy fiercely forward. Their final stop. I think we'll have 07 racing in as well. Probably do it. Esports Academy, Impulse. A lot of other stops. Movano have made their final stop. WSI Esports Butt Kicker have made their final stop. Saybelt Esports GT4 have made their final stop. Zenith Esports have made their final stop in the GT4 category. So a lot of that is now just setting up for the final run. A little bit of traffic for Drago Racing. Should they maybe have committed to that? They haven't gone through. They've lost all of their advantage. But I respect them not barreling in there with so much aggression, but they probably did have enough speed on the TCR.
Yeah, somehow someone managed to get around the Race for Cat over there without too much injury for Race for Cat. Just a little bit of a scary moment.
So the battle is on now. A nice little gift for Nicholas last.
By the way, gap for third place, I think, between Alessio Bender and Alessandro Quintale. Door Esports Academy and 07 Racing in GT4, I think, got it at its closest, and I thought otherwise.
Here's a bit more TCR. It's the Hoisingfeld Veloster. Drago Racing through at Galgenkopf. Oh, and not being able to get down the inside. Traffic gives, traffic taketh away, and for Manidi Racing Green, it's cost them quite dearly coming onto the Dordingerhoor.
Yeah, absolutely. Just gonna take a quick look over here. on race lead. Race lead is about to cross, and BS competition pitting.
They are. So the GT3 leader has stopped. This is 3rd and 4th in GT4. We've seen 07 Racing catch and make this pass before. They've got to do it one more time to stand on the podium. Onto the Nordschleife they go. 07 pretty close. Here's that GT3 leader stop. Drago Racing are also coming in. Manidi Racing Green stay out into the lead of the race. The fuel and tyres to get BS competition to the end goes in. Same for Drago Racing.
Now ball is definitely on Manidi's court. But I don't think they're gonna have enough until the end. It's 4 laps basically. And even then, I don't think it's enough. 4 laps, 32. Then you probably add like 4 half for 32.33. You would be at a 33.24. So eventually, I could be wrong, David. You can pick on me later, but I think they're gonna cross the line with like 10 seconds remaining. Oh.
Oh, okay. Going to the replay dramas for for Lipit and Team 75, right? Oh.
Yeah. But which car it is, though? I think that's the 24 rather than the 75. Or is it not? Ooh. Is that Jürgen Frank that did this?
I need to see more of it from beforehand because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Lipit are a lap down to the GT3 leaders. The 24 has been parked a long time. The 75 would have been coming through to lap Lipit Esports, who've then later gone and binned it on the Grand Prix circuit. So if Lipit had been kind of blocking for a corner or two, you could sense the frustration from a car that's in contention for a podium position.
Yeah, and I'm looking into the live timing, and and Jürgen Frank lost a second. You definitely can lose a second just by pit maneuvering someone else, so it might be on them. I'm checking the penalty sheet. There is nothing coming on the 75 coming from the number 10, so I'm still wondering if they're going to report that. But anyway, race on.
Race on we shall, with Team Hoisingfeld just behind Movano Corsa. This is the outlap for Movano Corsa Mercedes GT3. Team Hoisingfeld and Jan Senkowski stopped a few laps ago where they brimmed their tank to hopefully get themselves to the end. So I think this fight is well and truly proper. There's a chance that Movano Corsa is just a little bit quicker, having just made
Aha, it is a 75. There's a report coming. Liper reported Jürgen Frank, so things can get very, very problematic for Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. Meanwhile, still a good battle over here for one of the top spots on GT4. Alessio Bender trying to do his best to break away from Quintale, and this is the last spot on the podium, David. So looking forward to see how this one will perform, because Quintale is doing his best to try to get closer. And the thing is, you cannot lose a lot of time. It's not over here on the visual yet. There you go. That's Timo Heiden not far behind. So this can turn into a three-way battle for the final spot in the podium in GT4. If there is some hard battling from Bender against the Italian compatriot in Quintale.
Well, obviously it's pretty close coming over Galgenkopf. This is where you want to be, sort of 1 or 2 car lengths back, so that you carry speed onto the straight. You go into the slipstream and you carry that speed all the way down the straight, hoping to slingshot by middle of the road for Door Esports Academy. And it means that 07 Racing are going to have to choose one side or the other as they steam up just in time for the end of the straight. They sit behind. Did they need a little bit more speed? Now diving one way, diving the other. If you're not side by side already, you can't force yourself side by side through these S's that form the braking zone. And now maybe the dive into turn 1 we've seen work before. From 1 car length back, looking to the inside at turn 1 on the Grand Prix circuit. Getting the nose of the Mercedes down the inside to the apex of the corner. Having to be a bit more forceful this time than previous. And side by side through the arena section we go. Door Esports Academy are never going to give up on this, but neither will 07 Racing. Side by side a couple more corners. How about side by side one more? I think Door Esports are just going to hold on here, but it's exactly what Impulse Racing want to see.
Yeah, just going to be knocking on their door in a little bit. Gap, I think it is closed down to, I was going to say about a full second and a half between them right there. Just taking a quick look to confirm. Yeah, 1.6, 1 second and a half is the gap between Kintaye and Hayden. So it is all a question of when the Impulse driver is going to get through the threshold of the second, and this becomes a three-way fight. Spicy, spicy, spicy. I like spicy stuff in the middle of the evening and the start of the evening.
That's a beautiful insight. Thank you for bringing us that, Lorenzo. Stint lengths on GT3s as the car that was leading comes into the lane for their final stop. Manidi Racing Green and Nicholas Last. So that number will shortly reset. Reina Talva goes back to the race lead for BS competition. Jürgen Frank and Aaron Vasquez want to be close. Here comes Jürgen Frank. Just a little scuff on his nose, perhaps. And there is a 5-second penalty for the car 75 Car 75 makes contact with Car 10 on the exit of turn 4. Car 10 has blue flags, but Car 75 has to make a safe pass. Now, if that was for position, you expect it to be like a 30-second penalty.
Yep.
But given, you know, what I said, what this steward thing says, 5 seconds post-race for the Car 75 really could make this interesting. Manidi appear to have rejoined in second place. Probably not by a whole lot, but it means that that second could be pretty safe. Yeah, intervals. How safe Azure Esports Academy from 07 Racing? Not very. They don't get a great drive off Arenberg, and suddenly all over them, heading down towards the foxhole. But how can he pass here?
Oh, what happened to Carlar?
Are parked. Did they cause the marks? I saw marks through the gravel at the outside of Arenberg. Was it Carlar?
They towed back to the pits.
Okay. Ooh. That alongside, for a long way into Arenberg, was the visceral car. Lucas Perez. Wow.
I am shocked.
Not Lucas Perez. Yeah, and
that's
so then
not
this
Lucas Perez. That is
big damage.
that was
Tire down. Yeah, that box has been incorrect all race. Whenever we go to a replay, it's not correct, and for Carlisle the damage so significant that they have stopped and they have towed. It shakes up the order in TCR. It happened just in front of a 3-way fight to the end in GT4.
I feel gutted for Carlar, man. I think this is the race I think they deserve this podium spot. You know, my team is battling against them. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna cheer for my team, but we got to give credit what it's due. They're done an excellent job of keeping in that range of, you know, battling against the leaders. Dominic Giesler and Harald Stadler, they're best, but man, I feel good for a tiny mistake. It was just like a tiny mistake on positioning the car on the track for you to go on the curve, and it was fatal. That's a letdown. Truly a letdown.
So here comes Impulse, here comes 07. Impulse have had seriously strong pace here. How long are they going to want to hang around before trying to make their passes in the final 20 minutes of 24-hour series esports? 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Mercedes versus Mercedes versus Mercedes.
And just going through and all right, let's be over here. Let's do pick'ems. I got Timo on this one. I'm with the old school guys. I got Timo over here, man.
Yeah, I'm feeling Impulse.
I see what you did there. Nice. Well played.
Through Vepperman we go, downhill, picking up the late apex, change of direction through the middle of the corner. Exit is completely blind until you arrive on it here. And you gotta slow it up, keep the car tight to the left hand side for the descending right hander where there's a little bit of grip up against the apex. Another one here that becomes off camber late on, and that's where they all push out wide and climb over that exit curb. And then again, you're looking for a super late apex in the left-hander here. Straighten up there, climbing as much curb as you possibly can. And I feel a bit of 3 wide on the dotting Ahua coming up.
They got all the way alive in the end. That's what matters.
So for Zero Esports Academy, they're about to come out of Gulgenkopf and have 2 very quick cars in their tow down the famous Dodingerhut, and you wonder exactly how to play this. Zero 07 look pretty well set up for their run out of Gulgenkopf in the tow. No way you can weave and break this at this distance, just a couple of car lengths for the number 420 to the 407 to the 457 to Olympus 992, bearing down on the lot of them. Just as they tick uphill, the gap starts to close from 3/10 towards 2/10. Now 07 got the overlap just a tiny bit too late the previous time, but there's a possibility now to pull alongside before the braking zone, and they don't take it because Olympus are barreling into that gap in the 992. Big check-up on Impulse Racing as the flash of the headlights comes through.
Friendly flash of the headlights. What do you think would be the flash of the headlights there?
No idea. Don't brake check me, Fernando.
Ooh. Ay. The good old topic this season of did Fernando brake check or not?
I mean, I want to say if you brake and then accelerate and upshift and then brake again, that is a totally different thing to
Yes.
braking early or lifting off the throttle early. Some of the other little bits of gamesmanship that have happened in Formula One and gone unpunished. To like brake and then stop braking and accelerate again and then brake. It doesn't check out with me, like, yeah.
Fair. It's fair. It's a fair assessment.
And what kind of, something weird with the throttle map causes you to brake 150 meters early, stop braking, accelerate, and then decide to brake again? That doesn't check out with a throttle problem.
To be fair, we've seen worse in F1, so that is like, can you even call that moderate?
Like, it's far away from the stupidest, almost dangerous thing I've ever seen in Formula One, but just none of the excuses offered check out
Makes
the
sense.
slightest for what he did. It's like you tried to be too sly, old fox. Just be honest.
It's the old school of F1 try to teach the younglings something. It's not like back in his days when when did he actually debut? Like in 2001 for Minardi, when Schumacher, Hakkinen, Coulthard, Irvine, Barrichello, and the other ones were doing something is just as similar, if not worse.
And I will agree, it got looked at under a much bigger magnifying glass because of the crash that George Russell had.
And Drive to Survive as well, because you have a lot of fans coming from Drive to Survive, and social media is now much bigger than it was back in the 2000s as well. Wow,
I'm not sure the stewards who were all racing before Drive to Survive care too much about what Drive to Survive fans think when they're making their judgments, etc., etc. Bit of traffic's come through this GT4 fight. GT3 fight lining up between Huysingveld, Movano, Corsa. And we talked about the 5-second penalty that looms over Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. They have a car within 5 seconds behind them. It is Drago Racing, who just need to remain within 5 seconds of Team 75 to stand on the podium and continue to score strong points in 24-hour Series eSports in the GT3 category. Close as they've ever been. What about trying to take a surprise lunge in some of the places less expected, like Cullenhard? What about like Bergwerk, etc.? They are right all back together again after the traffic separated them somewhat. Coming to miss, hit, miss. A few of them have been off the road on the exit here before. Oh, and just a tiny bit of love for the grass from 07 Racing. Coming into Verseifen, one of the slowest corners on the track. Definitely one of the easiest places to lock up a front tyre. And out of Exmoor they go towards Lauder Links and Bergwerk.
And I think Timo might actually be able to do the overtake better than Alessandro might be able to do the overtake right here. So Alessio actually
who had a slide. 07 had a slide off Bergwerk there, which puts them further back and gives an opportunity for Impulse Racing. Having a look at the replay. Again, it's not Simify Esports and Lucas Perez. It is in fact Havu parking it. Oh, here we go, up the hill. Which side of the road will be offered for Impulse Racing if they try to make a move? They either don't or they weren't close enough.
No, I think there were. I think 07 was right in the middle of the track, coming from the right-hand side corner into the left-hand, came before mud curve. So that's why Timo, this old fox that he is, you know, just not gonna take my chances over here and risk a deadly crash. Just work the gaps again.
To the highest point of the racetrack, it's all down from here, with a three-way fight in GT4 going down to the wire at the NÜRBURGRING. So Esports Academy from 07, from Impulse, who've dropped a car length or two further back once again.
Well, they got traffic up ahead over here, David. They got the W2 ePro TCR right in front there. I think they're going to catch him by Schwalbenschwan, so I don't think they're going to be able to do the overtake, but it's going to bring Timo Hayden a little bit closer. And with this, it's going to be a three-way fight as the TCR goes a little bit offside. And Timo's going to lose a tiny amount of time here, David. And not going to be able to do the overtake before the exit of the Kleine carousel.
Very nice. TCR gives him the racing line through there as he stays out wide, out of the banking, on board with the 4th place GT4. Alessandro Cantaia in the 07 Racing up in behind Is he close enough? He's been tantalisingly close a few times at the end of the Dotting Ahur and just come up a car length short. Is this the time? The speed builds up. The effect of the slipstream begins to compound, and then the track flicks upward. The car in front speed will begin to stall out, and 07 Racing will get alongside to the left-hand side of the road, get their nose in front for a podium position. It is a smorgasbord of slipstream for Impulse behind, and Dua do not want to lift out of this one, but they will be behind on the way into the big braking zone here. Not a lot of downforce on these GT4 cars. As Dua goes down the inside, a switchback from 07, looking for another switchback onto the pit straight, brings Impulse into it with all of the speed that they've got, heading towards another three-way fight down towards the start-finish line here. All of them all the way to the inside, and that's where 07 Racing are going to try to stick their nose. Is there room to get their nose down? There just is, approaching the hairpin, swooping all the way around the outside, but maybe running out of space. Impulse Racing are also going to come through. 2 positions lost for Dua Esports Academy as 07 and Impulse both go through. 8 minutes 45 on the clock. Has Reina Talva started the final lap yet?
He did.
Started
just
the
now.
next lap yet?
So we got 43 laps guaranteed. This is the second to last lap.
So how close was it?
He crossed the line, I think, with 8:38. So about 10. He's going to cross the line with 10 seconds remaining over here, give or take.
The
10 to 15 seconds-ish.
The fight is nowhere near done in GT4, as Impulse will now look to size up 07 Racing, and the 992 from Hydro Race Geodesic Racing makes its presence known. And as the GT3 leaders begin their penultimate lap, everyone has made their final stop in the top 4. Still waiting, I think, on a final one from Falcon Sim Racing Team and WSR Esports Butt Kicker. But your top 4 are all good to go. How about this battle in 992? For second place as well, Valkyrie XP Bondswell Racing catch and pass Williams Esports Academy. Down the inside of Bergwerk, a chance to fight back. Impulse is also for position just in behind this. So we have a great fight, second, third, fourth here in 992 right now.
And with this, I think the points going to the final race will be tied.
Williams Esports Academy are striking back on the way up the hill, side by side through a super challenging part. Is there going to be a chance to go around the outside there? No way. And from a long way back, Valkyrie are able to hold on to second.
Great battle, and great respect between Jove Goderstad and Zorzi Glach right here. But Glach trying to fight back. The Polish driver did his best to try to maintain that second position, but couldn't, and allowed Valkyrie to come in and snap that P2. Meanwhile, Impulse says Duncan Schoen is going to get closer to both of these cars, and they're going to gauge himself also into action for the top 3 spots in the Cup category, David. And I think right now on the points, I could be wrong over here again, but I think Scherer and Valkyrie are now tied on points coming to the final race, but Scherer has the upper hand with the win on the board, with the 2 wins they have on the board.
Williams Esports Academy now under even more pressure from Pascal Costa. He's so close, he's gained so quickly, and he's going to look down the inside, an incredibly unconventional place over the top of the hill there. Not many passes happen through this part of the lap, but the grip delta so significant. A couple of positions lost already here from Williams Esports Academy. Valkyrie XP Bondswell Racing goes through, Impulse Racing goes through, and I'm feeling like Impulse have the pace to catch second as well.
No,
I'm saying that in 992 and I'm saying that in GT4.
Everything decided to go off in the final moments, doesn't it? Like the podium spots battles decided to all kick off in the heat of the moment.
Sure has a lot of work for Impulse to do across multiple categories. Bit of traffic here eventually. The Porsche has got to get through. I say this is so easy to lock up a brake here. And Impulse is probably not well pleased right here, right now. Eventually the superior... No! Unlapping himself from Maniti's 992. Says wait for a longer straight. You got horsepower, but you got no ABS, you got no traction control, you got no downforce. It doesn't look like the 992's got any tyres either.
Oof. A fortune right there, but it resets the whole scenario battle, which is for us still interesting. For the rest of the boys right there on the track will be nerve-wracking. Absolutely.
Certainly is. There's only 4 minutes left on the clock after 6 hours of racing from the Nürburgring, the penultimate race of the season in 24-hour series esports, setting the stage for a finale in one of iRacing's longest running endurance leagues, one of the highest caliber. Riding on board the AMG GT4, up the hill, just a tiny bit of speed off, and off the road and into the Armco for Impulse Racing. Gonna go side by side through this section now, and Impulse Racing lose a spot to Brave at the Bravery corner. Back another spot. Hard work undone in an instant.
But still plenty of fight from Impulse still to try to get back to position. The question is, does he have the car to get closer and contend for the position? Because 07 is gone, basically.
It's not all the work gone, but it is slightly, it's not completely unraveled, it's just wound back slightly with a bit more work to do this lap and then the final lap. Are these group of GT4s going to go down a lap to the outright GT3 leader? Because with the GT3 leader taking the white flag with, we think, about 15 seconds left to go, they will then have 8 more minutes of racing. And if you're a GT4 that only just avoids going a lap down to the outright leader, you could be taking the checkered flag as much as 16 minutes after the clock expired.
Yeah, because Reiner is 4 seconds away from them, and I have 40.1 on the lap predictor, so 41 laps for them. So it's gonna be close. I don't think they might be able to do one more lap, I guess.
Yeah, so they're all about to go a lap down to the GT3 leader, but there's some other cars in some other places that will be just away from going a lap down and take a long time to cycle around. The longest possible configuration of the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke, the GP circuit with the Nordschleife, 25.95 kilometers, 169 turns. Your outright leader slots in between some GT4s heading through Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger Hohe. And they will have to do it one more time because BS Competition are going to get to the end of the straight, get to the Grand Prix pits and see the white flag. This will be a 43 lap race. This is the battle in 992 for second and third. Impulse's Pascal Costa now accosting Valkyrie Bondswell.
Yeah. Good battle for everything. Meanwhile, I'll tell you how many seconds he actually crossed on the line, okay, David?
Thank you.
14 seconds left.
Literally about 5 degrees Celsius of track temperature away from this being a 1 lap shorter race.
Something like it, yeah.
Well, they're as close can be. The leader starts the final lap of the race to begin bringing this race to a close. For drivers like this, they've got to the end of this lap, then one more lap. There's still as much as 40 kilometers of racing for second and third to be decided in the 992 class. So you don't need to be impulsive.
I see what you did there. Well done. But the question is if you're going to be impulsive while Falcon has to go for one more pit stop right at the line. So might lose one spot right here. And we're still looking at the gap between T75, Bernhard RC and Drago Racing. Not 5 seconds, much less than 5 seconds. It's 3.4 the gap between. That was the gap 6 minutes ago. Actually, right now, it is much closer than that. 2 seconds.
See, Lorenzo, Falcon Sim Racing team don't lose out from that because the car behind them was WSR Esports Butt Kicker, who also have to do likewise. And then
Impulse, too.
Impulse Racing in 7th, yeah, maybe also similar. So the gaps had spread out wide enough that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Those guys might have been in an interesting position if the race did go 1 lap shorter. In the end, they don't really lose out a whole lot. Massive speed up the hill for Impulse Racing and Acosta, trying to choose, do I go to the left-hand side of the lane? Do I go to the right-hand side? Do I just sit behind? There's no opportunity to get to the inside here. They both carry in such speed, flirting with the grass. What about an outbraking maneuver up here? The inside lane covered off by Valkyrie Bondswell.
Yeah, good battle between these two, and Goddard side doing everything. Like I said before, this is big for them because right now Impulse is not even battling for points right now. They are in 12th place. They're might get ahead of Havu right here, but the thing is for Valkyrie, like I said, it means getting tied on points with Scherer, and then see what the point gap will be maybe to Altus and Williams Esports, because this final round, like, it is all for the marbles. This category itself, I think it is the closest in terms of points, and basically who finishes first will be the championship, or who finishes ahead will be the champion.
Through the twistiest part of the lap, Vipperman, Brunchen, Ice Curve, Flansgartens through Ice Curve right now. If we get to another one of these places where the car really wants to get airborne, just before the braking zone here, a nice little leap, and then it's high speed but twisty and just short of full throttle. You're trying to keep as close as possible. Probably right around towards the Galgenkopf as well. Monstering close as he dare. Through Schalvenschwanz to the Kleiners Carousel. Corner that it can be easy to commit too much to. It can be easy to get a little bit of apex curb there. Not great. Not great at all for Impulse. Drops them a couple more car lengths back at a point where they wanted to be really, really close. But I think they're still close enough that as they are going to head towards the white flag this lap, it's speed from Impulse in the toe, pulling to driver's right hand side. Side by side down the longest straight. There is gamesmanship afoot.
Yeah, because you could see the Impulse try to be as far to the outside as they can be, so they don't give the draft to Valkyrie. Valkyrie on the outside coming to Tiergarten. They're not gonna lift.
We're side by side through the S's. Valkyrie slides across back into position ahead of Impulse, who might get a good run onto the pit straight. These cars are about to see the white flag fully as they head to pit lane. Okay, a race onto pit lane as they have not been lapped by the outright leader, and they are taking the white flag almost fully 4 or 5 minutes after the outright leader did. So they'll see the checkered flag almost 14 minutes after the clock expired. They both need a dash more fuel, and it's going to be a race off pit lane. How about the other Impulse now in behind Tour Esports Academy, running off the road?
Oh, Impulse thrown outside by door, coming into the setup for Carousel, still side by side, and gonna be who's gonna give way. There goes Tim Hayden, basically is the guy up in front coming to the Carousel, and there is a gap that can be construed by both of them and get closer to Alessio Quintaye. So there's still a world over here that I can see, David, where Battle for Third is gonna re-engage again.
Still so much racetrack for these guys. They are on their final lap, while those 992 cars are only just beginning theirs. See a couple of other cars cycling through pit lane here as well. Too much left for our GT3s either, where Drago Racing remains 2.8 seconds behind Team 75 Bernhard Sim RC, with 5-second penalty looming over the head of the 75. And I would do that too. I would go the lap down right here to the outright leader and say, show me the checkered flag at the end of this one. No other penalties looming in any important positions, no question marks at all over Team BS Competition and their number 89 BMW. A super strong performance, 14 seconds ahead of Maniti at the moment, who is 6 seconds ahead at Team 75. It's just a run down the Dottinghahua and one last real braking zone on their way to victory.
Yeah. It came down to the wire, but they managed to get away just like they wanted to. And BS Competition, again, just resurging in the championship. Not a solid result in Spa, not a solid result in Silverstone, not a solid result in Monza. Earned another win over here, second win in the season.
Now look at that lapped traffic car up the road that's about to have to complete another 9-minute lap. And think about poor them, but the checkered flag is waiting. 43 laps of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. BS Competition are victorious. Seriously, who is that up there though? That poor soul. Here comes the TCR leader, and Impulse Racing are going to take TCR in their Honda Civic Type R, and they look very well pleased with that showing. What an exciting race it's been for Impulse Racing across categories like TCR, like GT4, like 992.
And more importantly, David, this seals Impulse in the top of the standings coming to the final race on TCRs.
Maniti Racing green, Team 75 and Drago Racing across the checkered flag. Drago Racing 1.4 seconds behind Team 75. They will be elevated to a podium position. Well, 5th will go to Falcon Sim Racing team. They take the checkered flag. One of the teams that was maybe fingers crossed for a 42-lap race that didn't end up transpiring. Leader in 992 with quite a bit of the racetrack to go. And this has been an absolutely dominant show, with those other drivers that were battling it out for second place needing to take a splash of fuel. Look at the lead now, 2 minutes for Share Esports.
Surely they cannot lose the lead if they run out of fuel on the Doningahua, can they? Surely not. Anyway, what a showcase from Luca Malpert and Julian Reimer to top it off on the top of the standings. And I think most importantly, being the leaders also in the Cup category. In the 992 category more rather than Cup. Still a few more corners to go for the Luca Alpert driven car. Now going through the Al Galgenkopf one last time is the blue and white car from Scherer. Scherer also drove in the real life Nürburgring Legenstraken series this weekend. Wondering what place they got with their Audi R8. So certainly going to be happy with this result here, David, as they're gonna have the morale up in the heavens coming to Barcelona for a potential championship here at the 24-hour series esports.
Always got to give yourself a fighting chance, and this is such a strong showing. At almost any other racetrack, this would be a victory by more than a lap. It's the Nordschleife, so it's only 2 minutes, but it's a seriously strong performance across 6 hours. Scherer Esports Porsche 992 takes victory in their class. Absolutely dominant showing over second place, where there's still a battle on our hands. Impulse are in second at the moment, but we know it was a really close, a race off a pit lane between second and third. There is second. I think they got quicker through the lane than third. Yeah, 2 seconds longer in the lane for Valkyrie Exipa Bonduel Racing, and then now 5 seconds behind, so 3 potentially lost on the outlap, which is their final lap. Hello, Roy Sports GT4.
Still giving themselves a fighting chance to the final round, like Sharon just did, which is always important.
Now, second, third, fourth, everyone in GT4 got lapped by the outright leader, except Grid and Go Esports, who complete an extra lap compared to everyone else. So they've still got to come around and take the checkered flag at some point, but they cannot lose from their current position, per my understanding. Even if they stopped and towed, they'd get towed across the checkered flag, having completed one more lap than everyone else in their category. The timing screen would look weird though if that happened.
Yeah, it would. I wonder if it would blow up.
It might. I don't know what the graphics generation would make of that if it didn't really have a finishing time for them. But your 992 second place for Impulse. Man, okay. They're working overtime, having been forced to do about 6 hours, 16 minutes of racing in a 6-hour race.
Imagine if Pascal didn't have the car then right at the exit of Cherry Garden and crashed the car in the start finish line.
Well, the results are a certainty now, with Reina Talvar and BS competition. GT3 winners on the Nürburgring from Maniti Racing. Team 75 crossed in third with a 5-second penalty, which will drop them behind Drago Racing and Falcon Sim Racing. WSR Esports butt kicker ahead of Movano Corsa, Team Hoisingfeld, Impulse Racing and Obsidian Racing. Simify were last car on the lead lap in the outright category, then Leipert, Seybelt, ATRS Esports, Valkyrie Exepa Competition, and then retirements for Williams Esports, WSR Esports butt kickers number 17 car, Dua Esports, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC's 24 car, and Mag Performance SRT. In the 992 class, Shera Esport took it in absolutely dominant form, but it was close and exciting racing behind them between Impulse Racing, Valkyrie Exepa Bondswell Racing, Williams Esports Academy, and then Visceral Esports, Simify Esports, Olympus Esports, Maniti Racing, and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. Things came undone a little late on for Altus Esports in 10th. And then Havu 3 laps down. I think we saw them park late on when they realised 11th was the best they were going to get. Grid and Go Esports have just crossed the checkered flag as winners in GT4. They were with a decent lead over Geeks Energy fiercely forward, almost more than a minute. And then 07 Racing and Impulse Racing got ahead of Tour Esports Academy but couldn't get ahead of 07 Racing. Movano Corsa, WSR Esports butt kicker, Seybelt Esports, SimRC and Zenith Esports is the top 10 from GT4. There's a couple more cars like Raw Esports who finished 11th, while Raycar Esports team, X-Racer and Wave Italy Racing team retired from what is undoubtedly the most challenging racetrack that we can go to. Incredibly unforgiving with the Armco, with the traffic and the 169 turns that the drivers need to negotiate. Impulse Racing 1 TCR from Entropic, PFBR, MA70 Esports, RD Simsport, Race for Cat Motorsport and Carla Esports with some late damage and contact in the race 1 lap down. From W2 ePro GP, Team Hoisingfeld in 8th place and Obsidian Racing retiring in 9th. From our victorious teams, many drivers are standing by to have a chat with us. And we'll get to TCR first. So, Martin Aschert from Impulse Racing joins us. Winners in TCR against a lot of Hyundais. Must feel good.
Definitely, yeah, definitely feels good. Was a good race. Stayed out of trouble, and yeah, car felt really good. And yeah, clean race, good points, a win, and I think leading the championship for Barcelona. So one last push.
Exactly, you got to put yourself in the position to be able to win it come the final race. The Nürburgring Nordschleife, I mean, I think it can be a little polarizing. Most people really, really love it, but when it's not kind to you, it's incredibly challenging, incredibly frustrating.
Oh yeah, definitely. So we did the DNLS, and I think we drove 6 races and we got into trouble almost every one, and then we still love the track, although it can be quite harsh. But then to win it in the 24-hour series, when it also matters, and of course Hoisingfeld had some really unfortunate trouble, but then maximizing is a really good feeling.
So the victory means points, means a great chance for you and your teammates come the final race. Anyone you want to thank, shout outs you've got to give here?
Yeah, shout out to the whole TCR squad. It's 8 guys putting in a lot of work also on the background and supporting each other. And Jan did an amazing first stint, keeping the Hyundais as long as possible behind. And yeah, just a shout out to the whole team and sponsors. And yeah, let's see you guys in Barcelona.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So Martin Eschet from Impulse Racing, winners in TCR. So we head up to the winners from GT4. They join us from Grid and Go. Congrats, winners in that Aston Martin.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Pleased to be here.
So exactly how many minutes and hours of racing did you do in a 6-hour race? Was it about 6 hours 15? Do you get to log that overtime?
I think overall it was in the end 6 hours and 17 minutes, but yeah, I mean, crazy to go like nearly 2 laps over the distance. I never had expected, like we were already calculating after half of the race if we have to do 1 extra lap, but not 2. So luckily we just have seen that in the last pit stop and not short fueled.
You guys are beholden not just to the pace that the GT3 leaders do, but where they are relative to lapping you, and it just circumstances fall like that. But talk us through then the racing from your perspective. What was the big challenge and how did you face it? Have you got anything on that?
What did you say?
What was the biggest challenge for you, and how did you attack it?
I think from my perspective, it was a smooth driving for me. I mean, I had some practice laps for this, so I had good practice laps. Yeah, so I think my pace is good at the moment for a 24-hour race, but yeah, I can surely improve it a bit sooner.
Yeah, the biggest challenge for us was basically to get the first gap in. So luckily for us, Zimmersee got the dive in on the GP circuit, lap 1. Basically, that helped us a lot, saving a lot of fuel in the first stint and jumping them by quite a nice margin in the first pit stop. We know that our pace was good, so we could edge out these small gap, but first of all you need to get out of this 2.5 second window because the draft is so strong in GT4. If you can't break away from these 2.5 seconds, basically even if another car is up to a second slower a lap here on the Nords, they will catch back to you.
Well, it's a big win. It's a good haul of points. We've got 1 race left to go in the championship. Well done, guys. We'll see you for the finale.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you a lot.
Hope to see you again there.
See you.
Sven Haase and Fabio Bezuch from Grid and Go Esports. The next category was 992, where Luca Alpert and Julian Reimer were victorious for Scherer Esports, and another super dominating performance when a team and a driver and a car clicks with the Nordschleifer. It can be really powerful. Either you guys want to say how excited and great your race was?
Oh, sorry, didn't get the question. Yes, I think that was one of the most complete performances we've ever done, because we've been practicing like this combination the whole winter in DNLS, and now we just copy and pasted our strategy, and I think it worked extremely well.
Talk us through tyre strategy. You're the only category that has interesting tyre strategy until we get, say, rain in this championship. So how did you approach it, knowing the quirks of the Nordschleife?
Yeah, basically, because our car is the last one to change tires after it's done fueling, we have a big advantage by not taking them. And if there is the chance to get to the end of the stint without getting, or even with getting a meatball, but in the last lap of the stint, it probably still is faster to not take the tires. And I guess that's what makes this class so exceptional. But yeah, we know that, and that's why we try to do everything to get the tires to work for 2 hours. And yeah, I guess it got us a really decent gap to P2 today.
There's one double points race to go. You blow the championship wide open. How and what way are you going to prepare for the final race? Is it really going to be all in?
Julian. I think Julian's mic is not working. Yeah, well, we know that it's extremely close, and I think 4 cars could still get champion. And that's why, yeah, it's all in. Last year we had our second guest start in Barcelona, and we got a P2 out of that. So I think we know what to do and prepare. We have a month to do so, and find everything out we need to know that could give us an advantage. And yeah, we wanna bring the cup home and be crowned champion in the end.
We so look forward to seeing you there.
Most definitely. Thank you very much.
Lucas Alpert and Julian Reimer from the 992 winning Scherer eSports car, and from the winning team in GT3, doing 6 hours and 8 minutes of racing. Ruben Bonga joins us. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good evening.
Now, we're all watching very, very closely. 42 laps, 43 laps. In the end, by just a matter of a few seconds and off your own pace, it becomes a 43 lap race, and you were planned and ready for that.
Yes, we were planned and ready for that. The race exactly planned out like we expected it to be.
What about the BMW works well for this circuit?
The BMW works really well here. It's really safe to drive because it tends to understeer a bit in high speed. But with this current tire model, if you overdrive the car too much, then the rear gets quite loose. Like the rear tires go off quickly. So it's all about not over pushing too much the first few laps and then keeping the rear tires alive. If you do that, then the car is really easy to drive here.
Traffic's always a weird thing in 24-hour series esports, and this is yet another extreme example. Way more real estate to play with, 26 kilometers of racetrack, so you're not catching traffic as often, but when you do, there are some really nasty places to catch traffic around the Nordschleife. So how did you play that out compared to the other races we've done to this point?
I mean, you just have to work with the traffic together to make it possible. It's such a tight track. Actually, Rainer made a mistake once by touching the SimRC car. That actually gave us a 10-second penalty. I don't think we actually seen the Porsche Cups. Maybe only the Altus car, because they had a few incidents. I don't think we ever overtook any other. So it was mainly the TCRs and the GT4s, and just have to work together to not crash.
What's the goal? What's possible for the final race of the season?
I think Drago is quite far ahead. Wait, let me just have a quick look. Pretty sure we're 16 points behind now or something. So realistically, it's gonna be quite tough to beat them. And Barcelona isn't the best track, I think, for the BMW. But yeah, we're just gonna have to do our best and see what happens. I think it's a double points last race, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it might still be possible.
Anything's possible if you believe and you train and you practice. So we'll see you then, and congratulations on the win at what I would call the most challenging circuit this calendar has to offer.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely one of the most challenging, but it's also probably one of the most enjoyable ones.
Ruben Bolger from BS Competition joining us, the winners of GT3. That's all we have to bring for you from the Nürburgring, the Gesamtstrecke with the Nordschleife in 24-hour series esports. 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Looking ahead, there's just one race left to be run. May 5th, 12 hours of Barcelona. Plenty of extra points on offer. The championship is wide open after a chaotic 6 hours of Nürburgring, where a lot of the championship leaders across the 4 categories have had their leads trimmed back. Been so excited to bring you coverage of every minute of the race here on RaceSpotTV. Been David Haynes with Lorenzo Bonda, Hugo Lewis with the production of 24-hour series esports on RaceSpotTV. We'll see you May 5th for the finale at Catalunya.